afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you here for having me to pitch Pangaya Kingdom an idea first. Well, I'd like to start with our mission. The main objective of the Pangaya development team is to create, or rather embrace, a new play-to-earn GameFi model. We call it the social GameFi. In summary, interactive play for fun and end game model. My name is Tesla Gray. I am the CEO of Pangaya Kingdom. Myself and my teammates combined to make a total of 8 developers from different parts of the world, the likes of France, Nigeria, Philippines, and Vietnamese. We have a summarized expertise of more than 7 years of experience in Ubisoft and Microsoft, 5 years of experience in Unity game engine, and combined 8 years of experience in marketing. I'd like to start with what is Pangaya Kingdom. Pangaya Kingdom is a 3D builder MMORPG game powered by the Cardano blockchain, NFTs, and the Unity engine. Permit me to run through this brief contents: the problem, the solution, the products, and the evidence. Let's start with the problem. Myself and my teammates made a renowned research, conducting research on the blockchain traditional games, and we actually came to a deduction that most blockchain games don't give players the liberty of cooperating in brackets social GameFi with fellow players and earning alongside in-game activities. They prefer adapting the modus operandi of a solo play and earn system, which is usually fixated on having quick bucks and exiting the game early. This is a giant leap for humankind and the Cardano ecosystem as well. The image you're actually seeing now shows the features shared with the games that inspired Pangaya Kingdom, the likes of blockchain technology, play-to-earn model, digital ownership of pets, digital ownership of lands, triple token model, and a leaderboard system, to mention but a few. The solution. I would like to run through this briefly and very summarized due to the time factor. It is creating an interactive play for fun and end game model powered by the Cardano blockchain technology with the availability of social GameFi. Down to the evidence. These are the 3 types of tokens we have: the Pangaya Gold token, the Optical Silver token, and the main CNFTs. The Gold token is the governance token. The Optical Silver token is actually the reward token, and the main CNFTs, which includes lands, origin, opticals, companions, resources, and other NFTs. The Gold token is actually used for governance staking. It's going to be part of the merging fee. The Optical token is going to use to upgrade units, upgrade buildings, and other CNFTs inside the game. From the left to the right, these are a few of our produced NFTs yet to be minted on the Cardano blockchain. You have the Kingdom, which is a realm, more like the land tiles. In the middle, you have the Opticals, the Origin, the Werewolf. It has a combination of over 200. And the Opticard is yet to be developed. We are yet to find a good expertise 3D modeler to actually assist us in that aspect. What you actually see from the left to the right is the map. The far left is the map we actually developed with the Unity engine. The middle one is actually the JSON file. And the one to the far right is the 3D interactive map, which will soon be integrated on our website. If you look closely, you're actually going to see some structures on it. Permit me to show you a video of the map to actually give the community a little insight of what I'm actually talking about. So this is an early development of the map to be integrated on our website.
There's a chance the audio doesn't work. You need to share the audio.
It doesn't?
Yeah, I don't think the audio will work. If you want it to work, you need to share your screen. So you could probably just show it and we can.
Okay, let me just go on and show it. Let's close of the time.
Do you want to move it to the center of the screen as well there? We can't see it very well. Yeah. So this normally got a narration over the top or just some music?
Sorry, Phil?
I was just wondering whether there was narration or just music over the top of that video.
There was actually a sound, but I don't know if the community actually heard it.
No, we didn't. That's okay. Continue though.
Okay. So due to the time factor, let me just run through the brief gameplay myself and my team have actually run through in the development. The werewolf you actually saw earlier, the OptiCard, this is actually it. And sorry, these are some of the characters we actually forged. Okay. So well, I guess this is all I have to present to the Catalyst community regarding the Pangaea Kingdom project. And I hope that I have actually succeeded in convincing and not confusing the community that Pangaea Kingdom actually means well to the Cardano community, and we hope for your support. Thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you very much. So you still have 2.5 minutes and 5 minutes there for Q&A. Does anyone have any questions, or while they're forming up questions, I was wondering if I could ask you why you chose Cardano to be the blockchain of choice.
Okay, I would like to start. I've actually been on Cardano for a very long while. A lot of people know me as Cardano Samurai. Patrick, you can remember me on Twitter. I've actually had 9 collections of NFTs on this space, and this game is actually my 10th collection. I had to actually form a team, and Cardano has actually done a lot for me. I've made friends, families, and I just feel Cardano is actually the future. And if I'm actually going to build anything, it should be here, because this community actually showed me what I actually got inside myself. It showed me my potential, and it's filled with a lot of good and beautiful people. And I really want the community as a whole to grow. So that's one of the many reasons I actually chose Cardano.
Very nice. Does anyone else have some questions for Tesla at all?
Yeah, I do. Tesla, I'm not really a gamer, but I understand it. I got a nephew that built some games, Spider-Man and Call of Duty and stuff like that. Why 3 coins? You lost me on the 3 tokens, if you could explain that.
Okay, sorry about that, sir. The 3 tokens is one of the, if you look down here, it's one of the qualities of one of the games that inspired the Pangaea token. Axie Infinity on the Ethereum actually use the 3 token. You know, the 3 token model actually helps the reward token not to actually lose value, okay? Because if it actually doesn't have a reason to be burnt, it's going to actually lose value. So we're actually trying to get a balance for the game aspect and the investors aspect, because most people don't really play blockchain games, they just invest in it, and we have the main gamers. So we're just trying to not make each side to lack. So that's why we actually introduced the triple token model. You actually need a part of the governance token, maybe like 0.5, then a land tile and a reward token, and you merge and bond it, and actually gives you a new kind of NFT. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else got some questions? I'm interested to know more about the multiplayer side of your game. You mentioned that at the beginning of your presentation that some of these games don't offer like being able to play with your friends. So I was just
Yes,
wondering whether you
it
could.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Most block. Okay. Most traditional blockchain games, sir, they actually go through the solo version, more like Axie Infinity. It's a solo kind of game. Yes, you can interact with people, but you can't play in a cooperation mode, if you know what I'm talking about. The likes of Axie Infinity, yes, you have a base, but you're playing alone. You're not cooperating with somebody. I can't, like, for example, I can't join with Patrick and go and attack somewhere. It's not possible. It's just going to be myself. So now, that's where the social GameFi comes in. We actually have the diplomacy, which we introduced in the game, which the land tiles, you actually have the Lord Protector. Okay, you can actually borrow units from a Lord Protector and use it to either defend or attack your base. And it's going to be actually taxed 15% of what you actually get from that reward to the Lord Protector, because you actually borrowed some NFTs to actually help in your battle. So it actually has two modes. You have the player versus player mode, and you have the player versus environment mode. The player versus player mode is that of the Clash of Clans. You can see there, it's the base building system where you have your base and you build your base defense, your cannons, you build your structures. And the player versus environment is the dungeon, which actually showed earlier. You have monsters that you attack. Okay, the werewolf, you actually saw something like that. So it actually has two types of mode. I don't know if I've succeeded in making you understand how the game actually works. Phil?
No, that's very interesting. And I noticed you mentioned Age of Empires. So there's kind of a building, like a village building mechanism, and you can trade amongst each other and that sort of things. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you can actually do that. Yeah.
Very interesting. Patrick, you got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I've seen your previous NFT collections. That's why I'm here, actually. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, can you tell us a little bit more about the team behind this? Because this is, of course, very difficult to build, and also requires some budget. And what you've shown so far in the trailers, I mean, they're good to visualize it, but as far as I can tell, it's like mostly stock 3D models.
Okay.
And stuff like that. Get.
I understand.
So
okay.
What exactly makes your team able to execute this? That's the question, basically.
Okay. Well, my team, these are actually the pictures of just the core team members. We're actually 8. We have Saad. He's actually experienced in Ubisoft. He's worked in Ubisoft and Microsoft for a couple of years. Majid here is the lead game dev. He's actually had experience in Unity for over 5 years. Freddie here is the COO. So this is not actually the first game that the team have actually made, but we actually, like I would say, Saad, that actually work in Ubisoft and Microsoft, of course, he's supervised the development of games such as Assassin's Creed and a lot of Ubisoft games. Majid right here has actually have a lot of experience in building Unity games, and he has actually worked for companies such as Argo, 4 Pillars Entertainment, and Forever Games. And the experience we have right now has pushed us to this point because we've actually bootstrapped this project from last year, May 2021, to this point. Okay, so we're hoping that the Cardano community will actually push us forward. Okay, so we actually made the game. We don't want to build castles on the air. We actually made the game and said, okay, this is how far we've come. The game didn't just start some few months back. It was since last year, 2021, that we started the game. And this is how far we've come. If you're actually if you're actually able to hop into our Discord channel, we conduct a community participatory development. We allow the community to actually participate and give suggestions in each milestone we actually reach. We have weekly technical updates and sneak peeks of gameplay, and to mention a few. So I am very confident in my team as the CEO, and hopefully, yes, with Catalyst, I'll be able to hire more experienced game devs to actually give us a hand to actually push this through.
Okay, thank you. Very, very good answer.
And I think that pretty much winds up your time. There's about 10 seconds left there. So thank you very much for your presentation, Tesla. Do stick around. Maybe I think there's a few people not here to present, so we could probably continue discussions if these people aren't actually here. So let's see who's around. Hang on a second. Stop that. Stop that. Okay. So the next presentation is from Anusha. Do we have an Anusha here or representative of their team? And Patrick, you've still got your hand up there. Did you want to ask anything? Or?
No, sorry.
Okay, sure.
Oh, and now I started recording. Oh God, sorry.
That's all right. So Anusha's got Play to Earn Marketplace. Are they here at all? I don't think so. Okay, let's see how that goes. What about Josco? Is Josco here? Also, I'm not sure that they are here. Okay. I mean, so we're missing 2 presentations at the moment. And we have about half an hour before the coffee break. Theodore, are you around and able to do a presentation now, or would you rather wait till after the break?
Or should we drink coffee for 30 minutes? No, I can present, no problem.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a few minutes to get yourself in order. Did you want to test your presentation, and do you have any video? I should have asked that from Tesla before.
I don't have any video. I just put it in PowerPoint.
Okay.
Actually,
so if you hit share screen down the bottom, and we'll just make sure it's working for you.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, nice one.
You can see this? Okay.
Yeah, we can see it. So the same thing for you. In a minute, I'll be quiet and hit the 10-minute timer. You can take as long or as little as you want to do that, and then there's a 5-minute Q&A stage. So
sure.
I will start the timer for you, and then the floor is yours. Go ahead, Theodore.
Yes. All right. Yes, my name is Theodore Mishkin, and I live in Sweden. I work as a college teacher, and on the side of my day-to-day work, I run this project called We Are Not Robots, which is a homage to both the kind of UN Declaration for Human Rights for Kids, the UNCHR, and then also a bit of a flirtation with Kraftwerk, if you know the band from Germany. Anyways, I do this project to facilitate teaching for creativity, and it's a project that usually runs for 1 week. And when I was in my adolescent years, my family moved to Botswana in the south of Africa, in southern Africa, just close to South Africa. And I grew up there for about 3 years, and that affected me in many good ways. And I have friends there, and one of my friends, Mats, who is also part of this project, is helping out a little bit when he's working in Botswana. He's a journalist, and he's engaged in facilitating some service to the SOS village, trying to help them out. And I thought about maybe how to connect the SOS villages with the orphan kids in Botswana, to bring them into the Cardano community. And I thought, if I do this project, because I do masks, and I thought about NFTs within Cardano, and I thought maybe we could do a lot of masks together, and I could set up a wallet for the SOS village and maybe to some of the kids. I'm not sure yet on that track how that would work out for the kids, but at least for the SOS village holders. And that way we could make digital representations of the masks and put them out on the I don't know, JPEG store or something like this, and a percentage would go back to them, and I could also show them how they could continue that work, so they can keep on doing what we do together the first time, so to speak. Yeah, and then I have some friends that are artists in a way. That some do digital stuff and others do work with illustrations, and they want to help out as well to make the conversion from the photos of the masks into the digital format, so to speak. I don't know if I can change pictures here. So in a way, it's do the workshop, travel to Botswana, come back to Botswana and well, the whole thing is I want to give back to the community in Botswana where I grew up, and I want to not leave because this SOS villages, they do a lot of art stuff, but it's usually they make something and they sell it and then it's gone. And I wanted to kind of live on and at the same time give a identity within the Cardano community. So do workshops with children and transform objects into digital format, create wallets for SOS villages, NAMI wallets, for example, are quite useful, and an art can live on. Yeah, already, yeah, and I do all the stuff from recycled materials, so it's kind of, I don't use any new stuff. It's a way to build your own toys, so to speak, with stuff you have lying around. And during this doing this project, we do storytelling as well, and storyboard and some manuscript, and they can act out this in front of a green screen. So there are many possibilities to use the green screen, maybe to transfer the art into the backgrounds and so forth. That's what I'm thinking, at least. So I presented myself a little bit. I work at the college. I'm running a child and leisure program for college students. I've done some artist work. I published some poetry in America, Poems for All, published. And I also done some sound design on an art project was taken up by Lars von Trier, if you know that director in Copenhagen. And I run my project. We are not robots. And Mats is he runs Movana Media. He's a writer and journalist, and he actually worked with what's his name, English writer Alistair McCall. Sorry, that writes about ladies' detective stories in Botswana. And he also does a charity project there with planting trees project in Botswana. And I have some of the examples of the masks that the children do. And yeah, if you some of the NFTs you see, they're kind of in this format, so that's where I thought about the idea how to transform and make them live on, so to say. And here you can see another example. These pictures are taken from my project here in Sweden. There's another one, more minimalistic kind of style. Cat. More Basquiat style, if you know the artist from New York in the 70s. And here are some pictures from Mats sent to me. He lives in Stockholm and is traveling, so I'm doing the representation today. And this is from the SOS villages. And that's Mats with the green t-shirt, visiting the SOS village in Francistown, Botswana. And this is my ending quote from Vygotsky, that any human act that gives rise to something new is referred to as a creative act, regardless of whether what is created is a physical object or some mental, emotional construct that lives within the person who created it and is known only to him, who is a great pedagogue from late 19th century into 20th century. I think that was it always goes faster when you do presentation that you thought.
It can do, yes.
Can do. Well, wait, I forgot one thing. I actually had a student. This is kind of inspired me as well to think about it. I had a student in my class that I discovered after a year that here in Sweden he was living on the streets, and I helped him to get a home and so forth here in Sweden, and helped him with finance and stuff. And I was really inspired because he saved up all his money and he went to Uganda, and he's building schools in Uganda now from nothing really. And I thought I should do some community work too that could empower people that are not so easily they don't have the power to empower themselves, so to speak, so easily. Yeah, if that makes sense. I think that was it. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any questions maybe for me?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, Theodore.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have any questions at the moment? We've got about a minute left of the presentation, then 5 minutes for Q&A. I'm wondering about what sort of impact you're thinking about, like how many students, how many masks, how many schools, or that sort of like those number questions. What's your idea of the reach of this project in its current state?
Yeah, I'm thinking from experience, and it does always take some more time than you think it does when you from planning to actually executing. But I think about maybe 2 or 3 villages, and then about I don't know, let's have the highest ceiling would be maybe 200 maybe this run. And I don't know if that sounds a little, but it takes time to do the projects, and it's better to, and from that I don't know if you would use exactly all of them, or you would do like some NFT projects that I follow and are engaged in. I see that they have like themes categorizing, and then they do different objects that are just moving about as traits for the different categories of different styles, so to speak. Yeah, so I don't know what's best there, and that will be maybe a question that I have to follow up with during the path, and then see what's best artistically to put out. Maybe, and not to make it like a huge NFT, like 10,000 objects. That would be not so good. I think it's better to release smaller number and do it really properly and have a good price from the bottom, so to speak.
For sure.
Yeah, and then yeah.
I've got a follow-up question, but Tom's got his hand up, so go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. Theodore, powerful presentation. I think Africa's had a long history of masks and artwork and stuff. And a tear came to my eye because I used to have several in a collection, and my house burned down, and I lost it. So I was thinking of, digital mask art would be preserved forever. So I think that's powerful. But my question for you, and being that Ada's father was Lord Byron, what are the SOS villages? I don't understand that.
Oh, sorry. There are a lot of homeless children, orphanages. Do you say that? Or orphaned children? Yes, orphaned children. Sorry, my English, I hadn't spoken English in a while. But orphaned children, and they are taken in like a school and a place to go to school, have a home, and also do projects that will enable them to of course, go back into society at a certain age. So that's what it is. And yeah, I forgot to say this. I don't want to come in like I don't like that, because when I grew up in Botswana, I went to a lot of villages. My father worked with water, and for small rural villages, he did a water system, helped people out to have water within the village, so you didn't have to walk 20 kilometers to bring water home. And a lot of the time you see projects, they come in and you give and you give and you give, and it doesn't empower people a lot of the time. But I want to teach. I also want to leave my teaching like, you can do this, and now you can repeat it if you like. Here's how you do it. So you can continue to do this, and I want to show them the technique, how to do the NFTs as well, step by step, to give a manual, and like, I'll do this, and they can follow along, and then you can repeat, so to speak.
Is that education component in your proposal well laid out? Or?
I think yeah, I think I wrote that into the proposal at some point. I think I did, yes. Give it rinse, repeat, wash. I don't know, call it.
Sure. Because yes. I think that's a big part of yourself and your proposal is the education of even letting these kids understand that there's this technology out there, that this can be, their connection to the world. And then I also thought, I'm just thinking about if you happen to not be successful in this fund, how you can improve your proposal in a future fund, other than some of the numbers that we discussed a second ago. It's also very interesting to conduct an exhibition of this somewhere, especially if you use a theme that can pass, there's like this communication between Africa and the conditions that these kids are growing up in, and communicating that to the, your home country and other developed places. So that's an interesting possible avenue as well that you could include in a future proposal that details the education side and a bringing back of the resources, because then that's also a good marketing place for your NFT sales as well. So could be.
That's true. I was thinking that side, because I was thinking you could build a digital community along the way. I mean, this is meant to take place in, I think I wrote November, December, maybe, doing the project, getting all the vaccines and the permits and stuff. It takes some time, and I have to leave my own work. So I will put in a lot of my just own time in this. So as well. But
definitely an interesting project. We have run out of time, but I don't know if there's anyone else to present other than other people again after the break. So let's see, what have we got? We've got, is it 10 minutes left or something? Hang on a second. I'll just double check to make sure that the other people haven't shown up yet. We were looking for Anusha and Josko. No, we still don't have those people. I wonder if we continue with our conversation. I mean, we've got Tom and Tommy who are here, but maybe we keep them till after the break, and we can maybe have a little conversation about your project, and if Tesla also has some more input. What do you guys think? I mean, we're kind of open to work out what we want to do here. Paul, hello.
Hi. Yeah, I'd love to talk shop. I love these social impact projects. And then something that struck me also that's relatable to KILT and what we're doing with identity and credentials is Theodore mentioned, when you get something and you sell it and then it's gone, it doesn't follow you. But we could sort of solve this with decentralized identity and credentials, and I think it could be really powerful. So I'm open to talking shop if you guys want to hang out. Otherwise, we can do the coffee break and meet after.
Yeah, Tom and Tommy, your thoughts on waiting till after the coffee break to continue this session?
Yeah, well, it's only Tom. I just have both screens up, Phil. I think you have 3 minutes before the coffee break. I think
Yeah.
it's scheduled for 16:15 or 12:15 my time.
Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense to start. That we've got Tommy Askinson's from KILT Cardano. Is that you, Paul? Or?
Yeah, so I'm with KILT. Tommy's leading the concept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's leave those conversations till after the coffee break. But by all means, we can, if you've got some more questions or comments about Theodore's project or Tesla's project.
Just comments on both. They're very cool stuff. Yeah, the NFT gaming stuff is really exciting and very cool concepts. And then yeah, Theodore, I loved your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. What made you interested in Cardano, Theodore?
I think I just last year I started to listen to some of Charles Hoskinson's talks randomly. I think showed up, and then he spoke about Africa, and it really made sense because when you live there, you meet. I experienced it firsthand. Like when you come to when you come to villages and you meet older people and so forth, you ask them sometimes like, oh, from coming from maybe Sweden where age is a lot of centered, you ask, how old are you? And they say, I don't know. So you, okay, so all right. And you start talking about the events, and then you're like, okay, so you're about 60 or something. And that's quite hard to understand, that a lot of people don't have an identity, don't have a birth certificate, or just can't go and vote. I'm not speaking for a whole continent. I'm speaking about Botswana specifically now. So we don't. Yeah. So that was something, and then I listened to his speech about onboarding people and giving identity and maybe securing voting, for example. That is a huge problem with some manipulating voting and so forth. And then I thought about my own work, and then I started buying some Cardano. so I thought, and then I thought this I really want to be part of this, and I understand the thoughts about it. Yeah, I'm teaching as well. So and also the thing about empowering people with making the bridge. In America, you have John Dewey, for example, that made the teaching towards how the new kids come on board to the new society, and they are the new society, and how will they enter the world, in what way can they enter the world, and so forth. And that is huge difference where you live in the world. I mean, here in Sweden, everyone has Wi-Fi. Every kid has school from the state that given to them when they start school, and so forth. They have kind of they build this online identity immediately. They talk like that and they interact like that everywhere, but that's not how it looks in a lot of parts of the world. But everyone wants to do the same thing. They want to have an identity, they want to be social, they want to engage, and so forth. And then I thought a lot of kids that I met in Botswana, they make this fantastic art from things they get and just gather and build, and just amazing stuff. So I thought that would maybe be a great thing to do what I do, and then connect that back, bring in what they do, and then take that leap into to Cardano. Yeah,
for sure. Fantastic. Well, it mirrors in some ways my own introduction as well. So I wish you luck with your project. Shall we pop out to the what is it, to the coffee room, and and see what's going on in the main room, and then we can pop back here in 15 minutes. How does that sound? Fantastic.
Great.
So, thank you.
Hey,
all.
sorry, Tesla, can you put your Discord in the chats? We'll check it out.
Sorry.
Can you put your Discord channel? You mentioned Discord
Okay.
earlier. Can you put it
Oh,
in the
yes,
chat?
yeah. Let me do
Great,
that
thank you.
immediately.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you soon. Useful thing to do. Welcome back from the break, guys. Thanks for joining us, Tommy. How are you finding Ideas Fest, guys? Have you got any comments or feedback from the event? Were you here last week at all? Anyone?
Oh, I think it's really well organized and a nice range of ideas. I went through the Google Docs spreadsheet earlier, and it's awesome to see a lot of new concepts coming from the community. Great job.
Yeah, it's quite a nice format, and it just sort of organically grew and turned into a thing. So it's quite nice. I think the challenge really is to see how we can get voters to actually attend the sessions. Obviously, we've got like diehard Catalyst people here and proposers. The challenge is how to actually. Oh, right, they're gonna pull us into the. They're gonna pull us in. Maybe we should have had a. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, they're gonna pull us out and then start round 2, it looks like. So I'll stop the recording again. We've got about 30 seconds, so I will reopen the room when we're back, and we'll see you soon. Fantastic. Good to see you back, Tom. So we probably can just jump straight into it. There are a lot of people in unassigned rooms, but we'll let them just filter through, I think. Next up, we have, I believe it's Tom, and you're going to present us C4S Cardano for Seniors hubs. So same as last time, I'm going to give you a 10-minute timer. Feel free to use that time as you wish, and then I'll move to a 5-minute timer for Q&A. Alrighty, just give me. Do you want to start setting your stuff up, and I'll get the timer up as well while we do this. It'll take me a minute to go through the processes. Yeah, sure. Okay. You feeling good about? If you want audio, Tom, just close that share down. When you open to share down the bottom left, there's a share audio little tick box that you need to tick to get your audio working.
Okay.
If you unshare that, so stop share, should be, I think. Yep.
Stop share.
Yep.
Okay.
Click share, and then when you do that, it'll pop open a share sound in the window that pops up.
Oh shit, there we go. Okay.
Yep, so you need to click that one.
Okay, we'll try that again, Phil.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, I will start the timer for you. If just give us a quick test to make sure that sound's working. Yep, okay, I'll go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tom Fry. I have 2 proposals. One of them is for Cardano for Seniors, and the other one is Grow Seniors, Grow Cardano. One of the issues with seniors is they talk a different language. They hear different languages. Our brains are filled with information over many, many generations, and we need a certain way of hearing things. Create a language, Eli 65, that is designed specifically to the way seniors learn. Seniors control a lot of the wealth worldwide. Doesn't matter what race, nationality, religion you are, senior citizens control a lot of the wealth. This language, Eli 65, is different than Eli 5 because seniors learn differently, as demonstrated in the TED Talk that we've included the links to. Please watch that TED Talk. It's very interesting and eye-opening. Cardano is the ideal ecosystem to bring people into. Second, first step is creating the language, Eli 65, and we want to use little cartoon figures so we can translate it without doing lip sync and other silly things, but we can translate it and bring it across the world because senior citizens cross all boundaries. The second proposal that we have put in is Grow Seniors, Grow Cardano. And this is really a Challenge 9 request. So we can develop all types of DApps and programs that target, help, and educate senior citizens. For instance, IRAs. There are programs that do IRAs, but none on Cardano that I'm aware of. So why don't we develop a program to do IRAs for seniors? What about life insurance and savings? Inflation today, we're all feeling it. I get in the bank, I think I get 0.05% interest. With Cardano, with my ADA staking, somewhere around 5%. What's better, 5% or 0.05%? Why not invite the seniors in to take advantage of that? In many cultures across the world, grandparents raise the grandchildren while the parents go out and work and support the grandparents. Educating the grandparents or the seniors of the world is a way to get into 3 generations at once. I was a broker risk manager targeted in large part seniors. We did financial planning, we did taxes, we also offered nursing home coverage and many other programs. Vote in Fund 8. Exercise your rights as an ADA holder. And respectfully, I would request that you vote for the Cardano for Seniors and the Grow Seniors, Grow Cardano proposals that we've put in. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Tom. Did you want to keep talking, or did you want to field some questions now?
I'll field questions. I'm kind of done there. I just got to figure out how to get back to
Stop share. There should be somewhere there.
There it is. Okay. You know my level of technology, Phil. It's I sold my companies 20 years ago. I've been a farmer for 20 years, and I'm just getting back into this adrenaline rush stuff that you guys live every day that I used to live. So
well, you're doing great, Tom.
Well, thank you.
We got Tommy with a hand up. Go for it, Tommy.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you. It was so relaxing. I just came from sauna, and the sauna was not as relaxing as this. Excellent. Yeah, before I didn't even look at this because I was not convinced, but now that I saw it, I'm really convinced. My father is 74, so he's probably a lost cause. But I have a question though. So maybe that language barrier is still a thing for older people. I'm not sure, but have you thought of like focusing on, for example, the Commonwealth of Nations? That's like 2.4 billion people to get started.
We're just, Tommy, thank you for the question. We're just a startup. We're trying to, I think the language is a big barrier, being a senior, and even Kevin, who's agreed to join on my marketing thing, I asked him, because we're working on another thing, Proud Dirt Farmer, and we're going to form a DAO. And I asked him to look into forming a DAO, and he says, what's a DAO? So there's little nuances that people of younger generations grow up with, just knowing inherently that seniors, and I'm 67, your father's not a lost cause. But would you want him to put his money into Doge or Shibu, or would you feel safer in ADA? But there's a lot of things like Eli 5. I asked I said Eli 65. She goes, what's Eli 5? What's Eli 65? So there is that language barrier, all these abbreviations. Seniors are used to talking in full words. Everything on crypto and in the DeFi, the words seem to get shortened, they get truncated, and old gray hairs like me don't really understand what those words are. And that's why we came up with the thing about Eli 65. I know it gets laughs because everybody's out there with Eli 5. Commonwealth of Nations, I think until we get the language and we develop the little four figures, when we grew up, all TV shows had four main personalities, because in psychology, that's the number of major segments. Then as I got older, they started going into 8 sub-personalities, Prince of Bel-Air, All in the Family was the classic four personality, but Friends was an 8 personality subcase. So the language and the thing that we're designing is 4 personalities. I see my timer's up. I think I got 5 more minutes. Though.
Yeah, you got 5 more minutes here. So
I don't know if I answered Tommy's question though.
Yeah, just focus on English-speaking countries first and forget about my father.
Yeah, I think I would agree that there's no such thing as lost cause. My grandfather's 87, and he's always asking about my work, and I'm in the blockchain space, and it takes a different a set of metaphors and analogies, but he gets it now, right? And he sees the difference between traditional finance and crypto, and he's starting to understand the potential impact of decentralization. So yeah, I think it's a really important segment. So yeah, good for you for taking this on.
Thank you. I think it's important, and I looked at it from I was in a .com bubble thing, and we had a project that almost got out the window, but I was looking at it as how much money is in ADA in Cardano, and where and how does it stabilize? So you have staking, you got X number of dollars in stake pools and stuff. Seniors have a lot of wealth out there, and they like collecting. They don't need 20%, or I go over to Juno or the Osmo, and I can get 158% APY. That's a little risky for me at my age. 5% in ADA staked, even if the value goes down to, I bought some at 77 cents. I bought some at $1.10. I'm good with that, but I'm still getting my 5%. And when I vote, I get a little bit extra, right? So there's a lot of wealth to tap into, and I look at it as adding stability, liquidity and stability to ADA.
Theodore.
Yeah, I was just wondering, are you gonna work with, like, do you see it like visuals or like big buttons to press and then visuals? And I'm thinking of my parents. They kind of like the big buttons, and then there's a clear picture. This is a bank. This is this. Oh, okay. So that's the similarity. And is that the way you imagine it?
Well, the C4S is, I'm looking at it as 4 personalities, 2 couples, and they have conversations, and one says, "Hey, what is an NFT?" And then the other ones answer it. So we educate NFTs, and then we go on to the next subject. So it's a series of almost cartoon-like figures just having a conversation with the 4 personalities. So you got an expressive, an analytical, and you hit the other 2 personalities. No buttons, just kind of like little cartoonish figures. And then after we do English, and Comey's right, is then we can translate it and make it identifiable, no lip syncing. That's the C4S. The Seniors Grow Cardano is for a big ecosystem, so other people can come in and grow DApps and target seniors and bring projects to them.
I got it. Okay, cool.
I'm wondering about your choice to put it into scaling up Cardano's community hubs rather than the media challenge. Were you aware of the media challenge, and did you have a particular thought of why you want it to be in the community hubs challenge?
Well, yeah, because if you read the proposal, initially we want to go out to, like in the United States, there's a senior organization that starts mailing you at 55, and they have senior hubs throughout the country. It's AARP. So if when we get the project off ground, first we want to go out to the hubs and educate that way. Didn't look at it when we started developing it as a film or a media project. More about getting into the hubs, getting into where seniors look and grow.
Okay, and then like partnering them with an education system about Cardano and blockchain.
Correct.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm interested to see how the challenge goes. That would be an interesting direction. Juan, you got your question there?
Thank you, Phil. Yes, Tom, awesome proposal, awesome idea. I think it's I don't know, you can hear me well. I don't have my AirPods.
Yeah, it's okay.
Good. So yes, I am more into, preparing us, including myself. I'm 56, but I feel sometimes like 41 or sometimes like 58. Actually, I'm 58. But the thing is, what I'm referring here is that there is much more than money on this, and especially with what you're addressing, because the health part. The health part is key, is very important. It's kind of and the social and there is an age when you start making changes, your body changes, and And let's not get into the nitty gritty of that, but there are a lot of transformations that we just need to adapt. All of us will need to adapt to different ways to do things, starting with these classes, all those things. And in reality, you know, well, the bottom line is that you know, Charles Hoskinson is putting together a clinic for elderly now, a research clinic, and it's going to be operational at the end of the year. So I think that's a big niche for this proposal, and you know, the opportunities are everywhere, and I just want to, you know, entice you with the idea of putting some effort on the health part, because I think that's key. I mean, you know, it's not only money. That's what I wanted to say. So awesome proposal.
Thank you, Juan. I appreciate it very much. And it's not focused just on the money. And the reason for the second part of the proposal, the challenge, is so other people can come in once we develop this language for seniors, is come in with other, we'll call them DApps for all intents and purposes, but other projects that can then focus on seniors, which I think DeFi largely has ignored us in some ways, and some of us come into it and some of us don't. So let's bring us all in and equalize the playing field. But thank you, Juan. Appreciate the input.
Sure. No, thank you. And yeah, I have some other ideas. I would like to connect with you somehow so we can explore those, not to take all the time. But yeah, especially Please. Exercise and key part of what we do. After every time, especially us, that are sitting down here and more than 8 hours a day on the computer and no exercising at all, and that's the important thing for us. So
yeah.
Well, I'm a farmer, so I'm out in my vineyard and orchard, and I'm 67, but I'm really 32 on the inside. It's just the old body.
Super.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll move on to the next presentation. Thanks, Tommy. Thanks, Juan, for insightful presentation. So, Paul, you're presenting and Tommy's hanging out. Is that how it's working?
Yeah, I'll present, and then we also have Christine and Dudley here to answer questions afterwards.
Okay. Did you have a presentation, and does it have audio?
No audio, but I do have a presentation.
Okay,
it's
sure.
a slide deck. I'll keep things high level. I won't follow the slides directly, but we'll make the PDF available if anyone wants to take a look and dive into the nitty gritty.
Then once you got it up and running, I will start the timer now. Again, you have 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A. Up to you how you use that time, though.
Okay, cool. So
go ahead.
So I'm with myself, Christine, and Dudley. We're with KILT Protocol. We're a blockchain purpose-built for trust. So we do that using DIDs, so decentralized identifiers, and credentials. So the concept here is to bring decentralized trust for Web3, Web2, and then also brick and mortar worlds. So in our ecosystem, developers can use KILT to create schemas for credentials and issue credentials to DIDs for basically anything that requires an identity. So when we think of identity, my name is Paul, but that's not my identity. My identity also includes my traits and characteristics. So, my experience, my degrees from schools, my skill set, my needs, this sort of thing. So traditionally in Web 2, the way this is handled is with centralized data silos and sort of a top-down trust. So when we think of identity in Web 2, you'll often see like sign in with Google, or you present your identity using social media, so like Twitter or LinkedIn, this sort of thing. With blockchain, we can do that in a decentralized manner. And what this means for the user presenting their identity is that the value becomes unlocked, right? So right now I can use my Google credential, but it's only useful at Google, or if I sign in with Google. With cryptographic proofs, it's decentralized, it becomes valuable anywhere, right? So what are DIDs? Decentralized identifiers. that can be proven anywhere, on-chain, off-chain, Web 2. This is a sample application, DID sign. So this is a decentralized way to prove the ownership of a document from a DID. And also it proves that the content hasn't been modified. So think of like DocuSign. This is similar to that, except it's decentralized, right? There's no server involved. And then also we can learn the further attributes about the identity. So here we have a document. We can assert that it hasn't been tampered with. It's been signed by this DID. And then this DID is further decorated with a credential, in this instance, an email address. I know it's hard to read, but in this instance, an email address. So we know that this was signed by Paul at KILT.io. So this is sort of the bulk of the presentation is here. You know, why this proposal? So in the real world, I present my identity, and that's portable anywhere, right? Like if I have a passport, that should be available anywhere. And so similarly with blockchain, if I have an identity and credentials, it's important for that to be valuable across ecosystems, right? So suppose I have a credential on Cardano, a KYC credential. Well, if it's only siloed within the Cardano ecosystem, then is it truly, you know, part of my identity? You know, the ideal case is that I can carry that with me anywhere across all systems, whether it's other blockchain networks, whether it's on Web 2, whether it's brick and mortar. Like imagine signing into a gym using your Twitter account in a way that doesn't need to interact with the central Twitter server, right? These are the sorts of possibilities that are available with decentralized identifiers and credentials. So we're here to start discussing ways for interoperability and releasing the value across ecosystems. So some of the goals, you know, how can we connect Cardano apps to KILT credentials, either for issuing credentials or verifying credentials? How do we make the credentials interoperable and bidirectional? So, you know, perhaps KILT issued credential is useful for verification in Cardano, and vice versa. A Cardano issued credential is useful within the KILT ecosystem as well. Yeah, so this is the main goal. A simple use case, we do have an SDK available. So the concept initially being we can look at proofs of concept and using off-chain SDKs to verify and issue credentials between the two ecosystems. And then over time, look at ways where the chains can intercommunicate via RPC calls or smart contracts and oracles and this sort of thing. Some of the challenge, we need to identify the gaps for chain-to-chain interactions. Obviously, there's no bridge between KILT and Cardano at this point. We need to identify ways where we could use off-chain workers to interact with both chains to sort of unlock that value and get some POCs off the ground. And then one of the challenges, or one of the possible risks, is that these blockchains are not interoperable. I see this as highly unlikely. I think it's just a matter of time under tension and working through developments. And the main outcomes we hope for is, you know, establish ideas for collaboration and identify ideas and opportunities for interoperability, and at bare minimum a way for us to build out tooling so that both chains can at least unlock the value of credentials in the two siloed blockchains. And then, of course, to foster relationships between the development communities. I think when it comes to identity and credentials, the opportunity of collaboration far outweighs the risk of competition. So identity is universal, and we're here to make connections and get building. That's it. We'll put the PDF in the chats. You feel free to check out our communities if there's any questions.
Thank you very much.
Can you present the whole team?
Pardon me?
can everyone say hi?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. So we have Dudley here. It says Paul Pomerlow, but his LinkedIn works. So this is Dudley. He's in developer relations. And then we have Christine Mohan here as well.
Hi there. Nice to meet everyone.
Dudley, you want to give a little background and then I'll introduce myself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Dudley. I've been working on the project for the last coming up to 3 years now. I've moved from just being one of the developers that helped build out the SDK. So that's the software development kit that comes along with the KILT blockchain. And I moved on to developer relations, which is essentially trying to build a community for developers to build upon KILT, and tooling that can be leveraged to make sure that we can start the community up and get some growth. But yeah, that's it from me.
Hi, I'm Christine Mohan. I'm in Berlin with Dudley, with KILT office. And I manage business development and partnerships within the Polkadot ecosystem, but also, of course, working with other chains more and more. I used to work as CMO for Web3 Foundation, which is also aligned with Polkadot and Kusama communities. And before that, I was at a consensus project, Ethereum project called Civil, which was a news blockchain platform. And then before that, I was in digital media, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. So definitely very interested in collaborating across chains, and very interested in actually learning. And we're already learning from working with this process, Cardano, because we're also very young as a community for KILT. And it's really been interesting to see how you work with your treasury and your proposals. And it's been a learning experience already. So nice to meet everyone. Thanks for joining us. Any questions? Paul, do you want to go back to maybe the last slide when we talked a little bit about ideas and next steps? Or maybe second to last, yeah. And
Tommy, you're involved with this project as well, yeah?
Yeah, so my role is a coordinator between the two communities. I'm Akala and Karura ambassador, so basically another parachain in Polkadot, Kusama. And in KILT, I'm nothing but a small-scale investor and user of the system. I made my own DID some time ago, and it works. And I use the DID sign, and it works, and it's free, and it's really great system. So this is kind of the first trial with Polkadot Kusama ecosystem and Cardano or Catalyst ecosystem. So very much looking forward to the collaboration and trying to make it easy for both parties.
Yeah, I guess a question I've got is how can the Catalyst community help onboard you to be able to work with Cardano, other than funding this proposal?
Yeah, I think the concept is to build out a sort of roadmap and some proofs of concepts, and then of course for that we'll need developers and interest on both sides. And so this whole proposal is about a journey in learning and establishing a path forward for interoperability. And then,
does anyone else have any questions at the moment? Tom, go ahead. You're clapping?
No, I was trying to raise my hand.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Paul and Christine, I'm in, I guess, class 2 of the Prism Atala, and I'm just learning about DIDs and things like that. You mentioned there's no bridge, I guess, from Polkadot to Cardano at this point. As Atala, is that something that can be put to work, or is it just not? Do they not speak to each other?
Yeah, I think it's just early in the ecosystem developments. You know, over time, there's going to need to be cross-chain communications. It's just going to be a part of the ecosystem. So it's just a matter of waiting for that to kind of build out.
Yeah, Polkadot is still hasn't launched XCM. Their cross message passing. It's coming. It's one of those that's been coming for a couple of months now. But I think that will be the first step within the ecosystem for the parachains, for all the projects, for us to be able to talk to other projects. We've already been talking with Akala about this, Moonbeam, some of the bigger projects that have built out parachains in the last 3 to 6 months. But I think that will be the first real step, foundational step. I know there's Interlay is working on a BTC chain to Polkadot, and that will probably be the first one. But then I think we'd actually be able to get much more closer to a roadmap when we see what those challenges are. Dudley, I don't know if you've heard any more about that in your meetings with Sean.
At the moment, there seems to be version 3, but that's all I can really elaborate on. But I don't know too much more than that, to be honest. So yeah.
Juan, go ahead.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah, I want to mention to you guys that this is great. This is awesome. I mean, you guys are very early in the game, which is the idea. I think that's the best way to address things. And I kind of invite you and suggest you to stop by Jimbo Labs Playground on Tuesdays at noon, 16 hours, UTC, to present. This is awesome because I know there are, I mean, all the developers would like to hear about this, and we've been talking. I'm not a developer, but I'm playing with, as I would eventually. But I always present on those things, and it's key to start formulating questions and start building bridges. So yeah, that's a great platform for you guys to show the proposal. And not only the proposal, but the idea in general. Even if you are not funded this time, just keep it up and yeah, the right place to start, fomenting the idea of bridges and between communities. I think is Jimbo Labs. So it will be awesome if you guys can go there and sign up for a presentation. Let me just put the link on the chat.
Great,
Yes.
thank you.
As I see it, I'm looking now, yeah.
Just a comment for Juan, like it's impossible that this won't get funded because right now we're just going to host 3 events, and those 3 events will work as a bridge for the future. So we are basically proposing something very small to get the collaboration going.
Yeah, it's quite a small proposal at this point, which is a good step to put the foot in the door, basically. I've got a proposal in this fund to work on a authentication system for community. So it'll be interesting to see if in the future anyway, this could form a part of the DID and self-sovereign identity side to provide the identity for that authentication system. So we're working on our own small version of this, but we want to be able to expand it out so that other providers can use the system. So it could be very interesting. I'll keep an eye out and reach out when if we're funded and as we develop. Could be interesting.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Do we still have time for questions?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. We don't have the other presenters as far as I know.
Okay. I have one question regarding the KILT treasury. Like going forward, maybe not in the next fund, but going forward, when we have Cardano developers who are eager and who have ideas and all that, how could they utilize the KILT treasury?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the treasury itself, basically they would have to submit a proposal, but this requires that the work to be done in order for them to receive the funds. So they would need to have the proposal in place, identifying what has been done and the funds needed in order, or the requested funds as well.
In the future, as you get your interoperability, there is an opportunity for Cardano natives, I think, to use the platform, the Catalyst platform, to fund specific interactions. So Coty recently had a Catalyst native proposal in for 100,000 to get people to develop on the CODI platform. So that's an opportunity to use the existing structures of Catalyst and to engage with the community to particularly fund, I guess, interoperability at this point and some specific, well, it's a way to use your treasury and the Catalyst community. It's a possible interaction.
Definitely. We are very much encouraging people to make proposals. Our treasury is growing, and we want to make sure that it's you know, serving the purpose of the ecosystem and beyond, sooner than later.
Yeah, and the council is accessible in the Discord, so if there are any developers that are interested, it's just about having a conversation and then working out the details. But yeah,
we're still small enough that it's not too formal.
Sure.
Then maybe another question, like looking ahead 5 to 10 years, how do you see, how will DIDs change the future for all of us? Small one.
Right. So right now with identity and credentials or trust occurring in centralized silos, oftentimes there's an unfair exchange that happens in order to establish trust. For example, if I go to the grocery store and I sign up for a rewards points program, maybe I get $1 in rewards for every 500 that I spend. In exchange, the grocery store gets all of my data, all of my shopping habits, and then they could use that alongside like AI to optimize how much I fill my cart and optimize the profits. For me, this is an unfair exchange in trust. With DIDs and verifiable credentials, there's it's decentralized, so there's no central service, which means the value goes entirely to the DID holder, right? Because the DID holder has the data, so they have the economic leverage. And then also B, there's this concept of selective disclosure. So if you own the data, then you get to make decisions at the time the handshake happens, what data you want to disclose. And so for me, this is the real power of DIDs and verifiable credentials. The risk, in my view, is that the value gets siloed. And so this proposal is sort of getting ahead of that. How do we make sure that the value of DIDs and verifiable credentials is available across silos as it should be, because the individual is the true owner, right?
And I think that addresses the other risk, which is control.
Yeah.
Right. Because there's the whole problem of future DIDs being controlled by centralized identities, and that is a challenge for all of us in across the crypto space.
And so with KILT, we have this concept of C types. I don't know if this is part of the W3C spec, maybe Dudley knows, but we have these C types, and the idea is to form standards by adoption, right? So if 80% of the people of the world use a specific C type for their driver's license, and that C type happens to not include a photo, then you know, because it's 80% majority, this credential becomes standard, right? And you're voting with your dollar in a sense of what should be best practice as far as data capture and data sharing and verifiable. Yeah, that makes sense.
Did
I was just I just came to think about industries that are ridden with fake identities, like for example high-end watches, for example. How do you prove the identity of a Rolex, for example, leaving the factory to the customer and staying in when you sell it again, and so forth. And not that I own a Rolex, but I know it's a problem. So
there's also an opportunity to like give identity and like voice to the otherwise voiceless, right? So and for that, I don't just mean humans, but like, for example, a tree, right? It's like when you see a tree, the value and the identity is imposed and subjective to the person looking at it. So I might see a tree and say, hey, there's a good resource that I could use for building a house or firewood. But then maybe someone else sees it as an asset. Hey, there's a resource that's like taking carbon out of the atmosphere and protecting the local area from runoff, right? So the truth is somewhere in the middle, but the tree can't communicate that in a way that everyone understands objectively. So, but with DIDs and credentials, you could solve this, right? The tree can have a DID and it can have like experience and value and can present that experience and value in a way that we could all understand. So there's a lot of power there in my view.
And it's really driving down, you know, for something like sustainability and the carbon credits marketplaces, if you could also have a DID in a tree and not just a forest, you know, that allows a lot more automated audits to happen, which drives down the price, which, you know, speeds up the audits that could happen for a community. So it opens up a lot of value and a lot of opportunity. And to go back to what Tommy had asked, you know, 5 to 10 years from now, hopefully it won't be that long. If something like Metaverse takes off, there's a lot of opportunities for digital identity and DIDs in that space. You know, all these things that are getting built in Metaverse, those things also need contracts. And, you know, something like DID sign, where you could actually sign something quickly, conveniently, the data isn't held. So it's really interesting that, you know, KILT and hopefully partnering with some of your devs can think of some of these new ideas that will be relative, not only just to Web 2, Web 3, but whatever comes next with this Metaverse space.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. You could take your alter ego NFT from Cardano and jump into the Polkadot. Was it Polkadot? Yeah. Then you can.
Big country, yes.
Yeah, or wherever you can move like in the cross chain with going into that metaverse and then linking. Yeah.
In gaming is also a big use case for us, that you could actually then take your identity, your skills, your tournament wins, your reputation from game to game, platform to platform. That's going to be a lot of work, but it's definitely doable.
Yeah.
And NFTs for earning skills and such, it reminds me of what Theodore said earlier about, like, you get something, you sell it, and then it's gone. And then also because they're transferable, credentials kind of solve this. It lets you carry your experience forward in a way that's trusted. And then of course NFTs are always useful for rewarding, but there's definitely value in credentials that are non-transferable.
Yeah. And especially if you want to display like an NFT, you also have the service endpoints from DIDs, so you have a way to give people access to these at the same time.
So I have to build a metaverse now, maybe. Yes. Yeah. That's cool. Really cool.
Tommy?
Yeah, I have one more question. Do you see that the data marketplaces are somehow important here, because the ownership of the data becomes, or the user gets the ownership of the data, and then we have Ocean Protocol and this kind of data marketplaces that can be used for selling your data for different purposes? And if so, do you think that could be one angle, that there would be like a cross-chain data marketplace?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, I think me and Paul have spoken about this previously, where individuals were looking to have a data set, and they wanted to be able to use DIDs and identifiers to provide that data set to people and monetize that in some sort of capacity. So this also goes back into the use case of about the DIDs for entities such as trees, rivers, or ecosystems in the real world, where they're able to potentially have these DIDs associated with them. And I don't know, bird watchers or fishermen who collect data regarding what animals or habitat are within there can potentially give this data to the DID that is associated with this ecosystem, and then that ecosystem could then sell that information, and people could, you know, there's a lot of things you could potentially do from this and provide sustainability for this ecosystem in itself. So, I mean, yeah.
And data unions are a kind of a new idea as well, right? People grouping together and then deciding how and when to monetize their data, to aggregate their data. And again, this could be something that happens either metaverse, happens now in a more, when you think about it, more DAO-like structure. We are, by the end of this year, we'll be building out what we're calling VCOs, virtual credential organizations, which are kind of a decentralized autonomous DAO type of thing, but it's really a way that people can have a decentralized business, whether that's, collecting and mining their own data. It makes it really interesting as we try to step away from these Facebook models where, I mean, a big part here and why it's great to talk to your community, your devs, is that people do not think about their identity. We've given it all away. It's almost second nature to sign in with a Google or a, Apple auth. And so it's actually, it's a real behavior change that we have to, or an awareness first, and then a behavior change second, which is a huge, huge hurdle, but super exciting. I mean, one of the reasons I came to KILT is because obviously identity is universal, and there's so many use cases, but it's really critical. It's more than just, the data hacks and the breaches we hear about, whether it's a bank or an insurance company or medical or Facebook. But it's really the idea of owning your own data, whether it's just deciding and, self-selective and self-disclosure, or it's actually banding together and deciding, I have diabetes and I'm going to join together with the diabetes community, and then we're going to form a data union and offer up our data anonymously to a pharma company. And that's the way it should be, right?
Yes. Something here you touched upon, Christine, is that there's a behavioral that we're used to having all of these logins from Google, etc. But there isn't really like an alternative at the moment. And maybe this is something that we're trying to leverage, is that people do have this sense that there is a sense of control from these big corporations, and there's no other alternative. Or if the alternative is to be completely off the grid, but maybe this is an alternative for people to have leverage. So, yeah.
I wonder how the concept of a stolen identity would operate then. That's an interesting sort of fact, because if, let's say, someone managed to get my keys or something and took over my identity, that's kind of a risk.
Yeah, so the DIDs do have rotatable keys. So if they were able to access and gain access to your full DID at the top level, then that is a real issue. But if they were able to access certain keys of your DID, you are able to rotate them out. So, if it is a business and they have, I don't know, the infrastructure to have a very protected top level DID, and then they just use their keys and one of their keys gets compromised, well, they're quite easily rotatable. So that means they are able to just rotate them out and then provide a new set of keys, and they can just track to see, okay, maybe they used it for 1-2 malicious activities. We can revoke those with part of the KILT system. So, there is obviously the major risk of exposing your main DID keys, but yes, that's yeah.
Yeah, it's the credentials are revocable, right? So depending on what the service is issuing the credentials, you could request it to revoke, right? So for instance, I get a credential for asserting ownership of my driver's license, and then my DID gets compromised. I can simply get a new, I can get a new driver's license, same as current process in the real world, and then get a new credential for the new driver's license. And then the old one would be revoked and become instantly unusable from the malicious hacker. So it doesn't, the flow for like stolen identity or credentials doesn't change much from what people are already used to, with exception of that extra step of revoking the existing credential and getting a new one.
And additionally to another point is that maybe you have a safer key management for your main DID. So that could be something where you need to have at least 10 mnemonics worth of, or 10 keys. I can't remember the name of it now. But essentially, you could have, if someone takes one of those keys, you still have 9 to be able to access it. So you still have that protection, and then you just create more of them at that point. So yeah.
Sure. Tommy?
Yeah, I don't know how long we're gonna go on, but I still want to ask one more thing. We've been talking a lot about like forward-looking things. Of course, we talked about design and social KYC was mentioned and all these things. Those are already functional, but can you elaborate like what are the current like collaborations you have? Especially like you have some good things going on with the energy sector, if I'm not badly mistaken. So what are like success stories that you already have, and what can you share regarding those like use cases for DADs?
Sure. So we're part of an initiative with the German Ministry of Energy called DANA, and it's really working on smart meters and KILT's role, and that is the DID piece and the verification piece. It's like anything in government, a little slow, but we actually, I think they're due for a report, I think this month actually, where we're actually going to get to demonstrate a little bit what's moving forward there. It's been a very interesting process working with government, and we had tried once before. There was a COVID app that we'd introduced, and that our CEO had kind of pitched around and met with quite a few folks in the German government side. And it was one of those things where it was a little bit too early. They were not open to creating two classes of people, vaccinated and unvaccinated. And of course, we see that's exactly what happened. So it's one of those situations where we're partnering with quite a few folks, including Energy Web on the DANA initiative, trying to move it forward. There are still folks within that group that don't see a need for blockchain, that would prefer using databases, would prefer centralized mechanisms. So again, even with a group that's fairly informed, the fallback, it's still a battle to get them to move forward and with something like a KILT structure. A couple of other things that are going on. We have, we've been partnering or in the middle of launching a couple of things that are around more like smart routers that'll actually be used for governance and voting, which is kind of interesting on a decentralized structure, and a couple of gaming entities. It's really early days for us, but it's been very interesting to see that even when we talk to some large consulting firms, some large media companies, they are really starting to see the business use cases for digital identity and DIDs. And we're trying to keep some of these applications. We're not in the business of building applications. We're really more like a WordPress open source model. We're going to build a platform and have folks build their own businesses around verification and digital identity. So the first couple applications we've launched, including DID sign, which was a few weeks ago, is very, very simple. But the ability to look at this process in a new way, DocuSign is the default right now, or similar platforms. But actually showing folks that, media companies are particularly interested in something where you could stamp and verify that you, for instance, as a photojournalist, shot this in Ukraine or something, you stamped it, you signed it, you send it to the publishing company and can prove that you are the actual author and that, more importantly, the content has not been tampered with. So this ability of DocuSign, DID sign to sign not only documents and PDFs, but also software, also music files, also video. It opens up a whole new way of owning and controlling your data, but also in a very quick way, being able to verify that it has not been changed through a blockchain. So these, what used to be edge cases, are actually becoming real businesses.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like people who just hear this, they might be like, oh, that sounds so fancy, but it's actually just sending something over email. So it's very easy to use. And like coming back to Tom's, what was it, Eli 65, like if my parents can send email, they can actually use the design.
Yes, exactly. And I just, was involved with a sale of a family business in the US. And I'm in Berlin, so I'm doing everything via email and I'm doing everything via DocuSign. And that means that DocuSign now has all of those contracts, all of those legal documents, and they get to keep them in whatever database they have and probably sell and share that data as well. So again, it's getting people to rethink what they do and how can it be done in a decentralized way, but also keeping these applications very, very simple, because as we know, blockchain UI hasn't ever been the easiest.
And like, I think the potential for social KYC hasn't really hit developers yet. So if I'm running a business and I want to establish trust with the user, ideally, I would say, okay, sign in with your Google, sign in with your LinkedIn, sign in with your Twitter, sign in with your email and your phone number. Do all these 5 things, because then I can really trust that you are who you say you are, and you're not a bot. Why don't we do that? While the user experience it would suck, right? Like the users would not like that at all with social KYC, because the user has the credentials and it's not, the implementation for developers is super easy, and B, the user experience doesn't change at all. So I could share those 5 credentials in the same fashion that I would sign in with Google, but the benefits are the developer gets an increase in trust. The Google doesn't get additional data that otherwise they would with Google signing with Google. So there's these huge improvements that I think people don't quite get yet, but I think it's coming, right? I think it's coming.
Sure. Thank you very much, guys. I think we will wind it up there, unless there's any specific things from the other proposals that want to have a final word. No, it was good to see you again, Tom, and the others, Tommy, as well. Thanks for sharing your projects, guys, Theodore and Testa.
Great.
And we'll keep an eye out for KILT and its interaction with Cardano and Catalyst. Thank you very much.
It's really great meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Feel free to head back.
Thank you, Phil. Great hosting job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Phil.
Feel free
Have a good weekend, everyone.
Feel free to head back to the main room and hang out there for some more networking and discussion if you like. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
And yeah, sure.
Yep. Thanks for having me. This is exciting to participate during the Catalyst funding sessions, and again, thank you to Idea Fest, for hosting and for making this possible. My name is Jelani Sasso, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about Cardano Caribbean. Cardano Caribbean is a proposal that I put in for this fund aid. I'm seeking some funds to establish a blockchain community within Anguilla. We'll start on Anguilla and establish within the Caribbean region, predominantly focusing on Cardano. So the first event, what I'm seeking funding for, is to have an event during this coming August out here, where folks, artists and musicians could be introduced to Cardano as an ecosystem. They can learn about minting NFTs. Entrepreneurs on the island could be introduced to the DeFi suites, and because that will give them an opportunity to invest for one of the first times, within the region that wasn't really possible. So I'm really excited about that. Over the past few months, I've been onboarding individuals, one at a time, as I've made my way through the island and through the Cardano ecosystem learning. So it's been exciting for me, and that excitement, I know that a lot of folks in the Caribbean region could benefit from, just from being involved. I also wanted Cardano Caribbean to be a festival, really, not a festival, an opportunity, I should say, for festivities on the island, where folks that are in the Cardano community, they could travel here as well and enjoy that. So it would be like a wellness weekend, at the same time. But the main goal is to introduce individuals within the region to the Cardano ecosystem. Aside from the in-person meetup on Anguilla, part of the initiative is to push for digital presence. So, like do digital onboarding, reach out into the island communities and see, who might be interested and getting their NFTs, getting their art, placed onto the blockchain. Musicians as well are around in the Caribbean. We have lots of great musicians that can benefit. And just again, the entrepreneurial sector that exists out here and the opportunity for them to finally have an ability to invest some of their funds into what I think would be one of the best DeFi protocols out there, as we build. So yeah, Cardano Caribbean ideally would take place in August of this year. I asked for, I think it was $25,000 US. There is a breakdown for the budget with regards to allocating those funds. And I took my time in regards to that. A part of the initiative is also to fund Cardano Caribbean as a non-for-profit organization, whereby, the community can at some point take control of, let's say, a community wallet. I'm a member of the ADAO community. So members within the ADAO community, I've been consulting with to assist at some point, with creating the DAO mechanisms that would manage that community wallet. I can see Cardano Caribbean growing. I can definitely see it, taking root out here in the region. It would be good if I can get some funding from Catalyst, but regardless to what takes place, I plan to try to push forward, and try to bring this or bridge this blockchain gap, that we are feeling right out here in the region. It's really a gap. A lot of folks are aware of the technology, but they don't know how to use the technology. They don't know how this technology is going to impact them. And then there are some folks that, have candid conversations with regards to blockchain, and they are aware, but they don't have, the insights of how to gain direct access. Anguilla is also like the luxury capital of the Caribbean. So it's a beautiful meeting spot of all types of minds. So that's why I mentioned that it would be cool to have folks in the existing Cardano community make their way out here for that festival as well. Aside from folks making their way for the festival, I've reached out to a couple of folks from the ADAO community and from ADA Cafe, which are some of my colleagues, to seek participation in offering their services during the upcoming festivities as well. So yeah, just trying to put together a meaningful event that highlights Cardano as the great blockchain that we know it to be. And I think it's a great place for people in the Caribbean region to build, especially with regards to the cost effectiveness of the network, the efficiency of the network, the scalability and so forth that's taken place. And I would just love for them to be able to receive this information via the Cardano Caribbean Hub. There are some plans to complete a website, so we're in talks to do that. I hopefully will have that sorted out before the end of the month, so that can be somewhat of a hub of information. I'm also going to list the individuals that I've been consulting with regards to meaningful partnerships that would give their assistance or that have pledged their assistance in regards to the initiative. I am fully aware that, I might not be funded during this round, but as I mentioned, I plan to hopefully have some scale of a Cardano Caribbean function on the island and be able to push forward, during the next sessions if need be. Again, man, just thank you all for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be, free to answer. And yeah, I again, thank you for having me here and for putting these forums together where we could communicate with each other. I think I made one big mistake on my proposal with regards to my contact link, because I am doxed. My LinkedIn is on my, it's the Catalyst, I'm sorry. It's within the Catalyst, within IdeaScale, but I don't know if it was attached to the actual proposal. I don't know how I managed to do that, but the link is also in my profile. So again, I apologize for that. This is all learning for me. As you can tell, I'm a little bit nervous as well, but yeah, just thank you guys for the time and for listening. And if you have any questions, I'll be here to answer.
Yeah, I think regarding the LinkedIn, maybe you could go into and share how did you get to the Cardano? What was your activity before? Did you always make great events, or was something else you were working?
Very, very good question, Tevo, and thank you for that. By profession, outside of being a visual artist, I'm also a licensed funeral director, an embalmer, and an educator. So I taught clinical embalming for my alma mater in New York City. I taught there for 7 years as an adjunct professor. That was most recently. So that's where my experience comes from with regards to, events, and organizing. I've organized some of the most sensitive events, in history, if you could, if I dare to say. And outside of the funeral profession, I'm also the owner of Anguilla Times. And Anguilla Times is it's a media outlet out here on the island where I, it's also on Twitter. I tweet from time to time things that are taking place in the region, and as well as do functions on the island. So let's say someone wants to have a party of some sort and they're coming in, I'm that guy. And I try to make that happen. It's just more say from a consulting perspective, because my focus of late has been on my visual art and making a solid impact within the CNFT arena. So that's what I'm currently doing. But my background is in education, is in events, is in funeral service. And I ended up at Cardano, naturally, because I was creating my art on Ethereum, throughout, I want to say 2000 and end of 2020, 2021. And then, ran into just the gas fees and was looking for, the best alternative so that I could grow, and Cardano presented just that. And that's why I say that what I found as far as a great resource, and the folks that are tapping me that are interested on the island, because I spend time between the island of Anguilla and Connecticut and the Northeast United States, the folks out here could really benefit from Cardano, from being introduced in a meaningful way by the loving community that we know that we have.
Yeah. Regarding the events, as I understood, there is going to be one event, or this is going to be a series, like a goal to have it a series. But on the side, if one would like to, from Estonia, is there any kind of online events coming up or some already happening to couch the network?
All right, good question. The events will be ongoing. The ideal format is to have the first event in August, where we kick things off. And then thereafter continue to have digital events. Between the August event and now, I would like to have the first digital event where I'm going to be reaching out to within the island communities through the radio stations, like real grassroots situation. And I'm going to have the website before that so folks can sign up to participate via a Discord hosted digital event, just to talk about blockchain, talk about Cardano. And then we will have, and ideally in August, the physical, the IRL function. And then for the rest of the year, we would have a couple other digital functions as well, or digital introductions as well. Ideally, what we're going to be able to gather is art from each individual and publish all of this art via the Cardano Caribbean, where these individuals are actually doing this work themselves. So Cardano Caribbean will just be the website for folks to be able to see what's taking place, but whatever minting is going to happen will happen by the artists themselves being introduced. They themselves will have their royalty tokens and so forth. So nothing will be gained by Cardano Caribbean from helping these artists. A portion within the budget is allotted for these artists, and that's going to be thoroughly documented as well, so that they that don't have access to the ADA or don't have any ADA, and they have some extraordinary art that could really change their lives or could really have a good meaningful impact for the region, can get the assistance that they need.
Okay, thank you. To time constraints, I'm gonna hop into the next proposal, and I assume it is Paul and Michael who has the Cardano Learning Conversations proposal.
Beautiful, thank you very much. I can share my screen, correct?
If there are people hearing you yet.
Is that correct? I can share my screen? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you, and you should be able to share the screen, but if it's not.
Okay,
then...
wonderful. Just let me know if this is not visible as we go through it.
Yep, we can see the pencils and modding developments.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And now it's full screen?
Yes, and the pencils.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody for your time. Our projects were actually have 3 projects that are kind of intertwined with each other. Cardano, the conversations are just an element or a piece of the overall vision that we have for MODIG. So we're going to be tying them in, but of course, this particular presentation is focused on the proposal for Cardano conversations. These are the other ones here that we have. You can go and check them out on idea scale. But what we're wanting to do is to really make a connection. We've got a world of within Cardano in that ecosystem right now. Typically speaking, the people that are using it, people that are stakeholders, the people that are traders, investors, obviously, developers, a lot of these people have already a big technical background. They've got, they've got a vast interest. They've been learning about cryptocurrencies for quite a while. And again, that's generally speaking, there are a lot of people who started with nothing or no knowledge, and then they've taken that initiative themselves. But those are very few and far between, simply because a lot of the information that people need in order to get on board, to learn about some of the instruments that are available for them in investing or in just being able to trade back and forth with each other, that it still requires a lot of base of knowledge. And so what we want to be able to do is really connect people like Jack and Michelle here who are in our community, and they are the quintessential small business owner. They've got a lot of investment and capital that's available. And we all know that when it comes to nation building, we've got the small businesses are the lifeblood of the economy. Right now, they are sitting there with a lack of trust in the fiat monetary system. They have considerable amounts. They've come on board and are now holding ADA, but while they're eager to learn, they're not necessarily sure where to start next. What's the next steps for them? And so what we want to be able to do with this whole, with MODIG is able to really help facilitate people's transition into this revolution. And some people say that this revolution is political, economical, cultural maybe, but like I say, in our community, we're witness to this revolution daily. It is a revolution of our consciousness. We have to shift the way that we think, in the same way that if we want to change our health, we have to think of diet differently. If we want to change our relationships, we're going to have to think differently. We're going to have to shift our mindset. If we want to change, the way that we interact with finances. And so I'm just going to let Michael go ahead and start talking about the education system, which is such an integral part of creating that shift in mindset.
Yeah,
Thanks,
sorry,
Paul.
Before you continue, on the presentation, you have this like pencil box covering part of the presentation.
Oh, this box here?
There is like colors and pencils, and this is on pretty much in the middle of presentation.
Oh, I don't see that on my screen at
Maybe
all.
you have to go full screen and down full screen. It's like at the top layer.
Okay, hang on a second. This one here?
Yeah, it's still on like on top of every page. Yep, now it's gone.
Oh, okay, perfect. Sorry about that.
But hopefully this is better if everybody will see.
Okay, go ahead, Michael. Sorry about that.
Details.
Thanks, Tevo. And I just want to quickly shout out Jamal. We really appreciate where you're coming from, and we're so much on the same page. It's amazing. In terms of changing consciousness, we want to actually transform the education system itself through decentralizing assessment, which is distributing assessment. As you may know, the current education system is basically a parallel to the current monetary system, where we've got credentialers who are institutions. They basically are controlling the credential information the same way that money is being controlled. So we want to change the system right from the bottom to a different way of going about assessment, and where there's a peer validation system. And this is more described in the video that's linked in our proposal. So the study buddy thing is a way to bring people together into a collaborative relationship with other learners because there's so much for us to learn, whether it's learning about wallets, whether it's learning about staking, whether it's learning about Plutus, Haskell, whatever topic people are learning about, all of us are learning every day. And a lot of the time it's hard to follow through on our learning intention. So the Study Buddy 3.0 is partly a way to actually change education just really from the ground up, but also for you in whatever you are learning in the next month. If you would feel it useful to be hooked up with a couple of other people who are on a similar learning path, that's what we want to do. We want to bring learners together and actually have an agreement and actually have a little bit of structured facilitation for people learning stuff in Cardano. So that's one of our projects. The second one is also related, that there's so much to learn. And this is called the Cardano Learning Needs Assessment. And coming in, I have an education background, and I'm noticing, wow, there's just a huge amount to learn as we go through this. For example, just as a voter, things that you had to learn how to do, like you weren't born knowing how to do, you weren't born knowing how to select a wallet. Everybody has to have the competence to make an account. Everybody has the competence to install a voting app, which, by the way, if you have a Linux phone, is not that easy. Everybody needs the competence to view proposals. So with my background in education, I just realized what we need is a learning needs assessment. We actually need to get a big map of the overall learning territory. So this is not about making tutorials. Someone else can make a tutorial about selecting a wallet. Someone else can make a tutorial about making an app. This is only about mapping out all of the competencies that a person needs, actually in all of Cardano, but starting with the community advisor role. And we have a Google Doc that's linked. Here's kind of what that might look like. Like for example, competencies for assessing a proposal. Somebody needs to understand what auditability means. Someone needs to be able to give an example, like, is that auditable? Is that not auditable? That sounds very basic. And actually, most of these things are very basic. But when you read that, could I do that or could I not do that? And so if I could do that, then I could become a community advisor. And so this is going to be a map for people, not only for people making tutorials, but also for new people coming in just to get the lie of the land. So we're asking for people to help us crowdsource this Google document and fill the whole thing up with everything that is needed to be known if you're going to function in the Cardano.
Yeah, like a centralized curriculum
environment, a decentralized distributed curriculum that would be an open source resource for the whole community.
Awesome.
And we're calling for participation from the community for both of these Study Buddy, like you, if you want to learn and if you want to contribute. And just like Jamal, whether we get funded for this or not, we want to do this. We think it's
we're doing it.
We're doing it. We're here for the long term, and we want to contribute directly to this community. And I'll thank you very much. The links are in our proposals, and I'll pass it back to Paul.
So yeah, and then this brings us full back circle to the main project that we're actually looking to get going off the ground, and that is this podcast that bridges the gap of communication. We've got the developers. I've got very little bit of time left. I'm going to go through this as fast as possible. We got the developers who have an incredible depth of knowledge. They've got the vision of what that is that they're working on. They're incredibly technical, way beyond what I can even think sometimes. And they can communicate with each other very effectively. Their white papers are awesome, but many times they're incommunicable back to Jack. The first example that I gave you, Jack and Michelle, they've got lots of capital to invest, but they're not very technical. They can conceptualize projects and ideas when they're given those tangible examples and comparisons. And so that's the purpose of this podcast, is to be able to bridge the gap between what is being done by the developers and what people can interact with on a daily basis. And this provides him an opportunity to share with his network of other small business owners to come on board and be involved within the ecosystem. And out of this podcast, the developers are going to get real world, real-time insight into how Jack, or people like Jack, or other people who are of different walks of life, how they use the tech, because this will help the developers with inspiration to develop new solutions. And it's going to help drive ideas of innovation into the tools and systems that have already been developed. And on the other side, the user, they get tangible concepts that help him see how the money can be put to work. You know, the dApps that are available, software solutions, etc., all of those things that enhance his experience, which will make his life easier every day as he comes on board and is involved in the ecosystem. And of course, we're going to be constantly bringing into the whole element is this shift of mindset, this shift of consciousness, and into a revolutionized financial education. So again, those are the ideas that we have up inside Idea Scale. Again, they're networked. Every one of them is going to feed back into each other. But the primary focus here is the learning needs assessment, or sorry, the Cardano learning conversations, just because that's where kind of the rubber meets the road in making sure that our communities can actually come on board with a lot more an expedited learning process. So yeah, that's it. That's all we got. And we got some time for questions.
Yep. Thank you. My first question will be, because I like to know people behind the proposals. Can you share a bit about you, how you both got into the Cardano, and why did you pick up the educational side of improving this?
Michael goes first, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I have an education background. I've done classroom teaching, I've done assessment, I've done curriculum, I've done learning management systems, educational technology. So when I came into Cardano, which was I had Cardano for a couple of years, but I only recently found out about Catalyst, and that just, oh, wow, like what an amazing space. All these people are learning stuff. And then I realized, oh, for an educator, this is a great place to be because all of us are learning, like 60% of every day you spend learning stuff, right? Okay, over to you.
Yeah, for myself, my background is in education as well, in the sense that I present. I've had a marketing firm in the past, and I've consulted for large business, small business. And then, of course, I've got a mindset component to a lot of my coaching for interpersonal relationships. I've got coaching for business. I've got coaching for marketing. And as you know, the last 15 years has gone on, I've been presenting ideas for people to help them conceptualize and shift their mindset from one way of thinking into a new way, because I've got that strong belief and that conviction that you know, if we want to have different results in life, we have to change the way that we think. And so I incorporate everything that I teach from that stance.
And both of us have professionally been involved in this bridging capacity very much, like kind of having a foot in both worlds and being able to speak the language on both sides.
Yeah, I've also built some highly technical and complex systems with just web apps and stuff like that. And so I've got the experience building things that are technological. So I can communicate with developers, but I'm not a developer. I'm more of like a project coordinator, so to speak. And so that's where that bridging comes into play.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
That's great. One thing I would add, but then jump to the next person. And what I would add is that I'm really appreciate that more help on the education side is coming, because Catalyst School is having like a lot of demand, and they're hard to kind of like push out everything. So coming with other sides, because we're only focusing on community advisors and like we saying, and having like this clear guidance for basic roles, but there is so much more to cover, and also guiding people to actually execute on the proposals is a whole nother level.
Yeah, and thank you. And I just add that we've been really working hard to try to network. Like I've been networking with the Plutus PBL, the problem-based learning, with James, and networking in different places in the CA community. So yeah, we're here for the long term, and we want to make relationships. And it's great to meet everybody. And thank you very much for this opportunity to present today.
Yeah, thank you.
And next up is David Bayan, representing CardanoFeel.
Hey, good day. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
I do apologize in advance for maybe the level of energy that's not going to be great. I just tested positive to COVID, and I got fever, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning in Australia. But I'll do my very best to present you CardanoFeel. You can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Right. So CardanoFeel.io the website is already there. But what I wanted to capture with CardanoFeel and create really is starting from the very core basics that Cardano is actually virtual. It lives in a virtual dimension. It has its own epochs, its own price, its own wallet data. So a lot of metrics which live in a virtual world. And we do live in a physical world, unfortunately. The difficulty for us to actually access that virtual world is that so far, the mobile phone or the computer was the only gateway to access those metrics. So we would definitely get to a place where we tend to feel overwhelmed or even addicted to using our mobile phone to constantly check prices, look at either pull.pm to check out which day of the epoch we're on, and all these metrics can only be accessible via a mobile phone or computers. So the idea was to try to bring the virtual and have it right with us in our physical world, in order to avoid having to plug in to plug ourselves onto a phone or to a computer. And how did I achieve this? Is by leveraging of IoT, smart devices. Smart devices are essentially the gateway to the virtual, because they do live within our physical world, but they connect to the virtual. Everyone would have heard or even have at home smart lighting, anything smart plugs, smart everything. And those devices are really connected to the virtual, but live in the physical world. So I would like to introduce CardanoFeel, and CardanoFeel is a brand new concept, a really new idea that our daily objects, smart devices, can provide us with the Cardano metrics right here, right now, within our daily life. So what I've done, for example, is created this this lamp here. Is based on the Felix Weber light, and that little light will follow I put it the price trend. It will follow the price. So looking at the last 7 days price action average, if today's price is actually higher, it's going to turn green. If the price action is actually down, it's going to turn red. And the idea is that you have this in your room, but you do not need to check your phone whether ADA is, 118 or 122, 123. It doesn't really make a difference, those two decimals. What's important is that you feel what Cardano is at the moment. You feel, oh, it's green. Okay, I don't need to go and check my phone. I've got a good feeling. It's green. You don't need to go that, down to a deeper level or more accurate level. The other lamp I created is the epoch lamp, and that's at the back of me, always wondering when is the new epoch, because as you would know, the epoch is on a 5-day cycle, where we live on a 7-day cycle. We're so used to a Monday to Friday and on the weekend, and having the epoch on a 5-day cycle makes it very hard to monitor and to know one day is on a Thursday, the next day is on a Saturday. It keeps changing. I do have, for example, those Twitter spaces that I go to and I join every epoch, and it's really super handy to understand, okay, when is the new epoch, but also when is payday. As I walk through the room, I can see this light is deep blue. I know today is payday. I know this is going to be a good day, and that light gradually changed towards a very deep blue as we progress through the epoch. This one is an even more targeted, more accurate epoch day lamp, where it's a light that have that has 5 connected bulbs. And if today is the day 2 of the epoch, 2 lights will be turned on. If it's 5 days, obviously 5 will be turned on. So just a glimpse as you walk past your room, just a glimpse of this light will tell you, yeah, I know we're on epoch day 2. And it allows you to follow the cycle of Cardano. So how this all works is by creating a bot which pulls using different APIs all the metrics, the data from Cardano. And I've also obviously added a, for example, WNT, so we can add the Cardano tokens to it. But that bot, that Twitter bot, is gonna push every hour the matrix for Cardano. So in this example, we can see the epoch is 326, the day is 3, and the price change is -4%. And that allows us to actually connect a whole range of IoT devices, smart devices. The application called IFTTT, which stands for if, this, and that, is very well used within a lot of markets where you can create those little applets. And the applets are like formulas. They say, well, if you receive a new tweet from this CardanoFeel bot, what you're gonna do, you're gonna go and grab the data, interpret the data, and you can decide, okay, well, if it's my epoch length, then I say if the day of the epoch is 1, that light is going to turn blue. If we're talking about the price lamp, that little applet is going to indicate whether we turn it red or green. So just to summarize, I think I've developed those little lights, but there's a lot more we can be doing. You could think that this light, for example, that has also a speaker. You could say that on the day 1 of the epoch, you turn on your favorite tune. Or if the price goes up by 20%, certain music will play on your ceiling connected speakers or anything like this. But the idea really is to feel Cardano and not have to monitor it, not have to pull your phone. You just walk past and you feel it. And what's really powerful about it is if everybody has one of these lights at home, then it becomes really powerful where those lights, for example, in every person's home, regardless where you are in the world, regardless the time of the day, when the new epoch turns on, then everybody's light will turn blue. And in essence, that will help us all as a community feel all connected. I know that that light will be blue in other people's houses, other people's home, all around the world at the same time as we feel the epoch. I would like to thank you for listening to this, and I will take all the questions you would like to ask.
Good feelings about this product. But one question from me would, can the user itself change the color? So you say that, yeah, we want to have a blue, but maybe somebody wants the green, or have a switch, so have some kind of customizability.
Yeah, very good question. The beauty of IFTTT is that it's a product that allows you full customization. To access those full customization, though, you will need to purchase like a pro account with IFTTT. So anyone that would have those pro accounts already at home because they use it for their own purpose will be able to just do everything and anything. Indeed, if you prefer purple, if you prefer, whatever, you can, 100%. But for this product, I wanted to make it accessible to everyone. This product can be entirely free to people because I create those little applets, and those applets are available on all the free accounts. So people with a free account can just use these applets. And the idea is to, with the community, to actually get a bit of feedback as to what the community likes. And I can be creating a whole range, a whole suite of applets, a catalog, if you may, that people can actually pick and choose from. But again, if someone has a pro account, you can do everything and anything. You can turn on your coffee machine if Cardano price goes up 20% just to celebrate, whichever. Because a lot of people have different devices. I've got Philips Hue lights, but people have different brands. But IFTTT has, I think, over 300 or 400 providers that you can manufacturers that you can play with and monitor and change it.
Oh, Michael.
Awesome. We were talking about it while we were muted here. This is really innovative. And just one question that I have is, in the same way that you can, customize the color, would you be able to change what the Cardano price is associated to? So, like for instance, right now it could be, Cardano versus USD. Could I make it, Cardano versus oil? Could I make it Cardano versus gold?
There's no reason why you couldn't. I would have to push into the tweet that matrix. So here I push the percentage change on the last 7 days as a percentage change. So Cardano has price action against the last 7-day average, which to me is a meaningful metric of understanding how we're traveling. Again, I don't want to know, because you can use a phone if you want the 2 decimal precision, or you can do anything like this. But the idea is to feel Cardano. I wake up in the morning, I walk past my room and I see my light is green, and that's enough to just put a smile on my face, and I go and keep moving on to what I need to be doing. Yeah, a lot can be done. And that's why I'm here. I'm trying to launch that CardanoFeel idea or concept, and who knows where it's going to end up to.
Yeah, and the only reason to bring it up is because we were chatting. It's like, well, if we're wanting to migrate away from the fiat currency system and into something more sound, something that has integrity, we don't necessarily want to see. Eventually, right now we've got kind of one foot in one system and another foot in the other. But eventually, we're not going to want to know what the exchange rate between Cardano and the USD is. We're going to want to be able to see, what are things, maybe there are commodities that the investor is interested in that would be of more interest compared to Cardano, especially as we move towards a more Cardano-centric ecosystem.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah,
great idea. Great idea.
Thank you. Much appreciate this. Yeah.
And a little bit about you. I can read that you are a developer, but this slide text and the design looks very good. So how did you come to Cardano, and what have you done previously?
Thank you. Yeah, so I've always loved tech. So I do work as an innovation manager, and I look at a lot of different technology, but Cardano came to me. So I was interested in 2017 in blockchain like everyone else. But one day I heard a podcast from Lex Friedman where Ben Grotzel was talking about him moving away from Ethereum into Cardano for the good reason that Cardano was so much better. And that in itself triggered me to go and say, hey, I need to check out what Cardano is. And that was around 1.5 to 2 years ago. And the minute I listened to Charles, I listened to everything, all his talks and his AMAs and everything, and I was sold. And to me, Cardano is well beyond just a technology. I fell into an environment where you feel supported, you have a community, and the vision is grand, and it's just beautiful. And so, as a matter of fact, also, if you jump onto my website, you'll see that I also created a podcast. And the podcast is called Hope, Not Hype. And the idea really is to not talk about Cardano in a hype way, but just to talk about the stories of all the hope that Cardano is delivering to this world. So that's another project of mine, but it's close to my heart. I'm in my podcast room right here. I did a painting with Cardano. So I'm a bit of an artist, I would say. So I like photography, I like music, I like all these kind of things. And this was a great convergence, I think, of who I am.
Yeah, beautiful. And with this, I will close this room for now. We have a breakout session, and after breakout coffee break in the main room, we will join back with the 3 more proposals.
Okay. Oh, I hope everybody can see my screen.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so my name is Daniel Develezu, presenting from Ghana, and my project title is Theatre for a Change and is under the Film and Media Creative Unite. Currently, no one is using theater in education to inspire the youth and to talk about blockchain technology. So I put in a proposal that is going to use theater in education as an alternative method of learning, to use sound, motions, and gestures to communicate the message about blockchain technology to secondary schools. And our target are students and teachers. We want to use, currently, the only way you can know about Cardano is to either you browse the internet to read about Cardano, or maybe a friend will tell you, but I believe there are so many alternative ways that students use to learn, especially when you involve them in the learning. So our target are students from the secondary schools, then students from the technical field, and then we're also looking at teachers that will adopt blockchain technology and include it in their extracurricular activities. So theater for theater and education, this is what we are going to use. This is what we are going to do. Assembly the students. Then we have a theater group that are going to meet with the students to use a rare case scenario to educate the student about blockchain technology, and then the applications of blockchain, then what Cardano can be used for. And we will be focusing more about the safety side of it. So we'll be creating a user case, like let's say Mr. Patrick have created your Royale account, and instead of him to put his seed phrase in the safe place, he didn't do that. Then some bad guys get to know about the seed phrase, and then they start using his funds. So all these things are going to be used. We are going to use their theater to portray all these things. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a movie. It's going to be like a movie. So we are going to record all these things. As you can see over here, this is also theater in action, that we are also educating students about topical issues. And this time we are going to use user case studies from the ecosystem. So this project is going to have a great impact on students. And then, like I said earlier on, it's going to make disseminating of information also very easy. Very easy for students to understand, process, and then retain such information that we are coming to give. And then we all know that when it comes to blockchain, it has some complex topics that it will need involvement and human emotions and interpersonal relationship to explain. So what we are going to do is that we are going to introduce the Cardano blockchain for the teachers too, so that the teachers too will get to know what Cardano is about. Then we also bring them to idea scale so that they will know what is going on. So in a nutshell, live theater is a powerful way to attract student attention. You see, when you're reading, sometimes you can get distracted a little bit, but when theater is involved, we know that every student and everybody is focused to listen to what is going on, what is the next step, what is the next scene that's coming on. So I think our methodology that we are going to use to educate the student is going to be a very great way. And also it's going to be an effective way to exchange knowledge, because at each presentation, at each live performance, students are going to ask questions. And the way they're going to ask questions is that, okay, so if you are Mr. Patrick and you have created your account, what are you going to do? So you come on stage and portray what you do differently. So it's about exchanging of knowledge and then to create intentions and then correct the myth about Cardano blockchain. There are a lot of, you come to Africa and Ghana, when you mention Cardano, you mention blockchain, nobody wants to listen to it because they think it's fraud, it's scam, and like they all have their own conclusion about it. So this tier 10 education is going to help them, is going to help the student to have a clear and good understanding about what the Cardano is all about. So the first month after post-funding, we are going to identify 6 secondary schools. Then at the same month, we are going to start writing out, we have a script already, and then we are going to polish it to suit our target audience. And then the second month, we are going to have 4 theater performances in 4 secondary schools. And then on the third month, we are looking at, by the third month, we are looking that we have be able to perform 6 theater performances, which is going to cover 6 schools. And then the third month, we are going to edit all this video, and then we will upload these videos on the internet. So at the end of all this project, this is a 3-month project. We are expecting to get 1,000 students that we are going to introduce and onboard on the Cardano blockchain technology. These 1,000 students, all of them are going to have Royale accounts. We are going to teach them how they can get involved in NFTs, how they can buy a node, delegate their ADAs. And then we're also looking at teachers and professors that are going to be enrolled on Catalyst, and then they're also getting familiar with Cardano applications and case studies. So at the end of the show, both students and teachers all of them should be able to enroll on the Cardano ecosystem, which is our main aim, is to like use the tier 10 education to enroll people to understand and then get interest in Cardano blockchain technology. So seeing students, what success looks like is seeing students using Cardano as their final year project work. And this is going to be how some that we hear that students in Ghana are developing applications and they are solving issues using Cardano blockchain for their final year project. And then we're also looking at schools adopting Cardano into their extra curricular activities. And then we're also looking at theater for change videos being used as an educational materials in Cardano conferences. So this is all about the project. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, feel free to ask.
That's great. Yeah, Paul, Michael.
Hi there. That is super interesting, Daniel. I'm an educator, so I'm really keenly interested in theater. Is very powerful, as you say. So one question is, what kind of response have you had from schools? Do you have some allies in the schools? I know teachers are very jealous of their time usually. So how's that going?
Okay, that's very true. So what I plan on doing is that I'm going to use the schools that I've attended before, which all the students, the teachers know me. I'm a very good student over there. So when I take in the proposal there, I'm not sure they're going to turn it down. So we are going to start from the schools that I am involved in. And then I'm not alone. I have a team that I'm working with. So these teams too are going to talk to their schools that they were alumni. So the secondary school and the colleges that we have attended before, that we are past students over there. So when we approach them, they know that these people were students over here, and then whatever they are bringing is going to be positive and it's going to have an impact on the students.
Yeah, that's great. And just by the way, I hope this is appropriate to say, but our study buddy program, we would love to do that with your students, because it's one thing to give a presentation that might be amazing, and then a week later, a month later, forgot about it, right? That's typical, right? The application after the fact, right? So with the study buddy thing, it'd be hooking up 3 learners and how they follow up, and they would do that like 3 times, and that to actually get it going. So if you would like to, we would love to collaborate with you in that way.
Sure, that would be awesome. That would be nice. So
if we can do it online, it could be even, do these kids have connectivity? Do they have connections like at home, or do they connect at school only? Or
yes, we will be doing this in the capital city. So the capital city of Ghana is Accra, and then Accra is connected with fiber internet, and then we have internet service providers in Accra too. So, and then our focus is the secondary school students, which most of them might have smartphones. So connectivity is not an issue. Yes, connectivity is not.
It would be so amazing to have kids, local kids, connecting with kids in other cities or even other countries or other continents, right? All learning about Cardano, right? So that's what we'd like to do.
Yes, that's great. So let me type my email address.
Please.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
And then I belong to the WADA organization as well.
I think it's gonna be a theme that I ask everybody, but how did you come to the Cardano? And what was your previous profession and inspiration?
Okay, so I have a professional diploma in computer software engineering. Then I have my first degree in information technology. Cardano blockchain technology was introduced to me by a friend. His name is Jacob. Jacob is a stake pool operator. And then later on, WADA, West African Decentralized Alliance, they also came and introduced Cardano to me. And I found it very, all this while we're all trying to find ways and means to have a decentralized system. We are thinking of how our school systems, like our certificate, is going to be decentralized, where that your credentials cannot be altered, your certificates and your school results cannot be altered. So we're all trying to find solutions. So when I got to know about Cardano and its application and the issues that it solved, and I was like, this is a correct blockchain for me to jump in. And I've been following the Catalyst school. I was a voter in Fund 7, and in Fund 8, I'm a proposer for Theater for a Change. And then I'm the challenge team lead for a Scale Up community, Scale Up Cardano Community Hub too. I'm the team lead for that challenge settings. So I've been around for some time now, and I love what is going on in the ecosystem.
That's awesome. And I like the unique aspect of bringing theater as an education, and something I didn't think about, like the diversity, and hope we will get a vote. Going to the next proposer about Africa Anti-Counterfeit Marketplace. I think it's Andrew Chege.
Yes, thank you very much, Tevos. And the team, Daniel, Paul, and Michael, another Michael, I've not seen him. But hi, from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm Andrew Chege, and you will excuse me, I'll have to put off my screen because of bandwidth issues. I'm having, when I put on my screen, I don't hear you guys. But when I put it off, the video, I hear you guys. So just please allow me to put it off so that I make the presentation. Through the chair, Tevo, is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Let me share the screen. 1 second, just 1 second. Can you hear me, guys?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Can you see the proposal?
You can see building. Hopefully not made with counterfeit money.
No. Yes. To get started, I hope you start the timer. You're starting? The name is...
You can start. I didn't start the timer, but I checked clock and we do seem to have that.
Yes, my name is Andrew Chege. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm here to present to the good Catalyst team and community members, the African Anti-Counterfeit and Illicit Products Marketplace and National Building Challenge Fund 8. The team, I'm the first one, Andrew Chege. I'm the principal co-founder. I have 20 years experience in work, generally in the agricultural industry and banking. And 10 years of that 20 years is principally in banking. I have been working in a local bank in Nairobi, Kenya, doing managing staff loans, policy development, and implementation in building and construction. So whatever I'm presenting to you comes from hands-on experience in Kenya and East Africa. My co-founder is just Tim Reddy, who is a registered building quantity surveyor from Kenya. My other co-founder is Johnson Kanene, who is a mechanical engineer who has worked in cement and building electrical products manufacturing. The last project partner is Mikolaj Glinka, who is a Polish national and a software developer from a company called Cross in Poland. And he would have been with us, but you know what is happening with Ukraine and the refugee. He's one of the people who is helping with the refugee situation with the Ukrainians that are moving into Poland. So he's a software engineer. His skills are in big data analysis and blockchain dev operations, DevOps. Okay, next. Now, the anti-counterfeit and illicit product problem in building and construction in Kenya and Africa at large. The teams combine local industrial experience and further in-depth market research has revealed the core problem in building and construction as follows. The first fundamental problem, at the atomic level per se, is the proliferation of counterfeit and illicit physical products in building and construction industry, the sector. These comprise of the cement industry, the building, steel and aluminum industry, the building electrical industry, piping and plumbing, building stones and aggregate material, that's the sand, ballast and hardcore that is used in the construction process, building timber and wood, interior decor, home, electronics and landscaping industry. The second fundamental problem within that industry is the market price fixing. That's, we talk of manipulation and collusion of stakeholders, massive price arbitrage by cartels in Kenya and the African continent at large. The third and last fundamental problem within the ecosystem is the professional service providers' ethical misconduct and outright fraud. When you talk of professional service providers, you're looking at architects in Kenya, in Africa, quantity surveyors, structural, civil, electrical, and mechanical engineers, building contractors and their subcontractors. Now, what is the empirical research that supports my problem claim? According to a study known as the National Baseline Survey Report, Anti-Counterfeit Authority of Kenya, is a government study that was undertaken in 2019. The total size of illicit trade in Kenya was estimated at US dollars 8.26 billion in 2018. That's how big illicit trade is. 8.26 billion US dollars in Kenya alone. You're not talking of 54 African countries. That's just 1 out of 54 countries. The worst performing sector was building, mining, and construction at 23% of the 8.26 billion US dollars. So that comes to about $2 billion, I think, give or take. Kenya government tax revenue losses were estimated at $1.3 billion and 1.53 billion in 2017 and 2018, respectively. That's how much the government of Kenya lost, just one government in one country, in terms of the lost revenues, in terms of goods that are not taxed. The consequences are losses in legitimate trade for the manufacturers who don't get to sell their products because other guys sell products in the market at a cheaper price, and they use their brand or their IP to sell products which are fake. Massive losses in government tax revenue, as you have seen in the point above. and the lost investment and employment opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how bad this problem is in Africa. In Kenya, this is the empirical research. It's in black and white in our presentation, which I'll show you in our, at the end of the presentation. Is the link for our idea scale, so that you can go and look at the bigger report. I cannot present everything here. Now, moving on, the solution. Phase 1 of phase 4, Project Catalyst Fund 8. We are seeking to develop an industry-level digital blockchain supply chain management application linked to a competitive product pricing bidding platform. I'll show you in a minute how that looks out. There's a diagram. Hold on, hold your horses. We will use Atala Prism for identity registration, verification, and authentication of stakeholders and their transactions within the ecosystem. The framework for the proposed African digital marketplace. Our pilot test will be undertaken in either Kenya or Tanzania or Rwanda cement manufacturing. As you know, in the beginning of this presentation, I had said that we will take just one industry to do the pilot testing. We cannot do all the pilot testing at the same time in the steel, in the wood and timber sectors. So we just want to start with the steel and look at the supply chain management system on blockchain. We want to implement blockchain for all the factories or 3 factories as a pilot test. To make this example very simple, cement manufacturing is basically divided into 3 generic products. That's grade 33, grade 43, and grade 53. Now, I have a diagram here that I'll spend a little bit more time so that you can appreciate the veracity of this presentation and the actual theme. So what we are looking at is taking, sorry, there's something blocking here. We are looking at the factory level. At level 0, we'll have the factories. Factory A, Factory B, Factory C. Each factory will be producing the generic format of the cement, grade 33, grade 43, grade 53. They may differ in brands, but we are going to take the grades as the common base. Each factory, when they produce these grades, they funnel down their supply to the next level. That's level 1, which is the wholesale level. The wholesalers, wholesaler 1, wholesaler 2, I hope you can all see, ladies and gentlemen. Hope it's a little bit clear on your end. Please tell me, can you see? Hello?
Yeah,
you can all see. You can see, yeah? So what we are looking at is now the products funneling down the supply chain to the wholesalers, 1, 2, 3. These are just 3 examples of a very simplified example of a simplified supply chain within the industry, cement industry. Then once this product moves, wholesaler 1 will have products from factory A, factory B, factory C. Those are brands from those factories. B will also have the same wholesaler, and wholesaler 3 will also have the same. Now, the level 2 of the supply chain system will move to the retail level. That is retailer X, retailer Y, and retailer Z. All products will come from retailer X, Y, and Z will all source their products from wholesaler 1, 2, 3. So this is a mixture of, this is what happens in the industry in terms of supply chain. So at the retail level, you're going to have all the products from the factory, which are mixed together at the retail level.
1 minute.
Now, hello?
1 minute, then it's 10 minutes.
Or 10 minutes or 1 minute. Okay, sorry. Now, before I leave that, this is very important. The customer will want to make a customer level, a customer portal where the customer will be able to look at the prices of these 3 factories, the 3 factory products. And get to know which is the cheapest based on the grid, generic grids. So this is value add for the customer. Now, the customer will be able to select the best priced products and be able to pay for those best priced products as per this diagram below. It's a customer portal for payment, for getting the optimal prices and payment. Now, the big thing, the big picture is basically you will have phase 2 to phase is the long-term vision. Beyond phase 1, the ecosystem, we want to comprehensively and develop the marketplace that consolidates and centralizes all industry stakeholders, as mentioned below in long term. We want to introduce local and foreign financial institutions to fund residential construction projects in Africa after the de-risking process has been complete. Manufacturers of all other building supply products will be integrated. You see, we started with cement. We want to move along with steel, electrical, plumbing, and all this up to interior deco. Then after that, we'll move and get the professionals, the architects, the quantity surveyor. It will be a one-stop shop for building construction of a residential project for all customers and financed by banks.
Technically,
thank you very much.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
I thought there is going to be a phase 3 and phase 4 and then outro.
Yes, we're asking for USD 69,000. My email is epag. I don't know, you can take a screenshot. Epag, epagltd@gmail.com. You can reach me on that email, and so that we can discuss. Please vote for us. And this is a real project in Africa that impacts almost 51 million people who don't have houses. Thank you, and I can take your questions. Stop the presentation.
Yeah, I'm also aware that there is huge issues in the construction side in the African continent. And these solutions are needed, and I'm very happy that this Cardano IdeaScale marketplace already has funded similar projects who do help either create the marketplaces or build houses or give this expertise where you solve these kinds of issues of fraud. Do you have any partnerships already? Somebody who we are working with the dev teams, or these solutions are going to be house built? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, what we've done, we have there's a project called Ladano in Ghana, which was funded in Fund 7. That is something that is will integrate very well, because what they're doing in land registry is something that we can copy and paste and have a solution for the initial part of our project. Because when you're doing a residential project, you need to buy land, and then after buying land, you get money and then you build. So we are going to integrate very well with Ladano and the team, and I've reached out to them. I recently found out about Ladano last week, and I'm still yet to get hold of them. And that is, there's also Empower, which is in Mozambique. They're also in East Africa. You know that. And I've also reached out to them. They're using a very different NFT methodology of funding housing in Africa, which is, it's a little bit different from what we are doing, but we are all going to solve housing problem. So there's no conflict. There's no point of anything that can have a disruption between our projects.
And regarding the platform for pricing, is there any partnerships, or this is a built-in house built product?
Hello, I can't. Okay, the pricing platform.
Yeah,
I can't hear you. Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. You said pricing platform.
Yeah.
Sorry,
is that product built yourself, or like with your team, or this is also some partnerships opportunities?
Yes, no, we developed the concept from start to end, and Glinka, Mikalaj Glinka is going to be developing the whole platform from the supply chain and the pricing product, because that is what we discussed with them in Poland. But we are open to any other developers that can come in, because this is something that is value add to the customer. When you get cheap cement, I mean, even in Canada or in US, if you can get, if you're in Alberta and you're building a house, and you probably go to an app that gives you the prices of timber, the cheapest, generically, and the prices of cement and all these products. I believe this is a value, is an extremely advantageous platform that would give value to all the stakeholders, especially the residential, the owners of the project.
Paul and Michael.
Okay, this is amazing, and just one comment, like we would be very happy to see that here in Alberta, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as much as we can see that being a priority issue
Yes.
for Africa, we have a similar thing happening on a smaller scale, in minute ways, right? Where it's just like, project managers, they actually get incentive to cheap out on products. So for instance, if they're building a condominium, project managers will actually get a bonus on the amount of money that they're under budget. And so then the materials get, cheaped out. People have, there's deficiencies all over the place. You get a brand new building and there's deficiencies being dealt with for 5 to 10 years.
Yes.
So you're, the budget is to develop the platform. Is that right? Are there?
Yes.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, but do you have kind of a pilot project sort of in mind as well, sort of deal?
Yes. What we are looking at is we want to first. This is a green kind of project where we are starting from scratch, and we are using, out of the $69,000 US, we are using $55,000 is basically for developing this supply chain and the price thing, the customer pricing efficiency thing. So that would be going to the team in Poland to do that demo and do the mock-up and all that, and actually produce an MVP. We are talking of an MVP, so that we can be able to take the MVP to the manufacturers and be able to test it for, that will take 3 months, and then we can test it for another about 2 or 3 months to see that it's working, and we iterate and debug it. If there are any bugs within it, so that we can be able to have a proof of concept.
Great.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like starting with cement, or like to have a focus. But on where else you're gonna have like connections, or where you move from cement, assuming it's gonna be successful? It has to be.
Yes. Hello. When we move from cement, remember supply chain in cement, supply chain management system in cement industry will be easily forked into steel and aluminum, the rebars that goes into building, because the process is the same. We just take the solution in what worked in cement, go to the industry in steel, and then tell them, hey guys, we can sort out this counterfeit thing that you keep fighting about and illicit. Let us start from manufacturer to the customer. Remember, the customer is the same at the end of the day. So if we are talking of Paul and Michael building a house, we say we sort out their cement, then we sort out their rebars and steel and doors and all this. We sort about their timber and wood products. We sort about their plumbing. It's still Michael building the same thing. So it's one customer that you're sorting in phases. You're sorting the products that go into building and construction until they are able to sort to purchase everything that is within the building and construction ecosystem, everything. So you just sit down and talk with your architect, and when the architect or the quantity surveyor gives you like bill of quantities, it decouples because what happens, as you say, in Kenya, in Africa, the architect and the quantity survey and engineers, they all collude together. They have shops. So they'll tell you the prices of cement is, assuming $100 per bag. And maybe the price of cement is about 40. So, I mean, they literally, I mean, there's no integrity in that. So what you're doing is decoupling this. Every person within this ecosystem would have their own job. There's no room for collusion. There's no room for collusion. Yes.
Andrew, aren't you going to put a bunch of liars out of work? What are they going to do?
No, they are going to go to the legitimate industry.
Well, yeah, because what you're doing
is have nowhere to go. Yes.
It goes back to what we were mentioning before when we were in the break there. You know, you are incentivizing integrity.
Exactly. And that's the way to go. Because, gentlemen, if I can, what I didn't show you because of the presentation was very short. The actual legitimate sales. In Kenya, we have six cement manufacturers, just six in the whole of Kenya. Their total sales turnover for 2019 was USD 700,000, $7 million. Do you see how much the counterfeit figure was? 8 billion.
8 billion. So 8 billion versus 7 million, over 1,000 times as much illicit activity that are legitimate.
Yeah, so that is the business. The 8 billion is what I want to funnel into legitimate business. So the manufacturers, I'm going to be a darling for the manufacturers and say, oh my God, where have you been? Honestly, because I'm going to tell them, look, you guys, you are losing money. And probably monetization, we are going to charge them a token. The platform would be a SaaS, would be maybe charging them pennies for every sale that is sold. No manufacturer, we have talked to them, they say, bring us the solution. Cardano, bring it, we are going to take it. Because that is a very big problem in Africa. But it's a global problem. The illicit trade is a global problem. But in Africa, it is really bad. Because we have professional fraud, we have product fraud, and cartels inside and outside the industry who manipulate, arbitrage, who manipulate the whole system. So if we are able to handle all these people, you know, you de-risk the professionals, you de-risk the product, and you de-risk this other component, you are able to clean that industry. So, and the manufacturer and the customer are the darlings of this thing. They will love it.
So you're not going to be very popular in some quarters.
I know. And in fact, somebody even actually anonymously threatened me that if this thing goes through, that I may lose something, but I don't want to say. But I'm not scared about it. I'm a person of integrity. I was brought up with integrity, and I want to see integrity in my lifetime, in the industry having integrity in my lifetime. So please pray for me, pray for Africa. If this thing goes through, that's to revolutionize the whole industry.
Right.
Yeah, and please vote for us and your friends.
Thank you, Andrew, for sharing your proposal.
Yes.
I also encourage everybody to vote for the intention to solve these kinds of problems.
Yes.
And with this, I conclude the Idea Fest. Thank you for joining.
You can, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, just my computer needs a second to adjust. All right, okay. So let me first make an important distinction between two different kinds of things, between voicing an opinion and participating in a deliberation. This distinction is very important for me in order to explain to you what we're doing. So voicing an opinion is, I would say, pretty easy, and the digital world has many ways for anyone to voice an opinion. All those messaging services that are out there, all the social media enable us to voice an opinion. But that's very different from participating in a deliberation. In a deliberation, it's the other people's opinions that also matter. And what's also important is that those who participate in a deliberation, they have a goal, and the goal is to bridge their differences and arrive in some kind of a consensus so they can take a collective decision and everybody's happy with, more or less happy with. This is really important. This is in fact vital if you think about decentralized governance, if you think about communities being empowered to take collective decisions. We absolutely need to move from having places where we voice opinion, having tools where we just voice opinions, and building tools where we can participate in deliberations. And what we do with Exhiberate, we're building a tool to enable communities to participate in structured deliberations and arrive at a consensus and take collective decisions. That's what we do. Now, how do we do this? We are inspired by applied political science. And more specifically, we're inspired about applied deliberative democracy practices that have been successful across the world over many years. And even more specifically, an idea called citizen assembly. So citizen assemblies, you elect a representative group of citizens and you guide them through a structured conversation in order to arrive at consensus, very much in the way I just described. Now, these citizen assemblies have been applied across the world, across many nations. I myself have facilitated a pan-European citizen assembly, 9 different countries, 150 people. And I've also written extensively about that. And specifically in my recent book called Cyber Republic, was published by MIT Press a couple of years ago, I try to imagine how this practice of citizen assembly, which is extremely successful, but very cumbersome, very expensive to do. It needs people to come into a certain place. How can we reimagine that in the digital space? How can we scale that up so that digital communities, the communities of DAOs, for example, the communities that will take decisions about those digital platforms of the very near future, can actually use that form of deliberative democracy. So inspired by that, we are building Exhiberate, and we're asking for your support in order to build it. So what I'm going to do in the next few minutes, I'm just going to very briefly tell you a little bit of what are the key problems that we're solving in the product and give you a little bit of an insight to the team. And I'll be open to questions after that. So there are 3 main problems that we will be solving with our tool. The first is all this idea about facilitation. So deliberation needs facilitation. It needs somebody to guide the polity, the assembly through a structured conversation. Now, what we are achieving by automating this facilitation is reducing the bias that usually happens when a facilitator, when a person, when a human facilitator have their own biases in guiding the conversation. So this problem of unbiased facilitation is a key problem that we solve. And this problem we solve through a combination of AI and voting mechanisms. So it's essentially what we're doing with our AI engine is enabling communities at a scale, communities not just for a few dozen, but hundreds and possibly thousands, to be able to have those deliberations because of the AI engine that we're building. So that's one thing that we're solving for. The other thing that we're solving for, which is extremely important, is that when you have people talking about things that might be complex and require specialist knowledge, you need to bridge that information and knowledge gap. So for example, if we're a community trying to discuss about, I don't know, the next pandemic, what sort of should be the policies around the next pandemic, we need to understand, and we're not epidemiologists, we really need to understand some fundamental facts around viruses, and all the rest. So our system is focusing on solving that knowledge asymmetry through the provision of personalized learning. And I can, if you like, discuss with you in a bit more detail how we do that. And finally, the third big problem that we're solving for is how can we gamify this deliberation experience so people are incented towards good civic behavior. And the simple definition of good civic behavior is to think of the wider good and not just yourself. So how do we bridge that? How do we solve for that? Which is, in game theory, it's called the prisoner's dilemma, right? And thankfully, Web3 technologies and utilities help us solve for that problem. So we're combining, if you like, many things here. We combine political science, we're combining AI techniques, especially from natural language processing. We're combining voting methodologies, and we combine Web3 capabilities in order to deliver that vision that I mentioned before, which is around enabling communities to have deliberations and be able to come to a consensus and solving for real problems. So let me just walk you through just 3 examples where this tool will be useful, right? And the first example actually is one of the pilots that we've already lined up for us in order to pilot our MVP at the end of 3 months. So think of a smart city that has a fund, like in this particular case, in our case is Miami City, has a fund of around $25 million that was granted to them through the issuance of a cryptocurrency, and they want to distribute that to Miami citizens. So how do we take a decision like that? How does that smart city bypass the existing governance mechanisms, which are very centralized, and engages with the citizens of Miami in order to take that decision? This requires deliberation, and this is where we're going to apply our tool. Or think about, in the very near future when Web 3.0 will be used by, let's say, gig workers, right? Or other people who want to build those future web platforms. Think of an Uber that belongs to the drivers, okay? Very classic example. And think of those drivers needing to take a decision about, let's say, putting some money aside for employment benefit or for life insurance. This is a collective decision that needs everybody to come together. Right now, there's no tools to do that. Discord won't do that to you. Twitter won't do that to you. Or think of and we had conversations also, and this is very relevant to the nation building aspect of our challenge, right? Think of the World Bank, or think of other donors that go to developing countries and want to invest money. Think of the corruption that happens there, and think of all this money that never trickles down to the real people, right? It stays up to, and it comes all to Switzerland. So how can those donors, how does the World Bank and others engage with the local communities? Okay, so the local communities can decide what the needs are and get the benefit that they actually need in order to develop economically. That's where our product will be used. So let me wrap up a little bit on our vision. We think there's an evolution in how the technologies that come from Web 3.0 are impacting the future of the digital economy. Cryptocurrencies, smart contracts, and DAOs, definitely. But we think DAOs right now are missing a very important layer. They're missing a deliberative layer, right? You have all the wonderful smart contracts, but if you think about human societies, you need much more than that. You need people coming together, and this coming together of people needs the right tools. So our aspiration is to provide those tools. And we think those tools will be useful, both to those who are building DAOs, building platforms, and innovate on Web 3.0, because they will be able to engage with their communities in a much more meaningful way, where everybody's voice matters, is heard, and it's important. And therefore, those DAOs, which will be the governance tools of those platforms, will be able to address important social issues as well, and not just protocol updates that we do now, which is also very, very important. But think about the next stage in evolution, where once we have sorted out the plumbing, let's say the engineering, we need to invite people in and actually use those tools in order to change the world. And it'll be very important also to DAO members, okay? Because it will empower them, it will empower those communities to actually influence the final decisions, right? And this is how you do it. So our vision at Voxiberate is to be the deliberation layer of Web 3.0, okay? This is in a nutshell what we're trying to do. So who are we? Myself, I've had a number of experiences in my life. I have a PhD in AI. I've worked in various organizations, Accenture, Silicon Graphics, and Willis Towers Watson. I've written a number of books, and I'm now non-resident senior fellow in a think tank in Boston called Atlantic Council. I'm at the Geotech Center, where we're thinking about Web 3.0 technologies. My CTO, Andres Ohm, is a very experienced Web3 developer. Worked for companies like McAfee, Dell. We have Luisa Romero, who is a lecturer on blockchain at NYU, Ernst & Young, has led products in GovTech and tax. We have 2 brilliant AI engineers, Marion and Dimitri, vast experience in AI. AI is a big part of that, as you've gathered already. Dimitri has led data science projects, and Karim, if you have experience in the Middle East, Karim has been recently acquired by Uber. And we have, a great designer as well, Maria Adriano, who's worked with, various startups in her career so far, building beautiful designs. The way we're thinking, as engineers, we're thinking.
That's your 10 minutes there.
And I'm wrapping that immediately, JP.
Okay.
So I'd like to thank you all for listening to me, and let's leave to JP's point 5 minutes for conversation. Thank you all so very much.
Perfect. Thank you for a presentation. Lots of information to digest there. So I'll open it up to other people in the room first who might have questions. Please raise your hand so we don't talk all over each other. But if you have a question, I'll leave it open to you to go first. Anyone from the floor? Taryn, yeah.
Hi, George. Lovely presentation. I love the idea and the direction you're going into. I just did not understand one thing. I just could not understand the tools that you're using that differentiates Voxabrate from a traditional DAO.
So we are not a DAO. We are, think of us as a service that the DAO would use in order to engage with the community. So right now what DAOs do, they use messaging services, right? Which are off-chain, most of them, right? So people would go on a server on Discord and have conversations, right? Now those conversations using a tool that is not fit for purpose, it's just a messaging service, and is also disconnected from the voting. Okay, they have to go back to vote. You know, one of the people that we are collaborating with who will test our product is a community leader, and what he does manually, he has to go through all the messages that people leave to understand how people feel, how people think, summarize that in order to go back and discuss with the community. So this is all very manual right now, is inefficient, not fit for purpose. We want to replace that with something that is empowering communities to have structured conversations at scale, which is a completely different thing.
I was really fascinated by it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because I myself am presenting for a DAO today, and I would really love to reach that consensus without using the traditional communicating media.
So you'll be one of our customers, definitely. Look forward to that.
Correct. Thanks, Aaron. Other questions from the floor? Or I have some, but I'll give others an opportunity first. Okay, maybe I'll ask one, give people some time to put their thoughts. So I'd really like if maybe you can give us a little more detail on the AI facilitators. So I know as human facilitators, there's a lot of skill, a lot of trained expertise of being a facilitator. So how do you plan to capture that very nuanced facilitation skills in an AI?
Absolutely. So let me try to sort of give you an answer which I can give in like less than a minute, but I'll give it to you from the perspective of what really happens in the real world with a citizen assembly, okay? And I'll describe to you what happens and you'll immediately understand what we're automating here, okay? So in a citizen assembly, let's say you have 100 citizens. What you do is you separate them in tables where, you know, or 5 or 6 people, because that's the number of people you can actually have around the table in order to have a meaningful conversation. So everybody, you know, says the time equally, all right? Okay, and you have multiple tables in a room with about 5 or 6 people around. Therefore, you know, the logo behind me, if you like, symbolizes people sitting around and having different opinions, okay? By the way, that's Voxabrate. So what happens on the table, there is another person, a neutral person, sitting down, listening to the conversation and taking notes of what everyone is saying, okay? Around, as they're having the discussion, okay? That's what they do. And then those people who sit, each of them sitting on every table, they leave the tables at the end of the conversation. The conversation is time boxed. Let's say, discuss this issue for the next 20 minutes. They take their notes, they compare the notes. They read what every table has opined on and then summarize those notes and feed back to the plenary and say, hey, you know what, guys? These are the top 5 themes, 5 ideas that all of you have been discussing during the past 20 minutes. Can you please validate that for us? Can you please vote on those 5 options and let us know how much do you agree and with what of those 5 different themes you agree with? So you see, JP, as I'm describing to you the method or the algorithm, if you like, of the process, that's what we're going to be automating. And every step that I just described to you can be automated using AI. Okay, not just AI and other tools, but that's how we're going to do it.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good description. Thank you very much. And that takes us actually to the end of our 5 minutes. So perfect, George, thank you very much. I'm sure George will put his contact information within the chat should anyone want to get a hold and discuss it. I know, Taryn, you had already mentioned there may be some potential for cross working there. So I'll leave that to you guys. So perfect. So because we still don't have our first person, Peter Bismarck, here, we're going to go to the next presentation that we have on the list by Innocent Norvinu, and it's called DApp for Tech Repairers. So Innocent, I see you in the room. We'll give you the floor is yours. If you have a presentation, you're able to share your screen. So please come online, and I'll start your 10 minutes as soon as you share your screen. You might be on mute. Oh,
hello.
Okay, you might need to speak a little louder. Can't hear you.
Is it okay? Is it okay?
Sorry, you're just cutting out a bit. So
yeah, just a moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it okay?
Yeah, you can share. That's great.
That's great. Okay. Okay. Okay, so my name is Innocence, and our project is under the nation's building dApps with the title dApps for Tech Repairers. So, and our project, we intend carrying it out in Ghana, and we considered 2 target audience, and these target audience are tech repair specialists and then tech device owners. And in Ghana, most of our tech repair specialists are scattered across the country, and a few are concentrated or centered around the capital city, which is Accra. And based on the demographic of these tech repair specialists, or based on the allocated services of these tech repair specialists, because for people in the rural communities to have access to these tech repair specialists, they need to travel long distances just to get access to these tech repair specialists. Therefore, as part of our project, the question we ask ourselves is, how do we make tech repair specialists or technicians available to all individuals who want the services of these technicians, especially tech device owners? Because their services is very important to the vulnerable and those in rural communities. As a result, we ask the question, how do we make their services available to everyone? And that's what our project seems to solve. So as part of our project, our solution is to develop a decentralized application that will bring all tech repair specialists onto a single platform. And this platform will be developed using the Plutus application on the Cardano platform. So we'll develop a DApp platform used on the Cardano blockchain using Plutus. And as part of this solution, we will incorporate smart contract functionalities into the DApp platform, which will enable a peer-to-peer interaction between the tech repair specialists and the tech device owners or individuals who want the services of tech specialists. So that is how we want to develop or build our platform. And as part of our solution to the problem, what we intend doing is that we will deploy the Atala Prism, which will be used to create a unique digital identification and authentication mechanism that will assign identification tags to each and every tech repairer who will be onboarded onto our DApp platform, so that as part of enhancing the credibility of these tech repair specialists, we also create a rating system, just like Play Store. Google Play Store has a rating for each and every app on their platform, so that their rating starts from 5-star to from 1-star to 5-star. We also have a system like that. So we will rate our tech repair specialists from 1 star to 5 star. We have a system like that that will rate their services. This rating is basically to assess the quality of their services, so that it will enable tech device owners or individuals who want their services to identify technicians who offer quality services. That is what we intend to do, and this is how we'll build our platform, so that it will give opportunity to the vulnerables in our communities to have access to the services of these individuals. The intention is to create a unique platform that will enhance the credibility of this tech repair specialist. So based on the identification we want to assign to each tech repair specialist, we'll create a unique credibility for these tech repair specialists. And aside that, we will make the activities of these tech repair specialists accountable to So we will ensure that by assigning identification tag to each and every tech repair specialist, we will make sure their activities are accountable on their platform, so that if a tech repairer does anything untoward or any activities of his is considered illegal, he or she will be reported onto our platform and actions will be taken against the person. So this is the platform we intend designing. And as part of our solution to the problem, we intend to create a unique, open, and transparent pricing mechanism for the services of these tech repair specialists, so that there will be a unique pricing system for their services. And we also ensure that they provide quality services to individuals who want to access their services. This is what we intend doing. And we have a unique team that intends to help us execute these projects. Hello. Okay, so sorry for not taking you through the slides. So I intend taking you through the slides one after the other, but because I'm new to the platform, probably you need to pardon me here. So our team experience, we have our developers, risk compliance managers, and research and marketing experts. And aside their expertise, they've been very active in the Cardano ecosystem for almost close to 2 or 3 years, and are very active in the Catalyst projects. So they have the experience to ensure that this project is executed to the latter. And as part of our projects, we intend tracking our progress and our success using 4 key performance indicators. And these performance indicators are the number of registered tech repair specialists, and the number of users, the number of transactions, or the volume of transactions on our platform, and the feedback from the users. These are indicators that will guide us in tracking the progress and the success of our project. And finally, as part of our project, the intention is to achieve these 3 key milestones. So the essence of our project basically is to improve upon accessibility. So we create that comfort and convenience for tech device owners or individuals who want the services of tech specialists. We create that convenience and comfort for them to access their services. And in doing that, we intend to improve the revenue generation of tech repair specialists. And these are our short to long-term goals. But our main long-term goals is to reduce e-waste, which will eventually improve upon the sanitation in the country. So most often what happens is that when individuals in the vulnerable communities don't have access to tech repair specialists, they dispose their tech devices into the environment prematurely. So as part of this project, we intend to encourage them to resort to repairing their phones rather than disposing it off prematurely, so that it will give their tech devices a long-term, a lifeline to use for a longer period, so that it will reduce the number of e-waste that is disposed into the environment. So basically, this is how our project intends to achieve this goal. So I would like to thank my audience. I guess I've exhausted my 10 minutes. I'd like to thank my audience and welcome any questions if available.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Innocent. Yeah, you have time. So you had about 45 seconds left of the 10 minutes. So we have about 5 minutes for questions. So again, I'll open it up to the audience first. Saqib, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I had a question regarding the tech specialists, and to what degree are they you know, capable of using the platform, or do they need any sort of program experience or some type of digital literacy, or are they already specialized in this particular platform itself, and you don't anticipate having to get them up to speed?
Okay, so as part of our roadmap in ensuring that we bring these projects into a reality, there will be an engagement section with the tech repair specialists, which will enable us market the Cardano blockchain to them, introduce them to the platform. If we have illiterate among them who are probably not familiar with the Cardano blockchain, it will give us the opportunity to sell the Cardano blockchain to them, let them know the benefit of using the platform, and educate them about it. So basically give us an opportunity to speak to a larger audience as well. So that's my answer to your question.
Okay, so some outreach sessions to onboard some tech specialists is what I'm hearing. Other questions before I jump in?
Innocent, may I ask a very silly question, perhaps? How much does internet connectivity, you think, may impact the wonderful vision that you just described now? How much of an issue that is in Ghana? Is it an issue at all?
No, I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's an issue. Internet is not that costly. It's very affordable, quite affordable for easy access to the platform. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Innocent. So maybe I'll jump in with a question as there's no hands up. So I guess my understanding of Atala Prism is that it requires an issuer that will validate it and issue the certificate of identity, the DID, and then it'll also create a verifier that says, yes, this is legit, this is accurate. I'm wondering how you're going to integrate the verifier and issuer into the app. Who's gonna justify or certify these tech repairers as having the skills to complete or to have the credentials representing those skills?
Okay, so as part of our engagements with them, we intend, most often in Ghana here, tech repair specialists are issued certificates. So if you have a technician, these people have certificates that prove their qualification to repair devices. So we will provide that platform that will enable us verify these certificates. And based on that, we will assign identification tags to them. So basically, this is how we intend doing it. But I guess probably, I don't know if I've satisfied your question, but this is how we intend doing it. Because there's a system that we have here, which have records of qualified experts in the tech field who are mandated to do that. So we'll engage them and then get them on board with that was the certificate we have.
Okay, great. So you'll use the credentials they get from school, and then you'll validate that once they input it into the app to make sure that these people actually have that credential, and then that will be the verification.
Exactly.
Perfect. We have about 40 seconds left. Any final last comments for Innocent or thoughts before we jump to more? Okay, well, thank you there, Innocent and your team. We look very much, we look forward to the development of this app, and congratulations or good luck in the voting round. So
thank you very much.
So you can stop sharing your screen now, and we'll go back. Now we're still missing our first person, Peter Bismarck, who is going to be presenting. And so I think what we'll do for the sake of time, we are a little bit early before the coffee break. We have about 7 minutes. But instead of bringing in the second half of the 3 proposers, I think we'll keep them on the back end if everybody's okay with that. So for when we come back after the coffee break. Unfortunately, it means that Mr. Bismarck won't have a chance to present his presentation to us during IDFS. Mais c'est la vie. It's the, as I appreciate everybody's here, and for those of you who did take the time to show up on time. So just in the sake of transparency, we'll probably pause it there, and we'll go back to the main room, and then we'll come back after the coffee break, and we'll do the final 3 presentations. So unless I hear any anger,
so what time do we come back? In 20 minutes, is it?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll be back at well, it's 12:30 here, so I guess it would be 16:30 UTC. We'll use UTC, which it's all in.
Is yours 12:30 p.m. or a.m.?
PM, yeah, not PM. Still morning.
The other.
Okay, nice.
JB,
so,
thank you very much, JB. Really great facilitation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, guys. So we'll hopefully see you guys back here in a little bit, but we'll go to the main room now.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye.
Okay, but with that note, we're gonna jump right in. So again, welcome back, everybody. This is the presentations from Nation Building DApps. Our presenter is Saqib Sheikh, and the title is Learn to Earn for Refugees. So I'll stop there. I'll start your time. Go ahead, Saqib.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for joining this session. I'll be talking very briskly about our project. So I'm representing Rohingya project. I'm the project director. My name is Saqib. And under our project, we have an initiative that we call Learn and Earn for Refugees, which essentially is our platform that we're introducing for refugee students and teachers. And I'll talk a bit about it. Okay. Just to frame the problem and look more from the big picture. Is it going down? 1 second. Yeah. So when it comes to the unbanked, we're talking about roughly 1/6 or 1/7 of the world's population. But the population that we're of particular focus on is the Rohingya population. And the Rohingya, you may have heard in the headlines, they're a minority that have been persecuted in Burma. The majority of them live outside of Burma now, roughly over 2 million, and they're effectively stateless. Being stateless is an altogether different category from being a refugee. And being stateless essentially means that you don't have any legal form of identification. And being undocumented creates all sorts of trouble that we'll see. I mean, lack of access to technology, lack of access to financial services, social exclusion. These are all various issues that the Rohingya and other refugees in these host countries that we'll talk about suffer from. And within the Rohingya, the 3 major populations reside in Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and Bangladesh, and these tend to be our focus areas for the Rohingya project and where we operate. One thing I want to mention is that even though the Rohingya are the major populations, stateless populations in these countries, and constitute the majority of the refugees. There are other refugee communities. In Malaysia, where I've operated the past 4 or 5 years, there's roughly 200,000 refugees, and they're from over 13 different countries. And not just the Rohingya, but the other refugees also suffer from the same sort of issues. And what are these issues specifically? Is that the countries, these host countries, haven't signed the UN Refugee Convention, which means that refugees don't have any legal status. They don't have any legal access to financial services. They don't have any legal access to formal education or healthcare. And essentially, they live in what we call the dark economy. So our project scope is to try and address those Rohingya and other refugee communities who live in this informal sector. And the initiative that we're pioneering now is focused specifically on trying to bring livelihood and education together into one basic platform. So we are a grassroots initiative. By grassroots, that means that most of our team are actually Rohingya or refugees. Most of our field officers are ground staff in Bangladesh and Malaysia. We try and employ and have as many people representing the communities that we benefit as possible. We're trying to flip a narrative which unfortunately is very predominant in these countries, that these are burdens. These communities are burdens to the overall host population, and we want to find a way to restore them dignity and tackle their social and financial exclusion. And to that effect, we've been working on creating a social and financial inclusion platform in the past 5 years. So our leadership, there's our founder, Muhammad Noor. Muhammad Noor is a Rohingya himself. He's a pioneer in many different tech-based initiatives for the Rohingya people. The first of them is the unicoding of the Rohingya language. So if you're familiar with Unicode, it's integrating that into the basic software language that we use in our phones and in iOS and other devices. Myself, I'm the project director. I'm working on my PhD currently on refugee legitimization techniques using blockchain. And I'm an educator. In the past 5 years, I've been focused in Malaysia on refugee education. And our other lead educator, Sarah Godek, who's based in the University of Michigan. And aside from that, we have other refugee community members who are part of our team. So what we're trying to focus on is a very particular issue, which is how can we incentivize learning of livelihood skills to fill a gap. And the gap is that for a refugee in these countries, it's a time investment. So the idea of going into secondary or tertiary education, you're always thinking in terms of survival. So the time there is something that of an investment that you have to consider, that you could also use that in working some type of small odd job. And because of that, there's a drop-off rate when it comes to the refugee schools where there's an attendance. And many of these refugee schools are now being shut down, especially post-pandemic. And post-pandemic, I shouldn't say post, I say we're still currently in the pandemic. There is a crackdown by the authorities on migrants in general, and refugees are also vulnerable in that way. And there's no legal work opportunities, and there's very few informal jobs. So how do we address this issue is one is a lack of education opportunities and skills. The other is few work opportunities. And what we're trying to do is pioneer a platform that can address this issue. So there are sort of three core components of the platform. The first is an identity solution called the RID, which is we're working with Cardano currently on how to adapt from the Italo-Plism platform, the DID solution towards this, essentially an access key for those who are undocumented. And then the R Academy, which is a virtual skills delivery hub for Rohingya and other refugees, where we teach them particularly two very core skills. One is being able to teach others in the community, and the other is language skills, such as knowing either the local language or English for conversational skills. And the engine that runs it all is what our specialized token called the R coin, which in this phase we're asking for support from the community to use ADA tokens to provide that liquidity to incentivize the learning process and reward refugees who take part in this platform. So the features, one is we target our courses very particular to the refugee communities, so that they're courses that really address their key concerns and problems, not just generic education. We do it on a learn and earn model where any course that we provide guarantees at least a short or long-term work opportunity. So if they are taught to be a teacher, we provide them a work opportunity as a teacher, or we employ them as a consultant for their community to teach. Then the digital credentials that they provide, now these can be an access to opportunities in the future for third-party institutions such as universities or other employers, where they have a credential and certificate they can use to prove that they acquired certain skills. And then the token rewards part is to ensure that there's not a drop-off from taking these courses, that they're incentivized for their time that they're investing in learning these new skills. And the last part is recruiting refugee teachers that we will eventually employ and have as part of our platform. So it's a paid forward model. 1 more minute left. I'll be very quick. Yeah, so these are some of the courses to be taught. I can talk about this more, but our past sort of achievements, one is we've done pilots on the token, the courses, and we're currently working on a sort of blockchain repository for archival documents. So we've been working on this before, and I'll leave here in terms of what we're targeting in the coming year to do our sort of first series of pilot courses, around 10 courses, recruiting around 70 to 80 refugee participants, with 10 to 15 of those becoming qualified teachers, and then having a successful ADA distribution program, which essentially also educates the refugees about the nature of tokenomics and blockchain, which is also part of our digital literacy. So I'll leave it here as to what the incentives will be. For the academy, it's skills, creating a teaching culture, providing credentials that can be verified by third parties, and giving work opportunities. And then from the token side, giving gifts, vouchers, providing a digital history that they don't have, a sort of eKYC, if you will, and being a store of value and a new form of knowledge for them to know, to learn. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Akib. That's perfect. So again, what we'll do the regular, I'll open it up to questions from the floor. First, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll get to you. Otherwise, I can jump in. Yeah, Taryn, please.
Hi, Shakib. Lovely presentation. I just wanted to know, how are you planning to assess the learning that the people will be doing on the platform? Like, what would be the mechanism for assessment in order for them to receive the incentive?
Sure. I used to be a lecturer myself, and one of the tools we tried to do is gamify certain types of learning, and we did it based on a few different criteria. One is, of course, a very core one, which is attendance rate. You know, because all of the classes that we have are going to be virtual, delivered through Zoom or Google Meet. So attendance rate is one. So just by attending a class, you earn certain tokens. The other is delivery of class homework, and then we have certain weekly assessments that they're meant to give as well. And then we also incentivize those who go beyond the scope of the class requirements and deliver more than that. They're also incentivized with tokens. And the other incentivization is for those who will become teachers to receive, in a sense, an honorarium through ADA for their contribution as well.
I just wanted to give a suggestion about,
yes.
You can actually put, like you can assign another role apart from teachers and learners, for assessors to come and get involved in the middle and incentivize them with something.
That's a good idea. No,
Yeah.
that's a good idea, because we have a role for teaching assistants where if they need a certain language, like let's say if I'm teaching Rohingya and I have a teaching assistant who's also Rohingya and can help translate certain things.
Oh,
But what you said is actually a good add-on where they can also be part of assessment as well. I think that would be a good thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Great question, sir. So maybe I'll jump in as there's not hands up yet. So other than this initial injection, if you're successful, of Catalyst funding, how do you see this being sustained over time, seeing as it sounds like there's going to be a mass amount of incentives flowing through it? How will you encourage or ensure that it remains sustainable over time?
Sure. So there's a couple of mechanisms after this initial launch phase. One is that even though for the refugee side we are providing these courses, we also are providing paid courses on the side for people who are working in the humanitarian field, the UNHCR, IOM, etc., where we're providing very sort of skill-based workshops that are on a paid model, and that is one sort of source of income that sort of matches every workshop that we provide. The other is also that the workshops that the refugees will be teaching eventually will be monetized of a sort, not a very heavy monetization, but for each workshop that'll be done for their communities, there is going to be sort of token amounts that are going to be taken to pay for those courses. And the reasoning is that at the moment we do courses for free for refugees, they tend to devalue that versus those that even they can give a small sort of contributive amount. So that's another funding mechanism. And then the last point, which we sort of foreshadowed in the beginning, which is the R coin. The R coin is something that we're working right now with Cardano as a long-term prospect to be a liquidity model to bring in further resources for the ecosystem. So hopefully that addresses that question.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Okay, we have about 20 seconds left. So maybe just one final quick question is, how are you going to reach all these communities in the diaspora? And I see you run some pilots, so maybe you just give a little bit of insight.
Sure. So Mohammed Noor, I should mention, he's also director of Rohingya Vision, which is one of the major Rohingya satellite TV stations. So he has a wide reach across the Rohingya diaspora. And then in Malaysia itself, we have a network of 13 different refugee organizations, communities who are a coalition group who we run our activities through. So we have fair networks that we've utilized in the past and tapped into that we hope to do so in the future.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Sakib. Very good presentation. Please feel free to share your contact information in the chat, and should people want to get a hold of you. Okay, so we are actually missing the next person as well. So we're going to go, Taryn, you're up. I guess maybe people had something come up or whatnot, but I think since you're here, Taryn, we'll jump. So Taryn Karam Shandani, sorry if I butchered that. And the title of the presentation is PropX, Property Exchange. So I'll let you share your screen if you would like to. And
yes.
Once you start, I'll start your 10 minutes.
Just a second. Just a second. My computer needs permission.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a new computer.
I did that the first time too, and I was presenting, and it's like mid, and it was like you wouldn't let me, and I get all nervous. So we're doing okay.
We've all been there.
That's it. That's it. So your screen is sharing now. So
Okay,
you
it's
should-
sharing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So we
perfect.
see your security and privacy settings. So you could probably share your deck.
Okay. Yeah. Can you all see it?
No, we still see the security
Okay.
box.
How about now?
No, oh, there we go. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, you're up.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Firstly, I would like to start by saying that we all are here with one thing in common, that is love for the Cardano network and the ability that the community has given, the ability that the creators and the community in general has given us to build amazing projects on top of it. So I will be presenting my project today. It's called PropX, which stands for Property Exchange. So we in the crypto community, we are used to instant swaps. Let it be a centralized exchange or a decentralized exchange. We are used to having everything happen in a fraction of a second. But for real estate and for the property market, everything goes on very slowly. And things take a lot of time and the market is very illiquid. So considering the characteristics and nature of swapping in the crypto world, we came up with the idea to bring that same idea to the real estate market by letting our users a quick, hassle-free, and rapid experience in the real estate market. I would like to start by talking about myself. My name is Tarun Karamchandani. I am a blockchain entrepreneur and a cypherpunk on the path to achieve crypto utopia. I am a computer scientist by education, and I have been programming and building projects since the age of 12. And I have been actively involved in the crypto community for the last 3 years now. I'm based in Dubai, and there's a lot going on over here in the blockchain world. So what is the essence of real estate in nation states? Why nation states are suffering with the infrastructure related to real estate? As we all know that one of the foundations of society and finance in general was property ownership. It was the first piece of investment that mankind had. And millions of people in developing countries do not have clear property ownership even today. There are many disputes, issues that come up in courts about property ownership and fights that are very unclear. I personally am from India, and I know at least 10 people who are suffering with property ownership issues at this very moment. And the methods that developing countries are using today are very old, and they're using the same methods that have been going on for decades. The same handheld registries and the handwritten documentation in the developing world, it's still going on. And this complexity and bureaucratic process makes it expensive, time consuming, and you need to know what is going on and you need to have the knowledge about everything in order to be a part of it. It's not open to everybody in the society. So do you guys know what is the global value of real estate? It's $350 trillion. Yes, it's 3.5 times the total GDP of all the countries combined. So what exactly is PropX? We are aiming to be the future of real estate, but how are we going to achieve it? Well, PropX in a nutshell is a marketplace that will bring real estate assets to Web3. And how will we be doing that? We'll be doing that by tokenizing real assets and bringing it to the blockchain, bringing it to a trustless environment and making it available to everyone and open to everyone. PropX will be completely owned, operated, governed, and managed by the community, because PropX at its core is a DAO, and people will be actively involved and participate in the functioning of the organization in general. And proper incentives will be placed with the PropX governance token. And the governance token will also be including 0.5% of the transaction fees that will be included for all the transactions that happen, which will give incentive for the people to be part of the PropX DAO. We actually are working on an asset class that still relies on such old methods that it has not even been digitalized, let alone decentralized. So the main feature of PropX is instant property swap. You might be wondering, how will we be achieving instant property swap, since it is very difficult and it requires a lot of liquidity to achieve it. Firstly, we have to consider the fact that real estate is a very illiquid asset class and the processes are very lengthy. So in order to have instant swaps, there should be enough liquidity. And the first step to get the initial liquidity for our platform will be done by token token sales, and token sales will cater the initial liquidity for the platform. And later on, once the platform has initial liquidity to get momentum, we will be providing instant swap features immediately. And in order to sustain those instant swap features, we will be setting up a PropX investment fund, which will allow people to come and invest in the PropX investment fund and give liquidity to the PropX system in order to achieve instant swap. And what will be the incentive given to the investors who will invest in the investment fund will be let me just explain it to you how the instant swap will work. So basically, at the back end, there will be an AI algorithm that will be generating valuation of properties over major markets all over the world. The difficult part here is to generate data oracles to feed the right data to the algorithm for it to generate the proper valuations. So for that, we'll be making our own data oracle providers who will be generating data to the algorithm and generate proper valuation of properties. And once the valuation is generated, if a user wants to come and do an instant swap, he will whatever valuation the AI algorithm generates, the swap will be done at 10% below the market price. Because it's an instant swap, the market price, the price will be 10% below. And what gives the major incentive that the investors get to put money in the investment fund is that immediately after the swap is done, the property will be listed on the marketplace with a 5% premium, which gives an asset valuation to the investors, the fractionalized asset valuation to the investors, 5% above what they bought it for instantly. The reason you might be wondering that 10% is a big takedown for doing an instant swap, but people today, distressed sales in the real estate market go 30 to 35% below the market price when someone wants to sell instantly. So this will facilitate 10% below the market price. Other than that, if someone wants to list the property at their own price, they have the open decentralized marketplace to list it as well. And there are many other features apart from the instant swap in the project. So firstly, tokenizing real estate opens us up to so many possibilities that one of them becomes crowdfunding and decentralized mortgage, where for just this, if you take the same model that we used in the instant swap and create an interest fund in the smart contract that will let people borrow funds with higher compared to the centralized sources, a higher interest rate, because that will incentivize people to put money in the interest fund, they can achieve a decentralized mortgage system. The community itself can achieve a decentralized mortgage system just by using the smart contract. So this is the decentralized mortgage protocol. And if anyone does not want to be part of the decentralized mortgage, they can anytime do a crowdfunding for the property, because the ecosystem is completely decentralized. Anybody can raise a crowdfunding campaign with ADA. Second aspect is property management. We make property management easy by creating roles for managers who will be managing the property. The manager can be any individual, or it can be a group of people. All the managers will be peer reviewed and will get rewards staked by the owners in the management smart contract. So owners will have to stake annual management fees in the management smart contract if they opt for a manager. Obviously, if you're a sole owner, you won't opt for a manager, but when the asset is distributed and there are many owners, you will need a manager to manage the property. The smart contract will release the reward on a monthly basis only if the manager has received validation of at least 75% of the ownership. If the management does not do a good job and the validation is less than 75%, the smart contract will be terminated and the funds will be given back. And since it's on an open blockchain, everybody can see your activity and everybody can come to know if the manager is reliable or vice versa, if the owner is reliable. And the third thing comes up is decentralized insurance for like today insurance, if something happens to your property, claiming insurance is a very hefty and a very lengthy process. So Web3 gives us the ability to achieve decentralized insurance as well. There will be an insurance community inside the PropX community. So the insurance smart contract.
I'm just going to have you wrap up there, Taryn. You hit your 10 minutes.
Okay, so may I just ask you all to go through the features once, because I've written everything properly over here.
Just give the high level titles of them. I just want to have some room for questions and we got to get to the next presenter.
Okay. So basically it's just a decentralized insurance that which is basically a peer-to-peer insurance. Then there's property auctions in a decentralized way. Then there is inheritance smart contracts, and there is rental smart contracts, and obviously the fractional ownership of assets that comes with blockchain, and a borderless trading, because that's our end goal, to create a borderless economy for real estate. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Taryn. So questions from the audience? Maybe I'll just jump in this time to avoid dead air. So just a couple of questions. The first thing is that you want to set up a DAO. So where are you going to register this DAO for legal purposes? And secondly, how are you going to address the legal and jurisdictional limitations of real estate, such as not being able to buy in a particular country if you're not a citizen, having a vacant home tax and charging and taxation on top of vacant homes? How are you going to address that in a project like this?
So when it comes to taxation part of things, that's where the property manager roles come in, because if you won't be occupying the property yourself, it is sensible for you to appoint a property manager for you who will be taking care of all the hassle for you if you're owning the property from some other country. And when it comes to it's basically when it comes to legal registration of the DAO, we are still, since I'm based in Dubai and the government of the UAE is coming up with very good regulations in the crypto industry, and they have been coming up with the prospects and ideas of registering DAOs as legal entities as well. And so some of the countries in the Pacific have already started registering DAOs as legal entities. But we personally won't be going to the Pacific, but we are expecting Dubai to come up with the regulations for it in the coming months, and we are waiting for Dubai to use Dubai as our hub for the DAO.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for answering those. Other questions from the audience? We have a few minutes left. So maybe I'll ask another one. So in a system like this, what safeguards or how would you ensure there's a even playing field for everybody? How would you ensure that somebody who's rich doesn't just come in and buy all this cheap real estate and automatically list it for 5% over and try to flip it like that? Or is that something that's okay in this system?
So, I mean, that's what blockchain gives us. It gives us the ability to leave everything open, and it will, for example, if someone wants to, the goal is, the way we are trying to make real estate cheap is not by reducing the price of it. We are trying to make it cheap by fractionalizing it. So even if someone comes and buys a lot of shares of a particular property, he won't be able to take any action till the time the rest of the owners want to take any action.
Okay. So I would still be interested to know, or to see, I guess, in practice, how people use the system, because and how you would address any sort of misuse of this system.
Sorry, can you come again, please?
Yeah, for how people could use this system for maybe negative, for unforeseen outcomes, and how you've thought through all the potential options.
Risk analysis.
Yeah,
risk analysis. Okay. So firstly, the risk analysis, I would like to say that the liquidity in the platform, we will be planning to keep it at a very high level, because I couldn't go to the next slides, which tells about the tokenomics and the token distribution and the token sales part of it. And because we are aiming to make the system as decentralized as possible, we will be running good token sales and producing enough liquidity before introducing the instant swap feature itself, so that there is enough liquidity in the platform that not a very big giant can come and misuse it. So the answer to it is putting in enough liquidity that can support us and make us sustainable.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Taryn. Okay, Shaikh, you have 30 seconds for your question, please.
Yeah, actually, I want to ask you how you're planning to carry out this fractionalizing of assets, because how you're going to fractionalize an apartment, and whoever's undertaking that asset, how they are going to establish their possession. I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Firstly, I would like to say, when it comes to occupancy, there are two reasons you buy any real estate. One is for occupancy and one is for investment. So if you're buying anything for occupancy, you are the occupant of that property and you will be the sole owner. But if you choose the path of using crowdfunding and using the path of crowdfunding to raise funds and buy the property, and you have fractional owners with you that come with crowdfunding, it's your job to make sure that crowdfunding is done in a way that states that you will be the occupant of the property. And when it comes to investment part, if you buy the property for investment, and if you buy a fractional property for investment, the occupancy of that property will be taken care by the property manager, who will be responsible for the occupancy and also for the yield distribution to all the owners.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to have to stop you there, Taryn. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Please add your contact information in the chat should people want to get a hold of you. And I must apologize on the screen to our friend Akili Mali, who was in the room just by a different name. And so my apologies for skipping over you and moving on to Taryn. That was not my intention. So Taryn, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen now.
Thank you.
I will let Akili Mali or Innocent Sizungu, please come on and feel free to share your screen and present. And again, my apologies for skipping you. Oh, sorry, I guess I better do this. It's still my turn. So the title is Mining Traceability in a War Zone from our presenter, Akili Mali. Sorry about that.
Great, thank you. Hello, everybody. Mining traceability. Do you see my screen? Sorry.
Yeah, we do.
Great. Mining traceability in a war zone. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Cardano ID first by Bandu Balume, Boaz, Akilimal Chizungu, Paul Mupenda, and Frederic Samvura Goma Wada Hab. I'd like to present what we're Cardano in DRC, events and projects held to promote Cardano. Regular meetup on weekly basis in the Wada Hub in Goma. Hosting the Cardano Summit continues to have an impact, t-shirts, posters, and so on. We have 4 developers and technical professionals, Plutus and Atala Prince, project-based learning. Weekly meetup since October 2020 to promote Cardano blockchain. And implementing Atala Prince, the ID in SM Congo University was fully funded and ongoing. Cardano Goma Stake Pool also funded and being delivered. The stake pool aims to partner with the WADA Foundation to promote ecotourism, visiting volcanoes, gorilla trekking, protecting endangered species, etc. expand the water ecosystem, co-working spaces, point of sale of cryptocurrencies, RD validations, and so on. Barriers and challenges for adoption. Language English is not frequently spoken in Congo, as you can listen what I'm speaking. Energy security and internet availability affecting staple households' incomes are still low. Renewable energies are relatively costly compared to accessible sources of energy, charcoal from the forest, firewood, etc. Mining and blockchain, high visibility. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has a history of providing resources without moral linkages. Blood minerals, phantom uranium, children cobalt, and so on. Blockchain can change this narrative. Adaptive digital identities, DIDs, can be adapted to the current certified trading chains. SHIM, certification SHIM, the relatively individualistic nature of small-scale mining lends itself well to identification. Complementary identification can serve as a foundation for other applications on the blockchain, loans, reputation scores, and so on, and promote sustainable development by limiting unregulated carries. Why carries and artisanal mining? Firstly, we target small-scale miners who are not operating under a centralized license. The opportunity, the current certified trading chains certification scheme has showed its limits. Cooperatives, miners have sought to organize themselves in cooperatives, and blockchain offers more. The scaling small-scale miners are mobile and can influence their business partners to join. Revenue, small amounts may be charged to update records and facilitate tracing. Other expand to conservation efforts for endangered species. Roadmap, interoperability, linking the identification fields to the current certified trading chains. Certification scheme ideally offer a master issuing key to carries. Registry, a website which would list registered carries and their affiliated miners, characteristics of minerals to be highlighted. On burn, we shall target carries near the city of Goma in DR Congo in the region of Masisi, and we will target 3 sites per point: projection, sound, and so forth and so on. Integration, identifying compatible wallet and DID linkages. Challenges, accessibility, insecurity, and mobility of miners. Thank you. Your questions, please.
Okay, fast presentation. So we got lots of time left. We have about 9 minutes for questions. So I'll open the floor as always. If people have questions, please feel free to raise your hands.
Okay.
Maybe I'll ask a question to kick us off here for Kalimali. So what I'm really interested in about your proposal is how you see or how you're going to work around some of the really ingrained legacy structures around mining. So I'm from Canada. Unfortunately, for many ways, we have a very strong mining exportation sector. And so I'm wondering what challenges you see from the existing structures and power structures of these major multinational mining companies.
Great. If I get your question very well, the problem is about the first miners in Caris, the one who get that minerals the first. They are not known, and they cannot go in the principal market for selling their minerals. That's the problem. They are known by only small cooperatives. They cannot be known, and that is bringing their life really low, yet they are the first to work on. Yeah, that's the big problem. Now, if on the blockchain, it can be our, I can say, if it's possible really to develop an application for that traceability, that can be really good for these people who are suffering. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, what you're saying is the people who identify these minerals are not the big companies, they're the local people who identify them. What this platform is slated to do is to give them a place to register that, to say, okay, these minerals are here, we found it, and then use the community to mine that rather than going to the main market to use those big companies who kind of come in and take over and kind of exploit the resource.
Yeah, the question? Is there a question?
So I just wanted, that's what you were saying about what the platform, the idea behind the platform is to avoid that and keep it in the hands of the locals who find the minerals in the first place.
Yeah, of course. Apart from that young people, there is the government, which is not planned in that traceability. Other countries are putting those minerals to their name, okay? And DR Congo is not known sometimes as the producer of those minerals. That's the big problem, okay?
Yeah.
Now, we think if there are applications or an application web that is leading those things, I think it can be really very important for our governance.
Yeah, well, that's great. That's a very, very interesting component of your proposal. Other questions from the floor? Okay, maybe I'll ask another one just to keep it going. Akilimali, how will people find out? How will the locals find out about this platform and use it once they find these minerals? How are you going to get the word out?
What the primitives?
Yeah, like what are the steps you're going to take to encourage people to use this platform?
Okay, well, we have to show the interest that it's inside, okay, inside the application web so that they may use it. Because when you explain to somebody the interest he has in something, I think without that, he's going to admit the thing. It's how we think we're gonna show the interest to those people.
Yeah, and how do you plan to do that?
Great. By campaigns, we're gonna make campaigns so that people, they may be a word, okay? I've told you before that English is not our usual language. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. I completely respect that you're doing it in English. You're doing a great job. So take your time.
Thank you. Now, we are going to make campaigns so that we may inform people about that application web, and we will show to them the interest they have to use it. Yeah, that is it.
Okay, so some campaigns, perfect. Any questions? We have a couple minutes left, so I want to make sure that we give the time. I obviously have more questions, but I ask a lot of questions in life, so maybe I'll put, maybe if you could give some some indication of if there's interest from governments, from the DRC government, from other, maybe even academic institutions who will come and help you structure and organize and do some of the groundwork. Have you done any of that kind of scoping and prep work yet?
Yes, about the interest of my government, it will allow to them to know the quantity of minerals they produce in a period so that they may know how to recover taxes, okay? But without that, we have frauds. They cannot know how many or what quantity they produce in a period so that they may recover the taxes. Yeah,
right.
This is
So
the interest of my government. And
yeah.
they will, because with that application web, we have to identify the carries in which they explore minerals, okay? And from that application web, it will be known the quantity that is produced in such a period. Yeah, this is the interest of my government.
Mm-hmm. So you see a lot of government participation in tracking or using maybe the application to know where the quarries are, what's coming out of it, who's participating.
Of course, yes. And apart from that, there are carries in which we can produce the same minerals, but that don't have the same nature because of the geology. Now, with that web application, it will be able to certify and to identify all these.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so really give a better lay of the land, really show what the resources are, get away from this exploitation from outside actors, and really let the people on the ground be the benefits and controllers of those resources and minerals.
Of course, yeah.
Perfect. Well, that takes us exactly right to our time. So thank you so much, Akilimali, and apologies again on my behalf for going over you. Next time I'll make sure to request that people put the names that are down there. So that does it for our Idea Fest this Saturday afternoon or evening, wherever you are. Thank you so much to all the presenters and for your participation. And so we'll head back into the main room now.
Great. You can all see the website, Lido Nation. Okay, great. Who am I? I'm Darlington with Lido Nation. We have been building a brand of education in the Cardano space. And the tagline you might hear is simple blockchain education in English, Swahili, and Spanish in written and audio formats. So we've had an internal need to not just translate content, but also manage the way that content is translated. So you can see this is Spanish, and we have the content also in Swahili. And then we have the articles are also not only translated, but also recorded and playable in Swahili and Spanish and English. So we've been thinking about ways to scale this so that we can have community participation in both the translation and the audio recording for the content that we have on the site. So in this fund, I have a proposal for to kind of extract this tool we've been building in-house. There it is, to facilitate translation, where a person can log in and they can go and edit anything that isn't translated or edit some translation. This tool already has integration with a translation API service, so that if this was blank, you could click this button and it would pre-translate it for you using the API. And then all you have to do is go in and edit to get your final copy And of course, you from the tool, you can see the thing you're translating in context. So what the proposal is to open source this tool, extract it away from the Lido Nation site, and make it so any team can deploy it, and then add some incentives to get their community to come in and do the translation. So what those incentives will look like will be being able to track how many words you're translating, and and then being able to tie that to either threshold-based incentives. So if you translate this many over this much, you get NFTs, or it can be tied to per word based incentive for with a Cardano native token. So you could say, 5 Husky per word or whatever, and the system will be able to track who you are, track how many you've done, and then show a report to the admin what those values are and how much tokens is owed. This version of the proposal does not have it doesn't have any like automation around smart contracts and like payment and things like that. It will facilitate the ability to generate a signed transaction that you can submit in a wallet that will then distribute the funds for you. And then it will also have the ability for the admin to export all of the translations into a format that should cover pretty much 90 to 95% of applications out there. So the whole idea is you do the translation work and compensation and management in here, but then you can export those files as .po, as JSON files for a lot of web content. And there's one other that I'm forgetting right now. But those 3 file formats covers WordPress, which a lot of community sites uses for their websites and stuff. It covers anything that uses JSON for translation. So that's mobile applications, Laravel, .NET, they all support JSON-based translation. So it will cover a lot of those platforms. And that's the short and the long end of it. I feel like I should open it up to questions to the community. But before I do, I just want to do a quick shout out as far as who we are too and our growing Catalyst. We've been trying to build this this research tool for Catalyst proposal, and I was just tickled when I saw that Patrick used this page in his presentation to show his proposal that was funded. I'll stop the screen share now. That's sort of the TLDR. Oh, I'll post the link to the proposal in the chat too, so people can check it out. Questions?
Okay, cool. So yeah, so actually it was a nice presentation. So did I correctly understand? So it will be an open source where basically anyone who has some kind of translation project needed.
I'm
so
sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so did I correctly understand? So this will be a project where basically if you need something to be translated either for your web app, web page or whatever, you just, create a project on this platform and decide how much you are able or willing to pay per translation. And then basically publish this work and anyone can come and translate.
Yes, so just like correction, I'm not going to host this. What the deliverable that the proposal will fund would be a Docker Compose file that you can deploy yourself, and as well as a Helm chart that you can deploy yourself, and as well as just like if you're just using a VPS, then just a standard Nginx application you can deploy yourself. So as a community who already has a website, you'll be able to deploy this tool and you will have control of the database and all of that stuff on your own website.
Okay, so sounds impressive. So this actually basically, a lot of startups who are doing and need translation. Yeah, that's kind of challenge for them sometimes, and especially if you manage to do that the output, it's automatically uploaded, etc. You have like JSONs and these these tags, then it's cool. So for really, yeah.
So the platform we use for Lido Nation is Laravel. So if you are using that platform, we will have guides how to have it automatically sync with Laravel and publish to the production site. So you won't have to do that extra work of exporting. And that's not in the proposal, but that's what we're doing. So we're just going to publish those guides for people who are already doing that. And then the one cool thing with this tool versus other translation service that's out there is, one, you get to deploy yourself and own the data. And two, you get to provide your own incentive mechanism as opposed to like being forced to pay in fiat currency. Yes, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, maybe? Oh.
Yeah, you're muted.
Hey, Darlington, sorry about that. I have 2 mute buttons. Great proposal, cool idea. As a startup before, and as a startup now, we engage with different clients all over the world, right? And they're like, hey, can you make your UI in Japanese or in Chinese or whatever, especially for the Japanese market. Like if it's not in Japanese, I won't use it, pretty much. How big of a projects can you guys handle, right? And have you thought about 2 questions? First one, is there a limit to size? And the second one is, have you guys thought about having, the translator bid on the proposals? I mean, the project instead of the project setting out the price?
No, because I think right now we've been attacking it from a community-driven tool that if you have a community and you want to crowdsource translation, you deploy it, right? So I can see this being useful for DAO type project who has a token that's associated to voting power, or just any community that has a custom token that they want to kind of reward their users to help with translation. So we haven't thought about that. That can definitely be something to consider as far as bidding and things like that. But right now we're thinking about it more from a, hey, I have a community and I want my users to help with translation. That's the user base there. And as far as size, so again, you get a Helm chart. If you don't know what, for those in the room that might not know what that is, that's a way to deploy applications to places like Google Cloud and things like that. And you also get a Docker Compose file, and that's like a really cheap alternative to Helm where you can just spin up all of the server and system resources on a VPS without having to know too much cloud computing stuff. And since this tool just create assets that you export, I'm not super crazy. I'm not like super worried about security and things of that nature for this first version. How many people you can support? It depends on your server, right? If you spin up a giant VPS, you can load as many users as you want. So that's up to you.
Good.
James.
Yeah, so overall great. I really like your approach and what you guys are doing. The one quick question that I have though is as far as the users coming on to do the translation. So it sounds like you have to create your own bank of users. Would it be something that would be beneficial to have something, a different tool where you could use the community from all the communities instead of having, it be, only this company's group of people. It could be that company's group of people, another company's group of people, another company's group of people all together, and they would have access to be able to see all 3 companies as far as the users that do the translations.
Yes, yes, that sounds like a much bigger scope. Definitely, I can see the value in that, and I think something of a V2 where we have more of a platform where people can like go in and sign up and create their own company subdomains and stuff, and then benefit from the users that's already on our platform. Makes sense, and it's way down the line, not in the scope of this proposal, but that's a good idea to kind of benefit from the wider community.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome.
Yep. Okay, good. So do we have some more questions on this project? We still have some 3 minutes, but anyway. Okay, Darren, so thanks for presentation. I think it is really awesome project. We will follow it, and definitely looking forward, because this is something we need a lot. On each project, if we go international, we need translation. So good.
Right,
good.
and we've been using it. So we got funded to translate the site in Swahili. So now we have people in Kenya who sign up and like just as the internal tool, and they've been using it and providing feedback on how to make it better and things like that. So really excited. Thanks. Hope you vote yes when it gets on the ballot, and so the whole community can benefit from it.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Okay, cool. So let's move on. I see Sebastian's here. Can you hear us? Okay, Sebastian.
Yes, I'm here. Excuse me for
good. Yeah, we moved you to the second position.
Yeah,
but
no,
anyway,
no problem.
As you maybe we're not in the beginning, so basically you have 10 minutes. So 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question and answer. Of course, you can, it's flexible. So you will hear some sound for the first 10 minutes, just for you, to understand how much time you have approximately. And then, yeah, question and answer session. So, okay, so I see you are sharing the screen, yes? But currently it's still black.
Yes, sir. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. I see just that. Okay, now I can see. Okay, good. So are you ready to go?
Okay. Okay, my proposal is the central idea of my proposal is bring to Latin America in a formal way the Plutus Pioneers program in Spanish. When I talk about in a formal way is, for one side, take the original content of the Plutus Pioneers directly from the IOG, make use of EduTech platform tested in all the continents, and with an academic institution with experience in developing countries. To illustrate more my idea and my proposal, I want you see a video which resumes the idea, the center of my idea. Okay.
Also the courses on Malu in similar formats. So all the technologies that we are very excited about that are now available, we obviously want to teach, show the community how to use them, and we are planning courses for all of those.
Excuse me, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see and can hear as well.
Excellent.
Finally, in order to scale, I mean, my team, I'm very proud of my team. They're all very eager and very hardworking, but obviously the things we can do is limited. So we are very glad that we also found partners.
Excuse me, I can see by the context, I'm member of the Catalyst a long time, but I'm here in the name of the European Business University. I'm working with them in this proposal.
That we give our material as particular, we have a partnership with the European Business University that's seated in Luxembourg, but they mostly do online courses, and in particular, they target Africa and Latin America. So we are partnering with them, and they will now use our material from our Haskell courses and Plutus courses to teach their students. And they do that. They have a lot of experience teaching all over the world. So hopefully that will increase our reach even further, that we really can reach people, in particular in developing countries, but everywhere over the world. So that's our vision, that everybody will have free access to our technology, learn about our technology, and then use that to work on solving the problems of their own countries that are close to their heart. Thank you very much.
Okay. With the university, we are detected that the access to the Plutus Pioneers program and the content of the program is difficult for basically two reasons. One of the reasons is the complexity, the natural complexity with the Plutus itself, and Haskell in the same realm. And for the other side, we have the language as a problem to access, as a problem, because the two things tend to complicate the situation of the students. And here. So we developed a solution based on the experience of the university and my experience in Plutus, acquiring around my journey in Catalyst and in IOG. We have the solution, our solution based on, for one side, take the content of the Plutus Pioneers in its original state, and for the other side, bring to the students in Spanish, but it's not simply a translation of the material. It's take our experience as an academic institution in developing countries around the world and incorporate that knowledge to the reality of the Latin America. We are teaching the Plutus Pioneers program in English in the African and Asian continent, in some countries of Latin America, but in English. But in this time, the next stage is teach the course in Spanish. So we have our own platform. The platform is tested in this job of teaching to the students around the globe. We pretend to build the course in Spanish and then upload to our platform. It's a course of 14 weeks, and later at the end of the course, the students get a certificate. In the middle of the course, they make some activities that in which they can apply their abilities. This is our platform of the university. In the platform, we teach all a variety of areas, academic areas. One of those is Haskell Plutus. In this platform, we are gonna upload the course. This platform has all the capacities to teach the course in a broad experience in general. This is our platform. Our roadmap is very simple. Our plan is composed of 3 milestones. The first is build the course itself. That take 2 months. 2 months. We have already a date to launch for launch the course. It's the June 6th in the second semester of this year. And so we begin to start. We begin to teach the course, and then for 14 weeks we teach the course, and we finish to teach the course in around the middle of September. And basically the budget that we are solicited, that we requested, is the two grants, excuse me, $2,000, $2,200, that it's will be applied to cost of the labor of the people that will build the course, and for the other side, the equipment needed to build the course. When we finish to build the course, we don't need more funds of the Catalyst, because the university will assume the cost of the labor, the professional assigned to teach the course. I don't know if I was clear about the idea in general, but
I think sure.
But the thing, the central thing is we detect in Latin America a huge potential in the development area of in the development situation in Latin America, and we detect a huge potential of the people in here, and but the access to the material is for one side of the low quality, and for the other side is not the IoT. And we will build a material that covers the necessities of Latin America in this area.
Okay, sounds good. So of course, as more we have like materials in local languages, that helps to develop, the ecosystem, and it's really helpful. So Anderson, this will be an online course, yes? So people can apply online through this platform.
Yes, all the people interested in the course can apply through the platform.
Okay, and finishing that, they will have some kind of certificate from this university.
Yes, sir. See, all the people that finish the course obtain a certificate. Certificate with the approbation of IOG, because we are in the obligation to respond to the metrics and the level of quality of IOG.
Okay. So I suppose there are a lot of people who would look forward to have this course and participate in that, because it's a huge market there, and the interest we have seen in Latin America as well, in town halls, and there are a lot of people who are jumping in, and they would love to explore and learn this. So I'm super happy that somebody has taken this and is building the materials which will be used for many. Okay, so do we have some questions from our side? You are muted, the second mute button.
Again. Awesome proposal. I love the small budget for huge ROI. Love that you guys are going for historically underrepresented communities to teach Plutus and Haskell. I wonder, like, openly, is it okay, like, if you share the link to your English and Spanish class? I already have the Spanish one, right? Because we have resources for our own developers who are learning Haskell and Plutus and who want to join the Web3 team. And do you guys publish like a list of alumni for this class?
Excuse me, a list of?
Do you guys publish the list of alumni for this class? Because immediately I imagine they complete the class, they become a very hot commodity.
Yeah. So the list of who finished the class, it will be publicly available?
Yes, we're. Yes, my sound is. Yes. But yes, we publish the material, and I don't understand really the last question. Excuse me.
It's okay. Anyway, I also posted your proposal link, so people can basically go there and ask questions directly and get in contact with you. So excellent. Just so I suppose that will be a huge interest for many developers and who are building platforms, and that's really a goldmine for some people.
Excellent. Thank you to all.
Okay, thank you. So we managed to get in the 15-minute time stop, so good. So so if you have any questions, of course, just jump in on IdeaScale and just write directly. Okay, so let's move to the third presenters. So we have the Quadratic voting funding. So this is actually quite an interesting thing. I'm also interested to learn more about this. Okay, the previous was finished. So okay, cool. So let's move on. Are you ready to go?
Yep, ready to go.
Perfect. So the floor is yours.
Awesome. Hey guys, thanks Lauris. Thank you for joining to learn more about open source quadratic voting and funding. My name is Nin, and 2 years ago, I was very fortunate to be able to help almost 938,000 people land jobs in tech. But when I looked into the data further, we saw that less than 13% were diverse. And that's why we're here today to pioneer a new path to equal opportunities for everybody. You see, the problem is that 375 million people will quit their jobs in the next couple of years. They're burning out, everyone's burning out, and they want to do something different and something else. This is especially true in the open source community because it suffers from what many call the tragedy of commons, where historically it's open source is, as a public good is overconsumed, underfunded. And so even the best developers and contributors are burning out. They're sabotaging their own projects. If you want to read more about it, just Google it. There's a recent article by Business Insiders. Now, this is a huge opportunity for us, the Cardano community, to make an impact. Cardano is the blockchain of impact, and with your partnership, we want to raise 100 million towards funding of open source projects in the next couple of years. Now, how do we do this? We do this by implementing open source crowdfunding and bounties to empower you to donate even the smallest contribution. Can make a huge impact because it can be matched quadratically from big sponsors so that your $1 that you give can become $5 or even $10, and your 1 ADA can become 5 ADA or even 10 ADA. And this is all, again, possible from quadratic fund matching from big sponsors for the projects, different open source foundations, including, for example, the Cardano Foundation, Decentralized Consortium Fund, and so on. So in this way, anyone can have a direct impact, personal impact on the open source projects that you care about, right? And be able to create open source bounties, create new opportunities for mentors and mentees, other platform that we're building to connect together, to learn and work together, right? And build their reputation. After Sebastian's class, right, people would be able to join and get real hands-on projects and develop themselves to be experts, build their reputation towards the financial freedom and towards a better life, regardless of how they're born or who they are. Now, one thing we noticed is to be able to even start, it's extremely difficult to set up the coding environment, your IDE, and that's why we're building a streamlined no-code setup cloud IDE to power more collaboration and higher developer productivity. What is attraction? Well, for quadratic funding and matching, it's very simple. Last year, Gitcoin has raised 58 million alone, right, in 1 year towards open source funding. We ourselves have seen a huge success on our mentor and mentee platform with about 60% success rate, where we took people who are extremely new to tech, self-taught, they didn't know front end from back end. And after 4 months, they've landed jobs at Amazon, Microsoft, General Motors, and many others. So in the past 4 months, we helped 45 people like that land job. Super excited. While others talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, we simply do it, right? Focused on both self-taught developers and underrepresented developers. I have an awesome team, very blessed and very fortunate to have these awesome humans with me. Frank, YCOM alumni, he leads our Web3 team. Beatrice, she leads our Web2 team, and James, he's leading the team that builds the IDE as well as the product design. Now, it's not only my team and the many developers that we have that are super passionate about creating equal opportunities for everyone, but we've been super fortunate to also partner with people in the community, namely Nori and Kenrick. You may have seen them around, right? They themselves bring a wealth of knowledge, especially for impact, social impact, and governance. Beyond those two, of course, very blessed to meet a lot of people, a lot of makers, impact makers right here even. So I've been networking and building partnerships with different teams across IOG, including the Prism team, including the Decentralized Consortium Fund, including the head of open source at IOG, and they're very excited about what we're doing. Yoma Foundation, Conma, Roots Wallets ID, and so many others that are going to contribute to our tech stack directly, or just even the networking side and the adoption side after. Now I want to switch to gears a little bit and go to a demo. So, can you guys still see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. So here, just for a context, right? This is a business management console for companies and different foundations that want to participate in open source bounties or funding, right? They would be able to just go ahead and sign up. We support different auth or even email authentication. Everything is passwordless, right? Once they sign up, we would be able to, in the backend, generate them and hook up into Roots ID that will generate a DID for them. It's very important for, job seekers that are taking the bounties, as well as the funders and voters who are funding those projects and open source bounties. Next step, simply, if they don't have an account, they can sign up and invite their team members, right? Either the hiring manager or the recruiter or other open source contributors to be able to help them manage the bounties. We, as a company, we already have built out assessments which are used by other companies, but in this proposal, we're adding the bounties where people can simply set up at their GitHub with Bitbucket or whatever repository link. We would pull the information from it, fill it out, all the languages. They would be able to fill out the task description, submission criteria, all the information that a person would need to complete a bounty, estimate time, and also put in the reward amount, right? And then invite people that they want to participate in this bounty. So for example, if I have partnership with Sebastian's EBU school, I would just simply say, hey, I would love to create this bounty, and let's say it's $2,000 or $5,000, right? A project mini hackathon that I would like to invite your class to. Would you be interested in this type of partnership? Simple, and it's simple. I can also send out the email, invite the folks, or also just list it on our platform. This is a full dashboard where people can see, okay, what's going on, what are the what's going on, what are the bounties, the different commits, how many pull requests there are, any details they can edit, disparity rating. We focus huge on diversity, equity, and inclusion, as you can tell. So our SDG goals are actually real, right? Because we can track it very easily and transparently. Now, adding more diversity analytics, there's a discussion feature where people would be able to ask questions if they get stuck, right, from the developers and maintainers of the bounties, and also check out the users, how many projects they had, and so on. On the other side, when it comes to funding projects, it's as simple as going to our grants and checking out. We'll have featured grants, featured open source projects. They can see and simply add the grants to cart, right? View the project that they want to fund a card and simply select the different wallets that they've integrated, the amount, and then check out. Okay. Now, let me switch gears a little bit, and I will show you our cloud IDE. One second. James, you ready to share as well?
It doesn't look like it will let me share while you were sharing.
Side by side, okay. We had a show off to show our IDE to you guys, where both me and James would be in the same IDE and collaboratively code together, but I guess that's not possible. Let me see if I can share, and then James can Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, so this is our cloud IDE. This is actually the quadratic voting. We have just released the public source code for this, whatever we have built so far on GitHub, right? If you're interested, just go to our proposal. I put the 2 repositories there in the comments. This is the implementation, and let's say that James, are you on? Let's say I want to say, hi, James, are you on right now? Right?
Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm connected to the same repo as you now.
Okay, let me send you the link. Perfect. Anyways, I want to open it for questions right now while James is hopping on. Go ahead, Patrick.
It's an amazing project, honestly.
Thank you.
I see one risk that I observed when I was receiving bounties for working on an open source project. And I tell you how it, first the risk and then how the people solve it. The risk is that there is a low quality of the description in the bounties. And motivation is typically, people are always busy. And at the Open Source Foundation I worked for, they solve it by having, meetings, but basically that means an overstructure and some time spent. And yeah, I think that this is something you should consider, but your UI is extremely clean. If there is a way to get the success is what you're doing, what I saw this.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I
but
totally agree.
How we are going to check this, solve this?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We already thought about it and considered that, right? Even people, is also a problem. Even people wouldn't know how much to put as a bounty, right? For the bounty, like, okay, this is a new thing. So we have a team of data scientists and AI engineers, and they're building essentially models to recommend the amount as well as to check for the quality of all the descriptions, right? Like low score, you're gonna attract these type of people, or it will take this long to complete the bounty and so on.
Quite amazing.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Alex, you have a question?
So what you're saying is like you can use AI and to evaluate the resources needed to be invested into bringing a project up, yeah, with a bounty. Do I get this right?
Yeah, it's a simple model, Alex. The baseline doesn't have to be AI at all. It's essential we would pull from GitHub or Bitbucket, and we all already know all the languages that are in the repository, right? Tasco, Plutus, blah blah blah, all the frameworks and dependencies, and then the scope of the project, right? And the time estimate we can calculate simply how much it costs per hour for Python and then how many hours, and then we use the AI to adjust based on how fast and how many people will be incentivized to join based on this cost, because we also would know the user base that we have, where they're located, how much they make or have made, and so on.
Yeah, and then if you want to share the ID again, by the way.
Yeah, please keep asking questions. If you have any questions, yeah. We have 10 seconds.
anyway, if anyone can, wants to ask questions afterwards separately, of course, they can always, do it to idea scale. Just, I post also the link in the chat, so you can guys, connect directly, ask questions, ideas.
Yep.
Yeah. And the designer for the platform. Okay. Cool.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So looks like we are finally arrived at our coffee pause, so coffee break. So hopefully you have your coffees ready. So let's go back to the main room. Let's check what's going there. So let's interact and prepare for the next round. So we'll have 3 more people after the coffee break. And yeah, thank you for showing your project. Looks awesome. I see every time that we have really the projects are getting larger and more important, and also it's the impact is definitely larger than when we started. So that's great. That's great to see. Okay, so see you in after the coffee break, and let's move to the next project. Thank you, guys. Resume, start the recording. And Patrick, so you are ready? Everything good? Okay, great. I see your perfect. I see your presentation. Very good. Okay, so then let's start. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. I'm Patrick, and I'm here to present this proposal from called Simple Application Framework, where the idea, spoiler, is to speed up development and increase the adoption by having a user-friendly, modular, and open source framework to generate applications. Okay. I'm part of a team that proposed and got funded for Cardano After Dark, a card game on Cardano, a poker card game, and you will get more references at the end. But shortly said, we are going to build an incremental application in multiple steps up to get to a web DApp. And we started with a very simple question on Stack Exchange. Is there a simple quick start for Cardano? Well, there isn't. So from there, it comes the problem that we thought about, and is how can we increase the adoption and the market penetration? Because more people can create quickly an application, more people can join the ecosystem. Well, like I said at the beginning, we would like to build a modular and extensible framework for bootstrapping and creating these simple Cardano applications. The idea of increasing adoption and the market penetration and having a simple way to get started, to have an application that is built and can run, aligns with the open source development ecosystem key points, which is our parent challenge. So we end up increasing the number of projects if there are more people using such a tool, to improve the development ecosystem, more developers, more people that can help with that. We're going to develop a community framework, which is one, I think, important point of the open source development ecosystem challenge, and also to standardize best practices. But I'll go more into detail in the next slides. Well, possible solution to our problem, we thought, is what if we use a framework to generate prototypes? And we look at the market, and there are quite a number of examples: NPM Generate, Yeoman, Bower in the JavaScript world, or Spring Initializer, or JHipster for the Java world. And basically, these are frameworks that either through a web interface or a command line interface, with a few questions, they generate an application for you. It can be a full stack application, a normal application, command line, whatever. The benefit we observed were provided by these tools to the relative ecosystem was to increase the adoption and the understanding of what this ecosystem can do, lower the application time to market. So you build your prototype with a couple of comments, then you can start hacking this application. And then you modularize the architecture, because to have such a framework, you need to have modules that can be integrated somehow together. And also it's about streamlining the best practices, because we want the experts, they contribute or improve what we generate. So an example of what the simple application framework should generate, say you start from this application or command line, you start with this application, you could choose in our ecosystem to generate a command line app in which you have, I don't know, 2 clients that are exchanging, you can generate an application where 2 clients are exchanging a small amount of money through, and they are connected to a Cardano node, which is not super simple. You have to write the 2 command line and use Cardano clients, you use Cardano CLI. Or you might want to, I don't know, let's say you have your Daedalus working on your local machine, you want to set up a server, have a web app connected locally to this server, and interact with your Daedalus node with a friend of yours, which is on a different city. Then you might want to create a local decentralized application. And, or maybe you want to have a simple prototype of, I don't know, integrating a web DApp with NAMI, for instance. Or you might want to have additional models. You want to generate an application that does token generation or generation. Want to create an application that allows you to access network, mint NFTs, or simply build NFTs. There is a lot of stuff going on. Well, not everybody is really aligned on how to do stuff. And we think that the benefit of such a framework would be to have an hello world for everyone, which is very democratic, I would say, and will increase our popularity as an ecosystem. We will have something that is open source and that we can dog food, we can eat our own shit. Oh, sorry for saying that, but yeah, the point is we write it and we use it and intend to be good on the long run. And also what happens is there will be more integrations and it will increase standardization. And here the experts should be incentivized, because the expert people, they should write such models. We should have to establish a sustainable ecosystem, which is, I think, a fundamental key point of the open source development ecosystem, where commercial companies should share their efforts on open standards, but keep their core business private. So you go with collective shared efforts only on what is like should be standardized, what should be common for everybody. The community can contribute, and we can grow experts who can sell their services. So you build the model for creating NFT. You probably also want to do consulting, well paid, to other companies. So I think it's an anti-fragile system. It's future-proof. Everybody is going to care of their own business, but people are going to work together because it's going to be documented based on public interfaces and so on. So our proposed timeline is first 2 months. We basically have to build the CLI of our application. We are going to build the CLI version and the web DApp version. And then we start building a bootstrapping framework with different options. Say which type of CLI application you want, which type of web DApp you want a web DApp, you want a local web DApp, whatever. And then you start with the initial generation of Cardano dApps. The outcome of the generator should build, be deployable, and run. And then in July, August, we should start adding modules, say simple other transfers, so generate application that can do simple other transfers, that can perform blockchain queries, maybe using integration with Dandelion, Blockfrost, other API. And then September, October, we add more functionalities like generate application that can do viewing NFTs or minting or generating tokens. And the framework should be ready by October. Then will be time. If all of this works, it will be time to go for another proposal and ask a little bit more, or maybe we are ready to go on the market. For the auditability, well, we should be ready for October. The people should be using the framework, but otherwise it's not something good. We must have a community of users, and we must have channels. Typically, I know Reddit or Discord. Discord maybe is confusing, but Reddit is good. Whatever, we'll see. Then we should have able to measure the adoption. Maybe, I don't know, but we will find a way to see how many downloads, etc. And then we must have more contributors creating modules. I mean, external from the project. This is on the team, on the communication team. For us, the success means that many projects are using the framework to bootstrap their new projects. And they can provide us feedback. And they can say, both through social media, this is good, or through new feature requests or bug requests, this can be improved, this doesn't work. The project must be improved by the community, not should. But yeah, that's our idea. Like I said at the beginning, it's important to grow an ecosystem of expert people. We want to be more expert. We need to build more Cardano application and be better at understanding what is best practice, what is not. And we need a way also to share the way we develop. An elegant generator may be a good way. The final point is the battle between commercial and open source. But again, if you can simply identify what everybody needs and what is your core business, then for a commercial company, it's easy to take to keep safe their core business. Well, that's these are the references. I think I already sent you the link to this presentation, the read-only presentation. Now I'm going to send you also a link to sorry, it was the wrong link. Copy link address. This is the link to the idea if you want to send a couple of likes. And whatever. We asked for 80K, where 50K are for research and development, which is around 1,000 hours or 125 man days, counted at $50 an hour. It's not expensive. Where we have probably 20% is tech learning and workshop, 40% is development of different application prototypes, so the targets that have to be generated. 30% will be the writing the framework that generates different application, and documentation is definitely, yeah, probably just 10%. I actually have the numbers here. I'm saying probably, but it's not probably. I'm just trying to explain with my words why we asked for that money, which seems not negligible. And then for, yeah, I'm showing to you. And then we have definitely 300 hours of program management, still at $50 an hour. Now, sorry, this was a note for the previous project. And communication, we probably need 100 hours, which is two week and a half, week and a half. And external consulting is going to cost at least double. I believe between $75 and $100 an hour. So it's not like 200 hours, but it's probably between 100 and 150. So that's more or less what we need to go. We have a better experience now, and this is the team. Simon, you probably know is Lauris, is one of the people in the Idea Fest. It's me. David Baxter is a really good guy. Front-end engineer, but he already provided for us a front-end, and is also on many other proposals as a successful person, as well as Sam, which is more expert in in security, Chakan, which is very expert with the backend, and also in the Plutus Pioneer program. Thomas is an amazing mathematician, which is also very good at programming. And then there is Randall, which is Ave Randall, is an architect, a very good expert. Steve Lockhart, which is our spiritual guide, and it's a very important and dear person to us, and Shannon, which is the person that created the logo for us. But the same team behind Cardano After Dark. And also we have the same Discord for now. Then we will see. That was it.
Okay, so cool. Nice presentation. Thank you. And looks like we are building a, like, I think it will be super huge help for people who are, starting in and starting from scratch. It will definitely help them to do the work faster. And of course, also if you use already some kind of, some kind of projects like Blockfrost, whatever, including in your code, and so it will really help to boost the productivity for some people. And I checked your proposal, so it's quite detailed. So if anyone has some kind of questions, let's shoot. We have some 30 seconds. I see Nin has a question.
Yeah, awesome proposal, Patrick. Great team as well. Very strong team. All are, I think, like Lauris said, just like React and Node is for JavaScript, SAF can become that for Haskell and Plutus. One thing is, do you see this opening more doors for more junior developers and new contributors to start coding and becoming more effective?
Absolutely.
On Haskell and Plutus?
Absolutely. Think about it. I'm an expert developer, and before I'm able to start writing a Plutus application, I need to follow a very deep course or to go with the Plutus-based learning. What if I can generate an application and start tinkering with it? That's the hello world effect. You have it, you can start changing. Of course, the hello world won't do nothing for you. But if you have motivated people and you can generate an application that, a very simple application that says how much money you want to send and which is the address, then you give these people the word. And maybe at the beginning can be just a Cardano CLI sending just money through the Cardano CLI comments. But maybe it's not easy for somebody to write Haskell application. Why Haskell? Maybe you want to write it in Rust.
Yeah.
And that was.
Okay. Anyway, guys, we have to move on. So maybe Patrick, you can drop your Discord channel or some kind of communication where people can jump in and just copy in the chat. And let's, because we have to move on. So
sorry for being long. Then I think I took more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's in 15 minutes.
Sorry.
We have okay, so let me check. So our next speaker is Trisha. Are you here? Okay, I can see you. You are here. Good.
Yeah. Able to hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well. Do we have a presentation to share?
Yeah, let me just do that right now.
Yeah. Let's check if it works. Or in one. Hello. Looks like some internet connection. Okay.
Okie. Yeah, actually, what I can do is you can still hear.
You are breaking for me. Is it only
I think it
for
should
me?
be fine. Yeah. Am I still breaking, or is this okay?
We can hear you now. Okay. But I don't see any presentation so far.
Okay, great. Because I think it's going to take me out of this if I upload the presentation. I just put it into the chat if that's quicker to also follow through.
Okay,
just for the moment.
Yeah, we can do that. But of course, it will be better if you have like presentation online, because this will be recorded and people can see.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we can wait for.
So I think maybe you can get the next speaker started and go last, if that's possible.
Can you repeat that?
You can maybe go ahead with the next speaker, and then I can go last while I fix whatever this issue is happening right now.
Andre, are you able to jump in?
Okay.
Okay, let's then do that. So let me check. Okay, you'll be also sharing some presentation, yes?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to share my screen now.
Yep,
you see it?
Yep, we can see it. Perfect.
Okay,
then let's go. Yeah, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. I'm part of a fairly young team, which is coming from the space outside of Cardano. So it is around December, January this year, where we were deciding what blockchain to choose, and Cardano was the one we felt is the most interesting or most exciting for us. So that's the reason why we are here, or why I am here for the team today. When we are thinking about what Cardano can become, so the success will be based on the services which will be there for the newcomers, not necessarily for the people who are already in the ecosystem, because the potential is to grow it several times. What you need to be looking at is what kind of services will be there for the people who will be starting with, for example, developing new applications, or teams which will be deciding to go Cardano, to go into decentralized autonomous applications in this kind of space and ecosystems. And we are looking at the problem from our point of view. We come from the background of enterprise transformation, consulting, and coming from this background, the services we would like to provide are for consultants, for enterprise architects, to bring them into this ecosystem, to make it easier for them to do what they do, what they can do, and what they are best in. That means communicate with teams, companies, and to help them to start and bring them into this ecosystem. And while doing that, we are giving ourselves a very challenging task to keep them, to share the knowledge, keep the knowledge transparent and decentralized for the ecosystem, because that's something which is not happening, and we think it's crucial for these kind of ecosystems, because they are new, and quick sharing and quick learning will be key for the success going forward. So how we are thinking about doing that? We are thinking about creating a decentralized autonomous consultancy, which will be based on a sharing economy, where who will be giving will be getting the benefits. That will be the key thing, which will be forcing the people to keep their knowledge transparent and open for everybody else. And we would be charging some fee to keep the ecosystem going, and to reward people from outside of the consultancy background, if they would be willing to contribute or engage with the knowledge we will be providing or facilitating. So decentralized autonomous consultancy, the consultants, they will be rewarded tokens for contributions, and contributions like finding delivering problems to us, suggesting different solutions to the problems, comparing different solutions against each other, or bringing new users, bringing new teams and companies for the consultancy. And those who will be rewarded, who will be getting the tokens, who will be participating, they will be getting new clients. So it will be reinforcing them to keep working in the system, and all of this will be based on a open knowledge base. So and this knowledge base is the part of the proposal we are putting into the Catalyst 8 program, or Catalyst 8 fund. We would like to start building this knowledge. All the funds we are asking for are there to set up a critical mass of information, which can be used forward, will be owned by the community, and most of the money will be for engaging the expert contributors, architects, network experts, people from the community to provide this information about decentralized autonomous organization, new work concepts like self-organizing organizations and transformation, how they can work together. We are looking into this problem. Well, we would like to categorize it based on problems which need to be solved and different solutions which can be there suggested. The team which will be working on this, or the core team which we have right now, consists from 4 people. That would be Gert Willemos, which has a consultancy background in the European space industry. Brendan McEnroe, who is the CTO in the blockchain, first blockchain company in New Zealand, which make it into the stock exchange in New Zealand. And they are currently the biggest exporter, or they facilitate the more than 50% of the export from New Zealand at this point of time. And there will be Kevin Lee-Smith, who started a transformation framework in the year 2008, and now to this day it grew quite large. It has around 6,000 visits every day on its web page. So it is quite an interesting repository of knowledge. The last person is me, Ondřej Hálek. I'm enterprise architect, spending a lot of my professional time in the public sector, so a quite battle-tested individual, I think. So that is the team. I think this is all from us. It would be great if you can contact us if you would be interested into the project. I'm giving here my Discord name. I will for sure put it also into the chat, so you can contact us. Any questions you might have, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you for the quick presentation. So you already started this doing, and you have some kind of previous experience on the other blockchains, or what? I didn't quite get that experience part.
Oh, well, we are doing this outside of the blockchain mainly, because we have Gert, who is a consultant in the space industry, so he knows how to engage with people, how to bring people into how to build a company. I am an enterprise architect by trade. Similar, what is the background of Kevin, who started the framework. So I think between us there is a lot of knowledge how to transform or how to evolve a company, an organization, for it to be sustainable, and how to engage with people, how to identify different problems. On the other hand, we are thinking there is a lot of possibility to merge the knowledge, which is currently in the ecosystems like Cardano, with what emerges even in the private sector. There are this concept of self-organizing organizations, new work concepts, where you basically get rid of the managers and you let the teams to organize themselves. It's very interesting, and one of the key advantages of this is that you connect the people who have a problem you are solving, or the organization is solving, with the people who are responsible for the solution, and you empower the people who are doing the solutions to do the solution, right? And if you think about Catalyst program, it is not completely like that. It is a bit like a manager, because you have people who do not know much about the solutions and who are voting about what is best in the end. And that itself tells me that there is a lot of knowledge to be explored and gained for ecosystems like Cardano.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, cool. So do we have some questions to Andre? Let me see if there's some hands. Okay, so far no. So looks like everybody understood and everything's clear. But anyway, I also pasted in the chat the link to the proposal. So if everyone wants to ask, some questions privately, sure, just go there and of course check the proposal. And if you like it, if you support it, then of course vote it. Okay. Anything else, Andre, from your side?
Thank you very much. I'm glad that I could help to put us back on track, time-wise. And
yeah, a little bit.
Again, I'm really looking for contacts. We have a lot to learn. Obviously, we are coming new to this ecosystem. So if any project would like to help, to have us there, just to be listening and to coming with ideas, but not really taking your time, not asking you for money, because we are really starting to follow up teams which are bringing working on their own decentralized organizations. So if anyone would be interested in that, having us like a partner who would be listening, that would be perfect.
Yeah. Do you have some kind of Discord, Telegram, or what, some kind of channel where people
I will drop the Discord.
Maybe you can write it down.
Myself is okay.
Yeah. Write down maybe in presentations for people to so they can go, because definitely there'll be some.
These are all the links we are currently having, and I will drop it also into the chat.
Yeah, because in Cardano there are a lot of lurkers, so basically who are just watching and trying to digest information, because sometimes it's not easy to understand. And then of course if they understand, then they finally see the value of it, then they'll just jump in. Okay, cool. If there are no more questions, then let's move on. So let's see. Yeah, this was a little bit faster. Okay, good. Trisha. Let me see. Trisha, okay, this is Trisha's screen, I suppose.
Yeah, you can see it right now.
Yeah, I can see.
Great.
Yes, that's good. That's good. Okay, so then ready to go?
Yeah,
I don't see the presentation yet. I just see a screen, blank screen, not blank, but a picture. But
you still can't see anything?
I see the screen, but is there a presentation?
Yeah, it's showing on my screen.
No. Guys, do you see presentation there? Is it me? No. We see the screen, but it's maybe on other screen. Do you have maybe multiple screens?
You can see your mouse.
Yeah, we can see your mouse and the ping, not ping, but screen and Zoom. Okay, but we don't see the presentation.
You don't actually see the presentation. This is interesting.
No. Yeah, we see the screen.
Very interesting. Okay, so if you can see my desktop, then let's see.
Yeah.
Let's actually do this in another manner where I can just share this. Sorry for the snag, guys. I'm actually not just traveling and having to coordinate with this.
It's fine.
Okay, so and just to give you a heads up, I can already start talking. I know everything that you mentioned was pretty it's all high level and stuff. So I'm just kind of trying to be representative of a fact of being new here, especially representing a generation as well, 18 to 24 and 25, just trying to get into kind of the ecosystem and especially what's kind of happening, right? And I know most of yours was a lot of commercial kind of proposals. I'm just really trying to dumb it down in that sense, I would say, just so that it's more accessible to a lot of new people that really want to get into this ecosystem. I'm just hoping that you can now view my screen, and I really hope.
No, we just see your screen, but we don't see the presentation. No. We just see the screen's background, but we see. Yeah, maybe have some. Do you have the link of for the presentation somewhere quickly?
Yeah,
maybe
I can probably do
what
that.
I can do. What I can do, I can share my screen and with the presentation.
Yeah,
and that's kind of workaround we can do. So. Did you send the link? Let me see.
I did before, but hey, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. No, this is the idea scale. Okay, yeah, I think I found it. Okay, PGDeck, use block. Okay.
Yep, thank you so much for helping me out.
Let me see. So it's a PDF. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me share the screen.
Yeah, I think it's most got to do with my settings and the fact that it's different.
Yeah, okay. Can you guys see the screen?
Great. Actually, hey everyone, my name is Trisha. I actually got engaged in the Catalyst community last November as part of a launchpad called Shift, which was building on Cardano. And we did do a Fund 7 proposal, but right now kind of moving into, you know, Fund 8, we just thought we would kind of propose something that was a lot more basic, I would say. And as much as all of your proposals were really great, parts of it were really, to me, it's a language that is unknown. I do not work very much on the technical side of it. So kind of the idea with having this is that the audience is very much catered for 18 to 24-year-olds to kind of understand not just the blockchain ecosystem, but move more into understanding Cardano, what it does, and how can we kind of leverage that. I think you can move to the next slide. Yeah, and the reason kind of why we exist is like for it to be more youth-centered, I would say, and it's an open source access to the resources that Cardano is developing, but it can also just be enabling like digital tool sets, especially if we see Cardano being the future, then it's also giving them an insight into how the ecosystem is being built, especially right now from scratch with all of the community members. And I think you can, next slide, please. And the reason why this matters so much is because you do see, or you will see a 30% increase in the number of youth, especially 15 to 24. That's happened in the past, like last 20 years. You see these numbers just go up by 2030. But what you see is a drop in youth force like labor participation, especially on the front of like digital skills acquisition. And I know most of the projects presented here was really catering and to developing tool sets, you know, in multiple languages and enabling a lot of these community and developers. So I think the reason why this exists is to be able to link, I would say, youth to this at a much earlier age, not like focused on a developer community or specifically, you know, just people building on it. I think the whole idea of like open source education is, yeah, I'm curious about it. Where can I access resources and learn about it? So that's kind of the solution. Yeah, I think you can scroll to the next slide. You're like catching me here. So basically what I mentioned, right? Today, it's like open source blockchain courses. The language is extremely difficult to understand for somebody. Like I come from an impact and public management background. I did not study computer science. I mean, I did, but it was a long time ago in high school and the world has changed a lot. And it also is a language that is hard to understand, you know. It's you just drop a bunch of names and, you know, the way you host them and things like that. Yeah, it's easy for kids to get lost, but it's also easy for us to like lose interest in it. And as you were mentioning, like coursework is advanced and it's directed towards a limited audience, which is good in a sense that you're also trying to develop that part of the ecosystem. So the blind spot there is, what about those that kind of are just trying to enter into this ecosystem? And also with protocol communities, right? It's hard to enter, but also engage at the beginning because it's overwhelming. Like you have Idea Scale, but then you have Catalyst, and then you have, you know, activities coming out of IOHK, Cardano Foundation. It's a huge world. And so the kind of solution that we have towards this, next slide, is kind of just doing like an open source education and networking platform. Like all of you already qualify as being great mentors to knowing the ecosystem, right? And sharing your projects is also showing a youth that, hey, these are the cool things that you can do within the ecosystem. This is what we're trying to develop. So it's just an opportunity as well as a platform to discuss these models of community governance as well. And the way we kind of imagine bringing it to life is lowering the barriers of entry, not just in the blockchain ecosystem, but also the Cardano space. And enable like youth and blockchain professionals to connect meaningfully. If I have to like dumb this down and put it in one sentence, it's just like kind of trying to create a LinkedIn for like a blockchain space, but also for Cardano community. That's the most basic version of this. Next slide, please. And so the reason why I'm saying like we're primed in this situation to address it is, yes, we do come from like an impact world and education background. My team is composed of educators as well as, especially in the angle of transformative education. So the proposal that we're putting forward is kind of to build resources tailored to the youth. It's also an opportunity to create a dialogue for the youth population to be inclusive in all of these kind of discussions, right? What do they think about it? What's the future of Cardano going to look like? And so here it's also an opportunity, like using Youth Block, it gives a direct access to the ecosystem. And it's a great way for also community members to kind of share what they're doing to a generation that is probably oblivious to what's kind of happening here. So we're just trying to increase accessibility here while kind of closing the gap on digital skill acquisition. Next slide, please. Yeah, and I think this is just to look at our potential target market at this point, is that it's extremely huge. You have different personas, but it's also just how would you talk to a high schooler about all of the solutions that you pitched? Like, it's a great challenge for us, right? Like, also, how would you pitch someone who just graduated university and can leverage these resources from Catalyst for entrepreneurial activities? Or a high school dropout who just wants to learn how to code. It could be in Plutus, probably coming from a Hispanic speaking country. Like, okay, where would you access these resources? So I think, if you can move to the next slide as well. In brevity, I would say we're just trying to enable and equip future actors in this ecosystem. So there's three things. A is it creates like a mentorship and networking platform for youth and Cardano ecosystem players. Two is it's a Git book of like resources. It could be including whatever the cool stuff that everybody's building, but it's like a direct one-stop shop where you can access these resources. And also it comes with a much more brief version of what these resources look like, what can you access, who can you reach out to in order to learn more about it. And three is kind of just creating like a dialogue summit so we can try to understand what they think about the way these ecosystems function. I can actually really stop here because I think I've got my point across and I don't need to stretch this any longer. But I'm open to questions. I'm also open to sharing our proposal, which is, I think, it's quite detailed. So like, if you do have any more questions, you can 100% comment on it and I'll be able to answer. Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you for doing this presentation and coming on this idea first. So the question is how it looks like practically. So how are you gonna get to this, to the youth?
Yeah, practically the way that it looks like right now is to create a front end kind of platform that looks a little bit more accessible, like Coursera and edX. That's one. And I know how you said two is like, okay, I am also new to this ecosystem, but my team is not new to this ecosystem. They are both co-founders of Sustainable Order. One of them is a Catalyst School core member. I work very closely with the Cardano Foundation as well for projects as a service provider. And kind of leveraging all of these things practically, it's having conversations one-to-one and onboarding them. So it's a model very similar to 1 Million Mentors. I'm not sure you're aware, but it's a way of connecting network individuals directly on a platform. So yes, it would require a lot of groundwork in that sense, but it's not that I'm approaching it from a complete outsider perspective.
Okay, cool. Andre, do you have a question?
Yeah.
How are you thinking? How do you think you will reach the youth? How will you get them interested into the platform?
Yeah, so that's where we have, I would say, a unique entry point is I'm actually part of a French company called SmartChain, and we work very closely with, it's also a student organization called Cryptosphere, which is present in 12 engineering schools. So basically, we've already tapped into their network and having the opportunity to directly present what we're offering. So the product offering can go direct to market, leveraging this existing network. Two is also in terms of one of my partners, whose name is Razali. He's a former high school teacher as well. And he's right now like working with the Commonwealth, as well as we have a supporter from the UN social, as well as I think education and social wing for Asia Pacific. So we have the opportunity to directly enter into schools. So this is the groundwork that's been done for the past month. It's the right questions that you're asking and questions we asked ourselves too. So we really spent the last month developing these partnerships. So it could be, A is obviously reaching out directly within the age bracket of like 23 to 25 using like the Cryptosphere network. 2 is when it comes to schools, it's possible with the Commonwealth kind of backing us and the partnership and mentorship from them. The third angle is the third co-founder. He is part of Unite 2030, which is a UNDP and an Impact Hub project. And he's a youth ambassador, actually. So we're also based on 3 different kind of geographical locations too. So, yeah, there's a way to directly tap and present our product offering.
Really nice, thank you.
Okay, cool. Patrick, you had some questions, so we have some 5 minutes yet still. So,
quick one. Did you check similar or possibly connected solutions? Come to my mind, David Baxter's Blockchain Education Center and Pincha and Coffee. They are currently insisting on the US. I can drop a link.
Okay.
But the question is, did you consider?
Consider? Sorry? Yeah, they're actually one of our partners on this. Sorry, guys. Just to mention, if you read the proposal in depth, yes, Beanching Coffee is also a partner. And the reason is we really like their model. So in terms of financing, which I can give you like a backdrop is, even though we're seeking 60,000, a part of that, I would say 1/3 of it is to really create like a stake pool as well. So in order to create sustainability of the platform, the idea is how can we use the rewards from that on a learn to kind of earn model as well. So say, for example, you take a bunch of courses, you connect with 2-3 mentors, you get classified to, I don't know, like from an amateur to being like, or a newbie to being like, hey, I've acquainted myself with 5 members of the community. So we're really looking to gamify the way that you engage with communities as well, from an education angle.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Nin, you have a question?
Yep. Hey, Trishala, super excited that we were presenting in the same room today, because I was like, wow, she's gonna be there. Would love to partner with you. We have 2 proposals. One is funding projects.
Okay.
Right, bounties that your students could be part of. The other side is the mentor-mentee platform as well. We have partnerships with like Yoma Foundation. We'd love to introduce you to Lohan, who's their CTO. He's also at IOHK. They have partnership with UNICEF, and if you guys are bringing the UN portion, so they do exactly very similar portion, like they call it experiential learning across Africa, right? And now also focusing on Eastern Europe as well. You know what's going on there. I think we can scale like super quickly. They have, I think, like tens of thousands of students kind of proving the concept.
Yeah.
Right. And with UNICEF, it could be millions very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's actually fantastic for us in the sense that our timeline is not like outstretched for like 2023. The idea is like really as soon as it's the possibility that we get funded. We've already actually started working on it. It's just that it gives us the resources to develop like the platform as well as the resources. And the platform itself, like, it's not like a full cost thing. Like we do have a partner, especially Smart Chain, willing to develop a part of it for us in terms of getting a functional page up and running. And so that kind of really helps us because it's in the spirit of community and developing it as like, you know, it's kind of a gift to us to be like, hey, we'll help you out on that angle. So we're really kind of actually grateful for that. And in terms of coursework as well, the idea is more like, okay, can we engage the community on it? Can we, and more so, I think we're trying to leverage like new ways of learning, like TikTok for good. I know I'm like talking, yeah, but like really being, like really being youth centric. I'm not talking about having like, hey guys, like this is like 10 different course menus, like click on this. No, we're really just trying to rethink the way education is done. So as part of this, there's an initiative that will be launched. So we did the groundwork. It's called Girls on the Block. It's basically just TikTok for blockchain education. And so, yeah, really appealing to the whole new generation that we're looking at.
Yeah, love the focus here, cultural focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and generational focus. Yeah, I hope it gets funded. Love to connect as well.
Yeah, let's connect and let's pick up this conversation. And thank you so much, guys. It was really cool. I learned a lot from you. And I traditionally don't come from a tech background, so this is great.
Yeah, cool. So thanks a lot, for coming as well, here and sharing this. This is beautiful. So let's work together and we can make really, a huge impact.
Yeah.
And that's really nice. Okay, so we have 5 seconds to go. But anyway, if anyone, wants to discuss something additionally, we can go to the main room and you can also connect directly to each other, and definitely do that. And anyway, if you don't have the contacts, then go to the idea scale and just look for the project, and definitely you'll be able to connect somehow there. Okay, so that's it for today in this room. So let's go to the main room and just have some nice conversations there. And yeah, thanks again, everyone. So the recordings will be uploaded and later on available. So you can also share this for people who didn't manage to get to this channel. And yeah, this time there are so many rooms. So definitely there are a lot of people who would love to see your presentation. And yeah, so thanks again. And hopefully you will get funded.
Thank you, Lauris.
See you. Yeah, and see you next time. Okay, great. Thank you. You're
Thanks
awesome,
for the
guys.
moderation, Lauris. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Good luck, guys. Take care.
Category connecting. Hi everyone, thanks for having me here. My name is Brian Lee. I'm here representing Frostlore Games and Guy's Sigpool. I'm pleased to present our Project Catalyst proposal in the Gamers On-Chain category, connecting tabletop games in Cardano. This proposal is to get funding for the production of our first tabletop game called Captivate Cardano Edition. So the team is comprised of 2 people, my wife Lisa and myself. We both have a long-time love of tabletop games and video games. I've got experience in the entertainment industry and 15 years of experience with computers and programming. I focus on game art and design, and Lisa focuses on game testing, promotion, and giving critical feedback. So game overview. Captivate Cardano Edition is a fast-paced tabletop card game of strategy, skill, and memory for 2 to 4 players. Flip over cards and capture them to score points, but watch out, your opponents have plans of their own. So here are a couple cards to give you a few details. Here is the card value, the power dots on each card, the element, and then we've got card art and card name. Some of the game features. First is strategy. So planning when to play your cards is important. Playing as many cards as possible could score you more points and will allow you to draw more cards faster, but this will also leave your high value cards open and captured by opponents. Got skill. In Captivate, the highest value card doesn't always win, so the power dots on each side of a card allow for alternate ways to flip cards. So here's just a gameplay example to kind of give you an idea of how this would work. So there are 4 elements or suits which determine the placement of where all of the power dots are. These are different for each card. Cards range from 1 to 13 like a standard poker deck. So each card has different dots and value. Using your cards most effectively is a huge advantage. So when flipping cards by comparing value, only a played card that is higher in value will flip an adjacent card. So in this case, the rat would not flip the frog by card value because it is 1, frog is 2. But if you compare power dots, the alternate way of flipping cards, a played card that has more power dots than the cards around it will flip those cards. So in this case, on this side, the rat would flip the frog because it has 4 power dots instead of 2. And then in this case, the rat would not be able to flip the frog because it has 1 power dot instead of 2. So As you're playing cards, you're going to see that a lot of cards will start to flip over based on those two mechanics alone. And that'll add some complexity on how you play your cards and what you kind of need to keep track of. So with our third feature, memory, you'll need to remember which cards were flipped over. When cards are flipped over, they aren't always captured. So you'll need to remember you're capturing the cards with the highest value in points. If you don't have enough cards left in your hand to capture with, you'll have to leave any remaining flipped cards for future turns, and your opponents could then capture those cards. We've also got pop culture. So each edition of Captivate is themed and showcases many favorite characters from the popular culture of each theme. This is a great way for communities of different interests to connect over pop culture that they love. So for example, we have a Captivate Cryptid edition that will feature Sasquatch next. And then we also have a Captivate Fantasy theme planned as well. Multiplayer. With a single deck of Captivate, you can play a game with 2 to 4 players. Game times range from 10 to 30 minutes based on player skill and group size. If you have a larger gaming group or want more challenging games, you just add in another deck of Captivate and you can support a group of players from 5 to 8. Quick gameplay breakdown. So to start the game off, each player gets dealt a hand of 5 cards. You start the game from the top card of the deck, you flip that over, and you can play from there. So players take turns in a clockwise direction, starting from left of the dealer. Cards that are flipped over, cards that are flipped over can be captured with any card from a player's hand. You can't capture a card that you just played on your current turn. So if you play a card, you have to wait another turn to be able to capture it. Gameplay stays within a 4x4 grid for a standard game size. And if you're working with larger player groups, it's 8x4. And at the end of your turn, you draw back up to 5 cards and you collect your captured cards for points. When the last card is drawn from the deck, the last round begins and everyone has 1 turn to play any remaining cards. And if there are any cards left in any player's hands, those points count against their score at the end of the game. At the end, all cards that have been captured are totaled and the player with the highest point value wins. So here's our budget breakdown. The total funds requested being $63,000 US. These numbers are estimates based on the quotes we received from manufacturers. The majority of cost is in manufacturing and production of the game. For a physical product, we're looking at 10,000 to 40,000 first printing decks produced, and 1,000 premium decks will be produced as well. Our roadmap from Q1 2022 to Q1 2023. So we've already got the first 12 cards designed, working on the next set of cards in Q2, focusing on getting the rules designed, the packaging, then moving on to promotional videos, samples, connecting with retailers and distributors, and then changes from samples in Q4. So we'll submit final art files, get our samples again, then submit corrected art files and print and ship the game. We've got a few sustainability goals with this project. So we want to make the game in a sustainable manner that really you don't see much in the tabletop gaming industry. So we want to use the least amount of plastic as possible in our packaging, using semi-recycled or fully recycled paper made from post-consumer waste, which is better than pre-consumer waste. Just it's a product that's already been used once, and then that material is then used again. So for cardstock, we want to use FSC certified paper, so paper coming from responsible forests, and hopefully semi-recycled or fully recycled paper. Want to do paper booster packs in the future. And then for sustainability, we also want to donate a portion of the sales to reforestation projects, like through the Cardano forest, and then ocean cleanup as well. So one cool thing is that we worked with Veritree in the past on the Cardano forest project, and we're looking to work with them on this project as well. And so in our talks, basically we'd be able to have a redemption card where people could redeem their own trees from the product. So that'd be pretty cool. So instead of just donating money. So, but a portion of the sales will go to ocean cleanup as well. Then how we're going to connect gamers to Cardano through the theme. First, we've got the game is themed, is Cardano themed. So featuring characters from Cardano, projects from Cardano, and then integrating that theme with different themes to connect to other players, like fantasy or cryptid, or potentially others in the future. Getting more people to know Cardano through that connection. And then we've also got digital assets on Cardano, so that are redeemable for rare physical assets. So gamers get early access FTs by delegating to our stake pool Gaia. A full set of Captivate Cardano Edition early access FTs are redeemable for a premium print version of the game with a limited supply of 1,000 decks. The rarity and collectability of this is attractive to both digital asset collectors and physical asset collectors, and it's another way to connect people to Cardano. And then we'll also have information cards about Veritree and the Cardano Forest as well. And then Gaia Stake Pool and Cardano in general. And then we can have QR codes printed on those cards to give gamers a quick way to get further information from websites. So pretty different way of approaching this since we're working in the physical realm, but it's still a way to connect people to Cardano. And people that may not have heard of it at all. So I'm pretty excited to get this made and get the game produced, and we'll see how everything goes. Project links, our website, frostlordgames.com, card gallery. You can see this as we add cards. Our project catalyst proposal is again in the category Gamers on Chain, connecting tabletop games and Cardano. And our Twitter is at frostlordgames, and our policy ID for our FTs. Thank you very much, everybody.
Amazing, amazing. We just hit the 10-minute mark. So, yeah, perfect timing. So, hey, if any one of you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. Miro?
Yes, can you, Brian, please tell us how many characters you have on the deck in these cards? Because you show only 4, I think, but my question is how many different characters we have. Thank you.
Right. So for this edition, Miro, there will be 13 different characters, and each character has 4 different color variations for the suits.
Joey?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just as an interesting note, I had kind of thought that the board game type thing has kind of like died out, but my son is out right now playing with a whole team of people. He plays twice a week. So it's an interesting concept. I just wanted to note that.
Yeah, it's surprising that I guess even like when people were kind of locked down for a little while, that really picked things up too, because then people could play games at home with their family. There's actually still a huge growth in the tabletop games industry. And when I was looking for manufacturers, I could only get basically 2 out of the 5 shortlisted manufacturers to choose from because they were so busy, they weren't accepting orders. So it's pretty crazy.
Right. Elias?
Okay, yeah. So hello, Brian. I really like your project, your idea. I have some doubts regarding like the accessibility to people to the game. Sure. Will this be like an NFT game? Like, will you need to have the NFT cards to play the game, like with the cards in game? And if so, how much cards would you need to start playing the game?
Right. So the game itself is a physical game. So there'll be 40,000 decks printed because our last manufacturer will be able to do the full amount in our price range. So that's going to be distributed hopefully worldwide to brick and mortar stores and digital stores. And then the FT cards are going to just be a premium thing that people can get and redeem for the premium printed version, which just has a limited supply of 1,000 decks. But the main game will be accessible to hopefully as many people as possible.
Okay, so this one will be like just a physical game, or you will have an online version to like, it would be like a physical version of it, like
Right.
just for starting at least.
Yeah, for this proposal, we're just focusing on a physical game, but
okay.
In the future, we could do a DApp. It's definitely more complicated, and as a short-term kind of solution, we could go through Tabletopia or Tabletop Simulator, which you can make a digital version that is free for people to play and try the game out. So those are some options as well.
Okay, yeah, thanks for answering.
Okay, so we have time for one more question. So Zoe.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering when it is a, first of all, could you compare it to like Magic, the card game?
It isn't as complex as Magic. It's more like a poker game, but I see how you see like the similarities, because there's the dots, which are similar to like the casting cost of a Magic card. So you can play any cards from your hand at any time. There's no cost. But when you play a card, then that flipping effect triggers. So if you play a card from your hand next to another card, and then if that card has more power dots on one side than the cards next to it, all of those cards flip. Or if the card value is higher than the cards adjacent to that card, all those cards will flip as well.
Okay. Okay. But the other thing I was wondering about is if you make it paper and physical and distribute it globally, isn't it kind of like a bit tricky that two players will find each other?
It depends on how many stores will pick us up. Hopefully we can get a lot of interest. 40,000 is quite a big supply. Usually, like when a card game starts out, like say a Magic, if you take Magic the Gathering, for example, they had a print supply of about 10,000 booster boxes for their first printing. So it wouldn't be unreasonable. I don't know how many physical stores we'll get. We want to kind of target that audience to connect different people to Cardano. And we'll have promo items to be able to offer as prizes to kind of incentivize stores. We'll just have to see how many are actually interested. Hopefully we can get a lot, but yeah, an alternative way was that if you have the game for free on Tabletopia or Tabletop Simulator, and hopefully we can get that done then after the game is already released, then people can play the game and still find each other that way.
Okay. So we have to continue. We have now Ellen Casey from the UK. She's presenting in the business solutions category. So go ahead. Ready when you are. You're muted. Alan? You're muted.
There we
go. There we go.
There we go. I'm Al Casey. I'm from Edify Colabs. Nice to meet you all. We're presenting white papers on delivering real world business solutions. So what I'm going to talk you through is a group of proposals that we've put together. What I'm going to talk to you about today is I'm going to restate the problem that was set within the challenge. I'm going to contextualize it for what we do. I'm going to describe how we get to a solution. Yeah. I'm going to describe the outcomes of our proposals. Yeah. How we deliver the solution, and I'm going to describe the case studies that we're going to be using. That's the companies that we're working with. So the problem that was set within the challenge is that Cardano needs solutions to help meet real business needs and to understand their impact. So our interpretation of that is that to be able to do that, we've got to understand where the capability of the Cardano blockchain is at the moment and where business needs it to be. So what we're doing here is we are going to be problem solving. What we're not going to be doing is problem searching. So we're going to come at this from the identification of the problem and creating a solution for it. Too often what we see is people developing a solution and then trying to find the problem that fits it. So how are we going to go about addressing the problem? We're going to gather real world business use cases, and within those, we'll find the problems that need solutions. We're going to develop and agree the solutions, and these will be described in business speak because we will be engaging and discussing this with people in real world companies. We'll translate those solutions into technical specifications, and we'll then be able to compare the technical specifications for the solutions that we've identified against the current capability of the blockchain. And that will give us the ability to clearly articulate a development pathway to close any gaps. So how are we going to go about doing this? We're going to go out and interview business leaders. Now, we're not going to be talking to techies in businesses. We're going to be at the executive level. So CEOs, chief operating officers, chief technical officers. We can't drive adoption or change or technology from the bottom up. It's got to be top down, and you have to have top level sponsorship to be able to initiate the type of change in the way that businesses operate with this technology. And what we'll discover is what I call latent value. Where is change possible that will unlock value for the organization that hasn't previously been available? Once we've done that, we can map existing business processes and we can agree where the blockchain solutions are inserted into the existing processes. We can then document the revised business processes. We will write a series of technical scopes of work, and we will then embed with the dev community. We will spend time with the developers getting to understand what is currently possible and what is not possible, so that we can understand the gaps. And from that, we will be able to agree a development pathway for the development pathway for the development community to be able to get the solutions that we need. And then we can go back to the businesses and we can get business commitment to adoption and funding of Cardano blockchain solutions. The outcome of the proposals that we have is a series of white papers that describe the specific needs of businesses, that describe the current capability of the Cardano blockchain to deliver solutions to business. And we will describe a development pathway towards delivering real-world solutions to the business community. Now, what I want to do here is just to step through how we are seeing this connection between the technical capability and how we connect that into the business community. So at the software infrastructure layer, we've got the hash layer where we see immutability within the blockchain. There's then what I've called a feature function layer where we see the data IO coming in and out of the blockchain through the Oracle. We also see that the information that we write into the blockchain is public, and we can also see that we have smart contracts. Now, I've called this the consequence layer. What does this mean? With the Oracle and the public nature of the blockchain, what we have is proof of past activity. We can all see the transactions that have occurred on the blockchain. When you add in smart contracts, you now have proof of future activity. The smart contracts describe what will happen when a series of events or data points change. So we know and we can show that something will happen in the future. This gives us a range of proofs. We can see proof of learning if it's used in an education context. We can see proof of transaction, which we see in cryptocurrencies. We can see proof of provenance, where something has come from if we've recorded it in the blockchain. And we can provide proof of trust as we show the smart contracts which will enact a certain set of events in the future. This allows us to then go into the business process integration. How do we now apply all of this into the business setting? And that's where we create value for business. Because if we can't create value for businesses, it won't get adopted. So to come back down that chain, what we'll do is we'll investigate where we see that potential to create value in business processes. And then we'll go into those processes to investigate where we can start to put in proof of learning, proof of transaction, proof of provenance, proof of trust, which is drawing on either the proof of past activity or future activity using the oracles, the public nature of the blockchain, the smart contracts, and we will write it all down then in a set of technical scopes of work. What I want to move on to now is a brief description of the companies that we have already got commitments from to work on these proposals with us should we be funded. I'm going to use the proof of framework, so proof of trust, proof of provenance, and proof of competence to show how they link in to what I just described in the previous diagram. And all of these will require a degree of business process re-engineering. So it will require feasibility and the showing of the return on investment. The first of these is where we will work with organizations that have communities of interest. The first is a conversational artificial intelligence company that needs to show how impact funds, so this is obligations that the company has made to the community of interest to commit funds for social impact or for causes that the community has interest in. The second is an angling retailer. So this is fishing. They make their own fishing equipment, so fishing rods, nets, reels, but they have a very strong community of interest because the owner of the company sees angling and fishing as having very strong mental health benefits. This proposal is about showing proof of trust. And it shows the ability in the conversational AI company to be able to show proof of competence where learning has been achieved. The proposal is on this link here. The second is product differentiation. Now we're starting to work, in this instance, we will work with a very large fishing company. They have revenues over £200 million. They have everything from the fishing fleets at sea. They have the logistics to deliver direct sales to restaurants around the UK and to Europe. It is fishing net to table. They will be able to differentiate their products from other fishmongers by showing proof of provenance. This is where the fish were caught. Here's the proposal link. The third is removal of intermediaries. This was a very specific challenge or statement within the challenge. How can Cardano blockchain enable the removal of intermediaries? We have 3 very large agricultural companies that have committed to work with us on this particular proposal, who have revenues between 250 and 500 million pounds based in the UK and Europe. And this is farming at scale. And the challenge here is the removal of the intermediaries, and those intermediaries are the dominant supermarket chains. This is proof of provenance. Where does the food come from? And it's proof of trust that it has come from a certain point and will be delivered to you to this quality. The final one is soil carbon sequestration. So putting carbon back into the soil. And again, in this instance, we have another 2 very large farming companies in the UK and in Europe, over £500 million of revenues. So very able to take on these types of challenges. This one's about the recording of carbon credits. So putting the carbon back into the soil through the farming process and recording that. And this is proof of transaction. Here again is the proposal link. The budgets that we've put into the proposals are for the Edify team to spend a lot of time with the business sponsors. It's quite a time-intensive exercise to go through, to go into a company, to meet each of the members of the executive team and to understand what they're doing and where we find the value. We will need to spend time embedded with developers, so understanding what is being developed currently within the technical community. And there is budget in there for the developers to spend time preparing the responses to the technical scopes of work that we've developed. We're currently working with Gimbal Labs in a part of starting to get to understand where the current capability is and understanding the language really. Project plans are provided. These have got quite a reasonable runtime in them, and there is, I've accounted in their delays for getting into accessing the calendars of company executives because they're all very busy people, and it allows the developers to be in manager time and not in maker time. And this is a phrase that I've recently come to understand. So that's the presentation. Thank you very much. It's question time now. You can contact me at any of these addresses.
Great presentation. So we only got around a minute and a half, so we can make it one question. So Joey, if you wanna ask.
Unmute, Joey, please.
Sure.
So let me see if I got it if I understood it, because
sorry, yes,
I think
Joey raised his hand.
Oh, sorry. I
okay.
thought it was like in a
No problem. Yeah, I had 2 questions around the financial or the business sectors. One was supply chain, which I think you kind of answered that with your farm to market and fish to market. How about financial sectors, which seem to be a dominant sector now in blockchain?
I think it's about access to the people that we know. We have a long history of working with a lot of these companies, so we have the trust relationships that we can go in there and talk to them. I think it's building this up. I think this is just the very start of a longer process of getting to understand where the real latent value sits in all sorts of sectors, quite honestly.
Great. So we have 30 seconds. So Elias, if you want to make a quick question.
So just to see if I got it. So you're trying to like optimize productive, like chains using blockchain, basically.
Yeah. So it's finding those the parts of business processes where change can come about, and it can only come about through the adoption of blockchain technology. I think proof of trust is a very interesting one. You can't do that with any other software at the moment. You can't do it with Java. It's because everything is publicly available, that the rules of the smart contracts are open and known, and therefore you can trust that in the event of situation A occurring, outcome B will be the result. You can't do that with anything else. So it's understanding how you fit that into existing business processes. And that's where the magic pixie dust is.
Oh, thanks for answering my question.
Okay, so great presentation. Alan, feel free to drop your email or anything if you want, if anyone wants to make some more questions. So, okay, now we have Ari Branco. He's presenting in the Devs Challenge. So go ahead.
Okay. Good. First, thank you very much for all of you that are here, spend your time to learn about our projects. Thank you. Thank you, Lucas, and the people at the DFS for allowing us to show our project. So my name is Ari Branco, or just short Ari Branco. I'm speaking from Brazil, and I'm here to explain our project, which is Tech Talent. In this presentation, it's going to be a brief presentation, but I'm going to have 3 parts, organize this presentation in 3 parts. The first one, I'm going to say what is Tech Talent. Tech Talent is all about, the complete idea of Tech Talent. And then I'm going to say what we are proposing for F8, which is just a part of the Tech Talent idea proposal. And so to finish, what we envision as the future of our project, at least what we see now. I've been working with developing products for the education technology area for more than 20 years. And in the beginning, I worked with development of this project and also teach at the university for computer science programs. And when I need to grow my dev team, I could go, to my students and ask them to join our team. So I didn't have much problem into having developers into my team. But as long as I have to invest more time in the development area, I have to go a little bit away from the university, stop teaching. And as soon as it happened, I start to have more problems into getting people to our dev teams. And it was not only my problem. We do have a problem, which is the shortage of tech talent. It's a problem that most teams and companies in the world are facing now. So what Tech Talent want to do is to help solve this problem, the worldwide shortage of tech skill. This is what we want to try to help solve. And what the industry are doing now, they are investing billions trying to develop this talent. So you have the big companies and even governments and NGOs trying to tackle this problem, to teaching them, creating teaching materials to provide this talents or this knowledge that we need to grow the tech industry. But what we are proposing as a solution is to create a network of blockchain-based incentives. This is what we are proposing to be part of the solution. And so how this network works. So we have this parts, these actors in the networks that we are proposing, which are sponsors, certifiers, talents, and mentors. These are the pieces, these are the nodes of the network that we are proposing. These sponsors are the companies, they are the teams, they are the project, they are the institutions that are interested in some kind of technology, that they need talents, they need people that know how to work with that technology. So what they do, they create and sponsor a badge, right? That's the idea. Who needs some kind of tech, they can create and sponsor a badge. A badge, it is a definition which has the requirements that someone must to have, the skills that someone must to have to achieve and to earn that budget. We have a second, which is the certified. Certifies will be someone that will look for the budgets and will look for the requirements, and will try to define a way of how we can certify that someone does have that skill. Mentors are people, for example, like professors, teachers that go and actively try to find people in this community that could develop that skills. If they do not have this skills, the mentor will try to help them develop, like pointing content in the internet, answering questions, giving them some sample projects. I mean, they go to the process of helping the people to develop that skill. And the talents are who are going to learn and develop this skill. These are the people that goes and are part of this network. So for example, let's see, let's give you an idea of how it could work. For example, there's a company that needs and are having a hard time to find out people that know how to develop smart contracts for the Cardano network in Plutus, or could be something more specific. They need smart contract developers that have a knowledge in DeFi. So what they do, they're going to create a badge and sponsor a badge. They sponsor the badge using a token, for example, ADA token. They're going to sponsor this badge, and this sponsored badge will be used to give an incentive to all the network around the development of that tech skill. So the sponsor creates and sponsor a badge. To help in the process, we have the certifiers, who will be someone in the network, a company in the network, for example, a university that are part of the network, that will define how this skill will be checked, to know which one developed that skill, and as a result will mint a badge to give to these people. Mentors will look at all the badges that are sponsored and see how they can find, and the idea is to actively go to the community, trying to find people that could develop that skills. And he will mentor these people, helping them to achieve that skills. When the mentor sees that the talents are developed, he can invite the talent to try to go to the certifier and verify that learning. If it succeed, they will earn this badge. If it does not succeed, they can get back to the mentor, and the mentor will try to, fill the gaps of this learning. And in the end, who sponsored the badge, it could be one company or one group or a lot of different groups, will have access to who earned that badge. And could be for hiring these people, or maybe they are interested that these people contribute with source codes into a project. Can be whatever the sponsor wants, right? This is the end of the process. So what is going to happen is the Tech Talent is a platform, is a software platform using the blockchain, and will take the sponsor tokens and distribute to the network according to the value that each one adds to the network. I mean, if there's a mentor which is providing and mentoring a lot of talents that are, for example, hired by companies or groups, these talents and the mentors are going to be rewarded because they are adding value to the network. I mean, if there's a certifier, they are doing a good job into certifying that the talents actually developed that skills, he will be rewarded because he's adding value to the network. So the idea is to create this community where each one is helping the community to grow, and they receive rewards to be part of this network. So what we are proposing for F8, for F8 we are proposing to do a pilot to test this idea and developing 3 badges related to Cardano technology. We will work with the community to define which badges we will start promoting, and then open these badges to 10 mentors and 100 people to be participating in this mentee process. And one certified that will check in the end if these skills were developed. And also lock or sponsor 25,000 ADA tokens to be distributed to this network as rewards. This is what we are proposing for the F8. And what we are seeing is the future, what we envision now, because the idea is to run the pilot to understand better how it works. And as a result, you know, refine the idea, some edges that we have to fix. And so we can move along with the project. So the idea is for F8 to pilot. So the word is testing. We're testing the idea. So there will be, after that will be a second phase where we will preparing the idea to grow, the platform to grow. The words, the keywords here are security, because we are dealing with tokens. We have to think about hacking the system. And in the pilot, we'll do a lot of things manually because we want to move fast and also answer the needs of the pilot. So we have to increase the automation of the process. And the third step is going to be a wider release, which has the keywords security always, more automation, and start to moving from permission to, which is in the beginning, that we have to know who is part of the network, for a more permissionless model where anybody can join the network. And in the end, open it for the community using a DAO model. So if you want to comment, you can go to our idea in the ID scale, or you can contact us using the email below. Thank you, and want that you join the project and help us create the pilot. Thank you.
Great presentation. Really love it. Is there any question, guys? Zoe?
Yeah, I didn't understand about the mentors. So the mentors are both looking for the talents and also mentoring them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea. The mentor will. This is going to be the difference of traditional education. So the idea is that the mentors, it's like in sport. You have the scout who look for the talents. They try to find this talent and do this in the local community, for example. That's the idea. So we have a decentralized way of looking for talents in the world.
Thank you.
Elias?
I really like the concept, like how the whole system is arranged. I just have like a few doubts of how you're planning to move on after like doing that inside blockchain, because I know you said you want to make a token, and I think that's the best way to go on about, especially starting Cardano. I think that's an advantage, but I'm very curious about what are you planning to do if you ever like planning to move like to IT, for example, in the future.
Yeah, yeah. In the beginning, we think that we are not going to launch our own token. We will allow the project to use like their own token, starting with ADA, and then, for example, SushiSwap, and have some different tokens that we allow to use, because so you could give into the community a reward related to your project. And maybe when we achieve the DAO model, we will have our own token. But in the beginning, we want to use the tokens that are already available in the Cardano. And we also want to move from the Cardano technology and open this to very different technologies. We think that we are proposing this kind of win-win model where the network adapts very fast to the needs of the community, and it could it could be in other areas, not only blockchain. We think that blockchain is growing very fast, and it's a good way to start. And we think also the blockchain is the key to allow the project to grow. Because imagine if we would have to deal with rewards around the world. I mean, South America would be some kind of reward, Europe, Asia. I mean, so if you get an ADA token, you can exchange it for whatever you make sense for you, fiat, or maybe a card in your preferred game. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Okay. I have another doubt.
I'm sorry, Elias, but we already passed the time. What I could offer you, if you want to stay in the break room, we can stay here in the coffee break. And we are coming back in 7 minutes. You can stay here and ask any question though. So yeah,
great.
But we have to officially take a break. Okay.
Great.
Okay. So break starts now.
Okay, so we can keep talking.
Yeah.
Okay. And so like surrounding the sustainability of the project, I see it now as some kind of network, and I assume like there will be like some rewards for mentors. How are you planning to like get the funds for the rewards after the funding phase? Like I know like it makes sense to start with the funds from Catalyst, but after that, are you going to like have some fees or just using the sponsorships?
Yeah, the idea is to have a percentage of the sponsor tokens goes to the project. That's the idea. And also we add the rewarding system. It's not a very simple model, because as we are distributing tokens, for sure people will want to hack the system, right? And I mean, not hacking in a technical way, but they will try to beat the system, for example.
They will try to exploit it.
Yeah, we're gonna earning badges, and I'm not adding value to the network. So that's why we have one very important thing in the solution, in the platform, which is you only will receive token if you add value. And we know that you are adding value because you are solving something for the sponsor. So like you start to earning some rewards, but the big rewards happen when you complete the cycle. For example, if a company wants to hire someone, you receive the full reward only when you went to the interview. I mean, so we're planning a lot of different rules. I mean, we have the certification, which must be also a good job. So also they will earn more if the companies that are sponsored or the teams that are sponsored are seeing that they are adding value to the network. So that's why we have the system of distributing the reward, depending on how you really are helping the network to grow. So that's why we think that it's a system that we can move fast and grow, because the nodes that are helping will be more visible to the companies.
Yeah, I really see a lot of potential here, especially considering you're aiming for the blockchain community, because I think there's like a huge talent slash cost, like cost benefits relationship when we were talking to talent and having like an international community around it, of the living some of lots of parts of the I'm also from South America. Like I know that, for example, like you can get a job at IT and like having like a 1K, 2K USD as a salary is like just crazy.
Yeah,
and you can get like that amount of talent as a company. Like it makes a lot of difference.
Hey,
sure.
May I step in a second? You're from Brazil, right?
Yeah, sure.
Have you heard of the guy from the Academia?
No, didn't understand.
Tech
Oh, I
Academia.
heard it.
Well, we are part of the LATAM Cardano community. We organize the town hall, and there we have a breakout room each Thursday, and we have like very specialized technical classes. So it may be interesting if you want to talk to the guys that host it. You can also go to the community.
Oh, it will be wonderful.
Actually, we had the LATAM Idea Fest next Thursday. So if you want to present there, you can join.
Sure.
So yeah, I send you the link.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, very good to know that. I didn't know that group.
Have another question, like have you like are you like just wanting to like focus on IT, like the technical aspect, or like have you ever like thought of moving to other aspects of employees that companies need and addressing like the lack of personnel right now in the whole like a corporative wing of blockchain?
Yeah, we think that this has potential to go really a broader idea of different talents or skills, but we want to focus on the IT aspect, because we see two different things. I mean, a model of checking that, because we have to develop a lot of different things, and even a knowledge of how for you to verify that skill. And there are a lot of people that are working on this, including in a Cardano community, that are working in how do you prove that you learn. We have, like someone mentioned today, Gimba Labs working a lot with education. So we have a lot of people working in the community around this, and we will partner with them. We will try to understand from them and create solution based on that ideas. And the other thing is that after these, these 2 years, we have much more IT companies hiring for remote work. So we think that, this global community could reach much more than in other areas, whereas they still prefer to work locally. But IT is the first, blockchain is the first one, and it start to broader in IT a second step, and maybe the one, but because IT, I think it's so big that maybe we won't have time to spend in the other aspects.
Hey guys, so it's 4:30, so we can start again. Now we have Harry that is presenting 4 proposals in the Miscellaneous Challenge and the Grow Africa Cardano Challenge. So Harry, if you wanna start.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for being with us. Now, my job usually is to make the tea, and John is usually doing the hardcore presenting, or Al, who you saw earlier. So this bit will be over to Al. Over to John.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time out of your weekend to come along to this. As kind of outlined in the beginning, we're going to be presenting a few different proposals to you today, but we're going to try to structure them so they're kind of easy for you to follow and get an overview. And really, what we're going to be covering today can be split into incubators and accelerators. And broadly speaking, there'll be three different groups of beneficiaries for these programs. So the first is stake pool operators, second is developers, and the third are communities. Now, why these three groups in particular? Well, it's because we believe that these three groups in their own way are mission critical to the successful growth and operation of the Cardano project. And if they're supported and leveraged effectively, then Cardano can be a real force for good on a global scale. But we also think there are some challenges they're facing at the moment. So namely, this is true not just of the Cardano space, but this is true in business generally, and we're noticing this with our clients. We're living in a VUCA world. So VUCA, as I'm sure most of you know, is volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. So we're in a state of constant and unpredictable change at the moment.
I'm sorry, John. Sorry. Apparently there was we have to get back to the main room. They are closing, and then we can start the second run. They want to.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for that.
No problem. So we need to pop back out.
Yeah, we have to go to the main room.
Okay. No problem. I will stop the share.
Okay, let's go to the main one.
So you could DM me or DM me, and I can get you on a Friday until voting happens. And this has been that way since Fund 5. Fridays is for Catalyst.
Oh, okay.
Spread the word. Fridays is for Catalyst. We don't just talk about NFTs all day long.
I have a question for Patrick, actually. If you could elaborate, this is Mark here from All In, although I'm down as Ryan because of the links we got. I'm just wondering if you could expand a little bit on, you mentioned user interface, and making it really simple and reducing the complexities of Cardano. How many sort of iterations, you could maybe just expand a little bit about version 1 and how you maybe improved what you were doing in the user interface end of things.
Yeah, so version 1, as I said, was done very quickly, so that was super.
Sorry to interrupt, but there seems to be a discussion in the chat that the breakout rooms all disappeared.
Yeah, we're all in your chat, by the way, because everybody's landed in this room, so I don't know what's going on.
They were stopped. We already started round 2, but it was stopped. So now they are all closed.
Yeah, there was a mistake, and we are gonna go back into the second round in in a minute.
Everybody has questions for Patrick, so Patrick kind of, broke
Sorry.
idea first.
I don't want to take up all the space here. Like, feel free to message me, send me a mail, or Patrick at NFTmaker, or Telegram, Twitter, whatever you want.
Isn't there a Patrick Baker room somewhere?
Great. So I think what we'll do is Patrick, if you're willing to answer that question that you were kind of speaking to just now, and then after that we'll get everybody into the breakout rooms, and then Patrick, because we all have so many questions for you, I don't want to just let people know that they can message you or directly or anything, but if there's any good spot where if people do want to contact you, maybe that's the NFT Maker Pro Discord or whatever works best for you. I also don't want to just send a flood of 143 people your way, but if you're willing to, just let us know where the best place is to reach out. And if you want to kind of, answer that last question, and then we'll go into the breakout rooms for round 2, we can do so.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I'll keep it short because it's not it's about Catalyst, not about me. So we will try to improve the user experience, especially for people who have never.
Presentation was good.
Hey, sorry for what happened.
That's fine.
Apparently they wanted everyone to come back and then to start the second round. But yeah, you can start all over. There's no problem.
No problem. I'll give people a couple of minutes to, well, a little while to filter back in. Room 13 is quite far down the list of breakout rooms, so they've got to scroll a lot.
Yeah, people are already started to join. So give it a few seconds and we can start.
Have you hit record, Luke?
What?
Have you hit record?
Yeah. I never stopped recording, so we are all good.
Oh.
Then
cool,
the
right.
editor is gonna have some fun editing this, but I don't know,
Okay.
Ari, about the room. I don't know if it can be on the video because technically everyone has around 15 minutes. But yeah, maybe I don't know. So yeah, if you guys want to start, I think we are all set.
Cool, perfect. All right, we'll
15
take two. I've had a practice run, so hopefully this will go even smoother. But yeah, thank you everyone again for joining us. So to give you a brief overview, we've kind of got 5 proposals that we're going to be talking about in this presentation. We're not going to go in tremendous detail on each of them just because there are so many of them, but they can be broadly split into incubators and accelerators. And they're for 3 main beneficiary groups. So the first is stake pool operators, second are developers, and the third are communities. And the reason we're focusing on these beneficiary groups is because we think that in their own way, these groups are mission critical to the successful growth and operation of the Cardano project. And if we can support them and leverage them effectively, they're going to be the engine room for Cardano as a force for good on a global scale. But we've also recognized that there are some challenges for these groups. And this isn't specific to the Cardano community. These are challenges we see with our clients in the business world as well. But at the moment, we're living in a very VUCA world. So as I'm sure most of you know, VUCA is volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. But it basically means that we're living in a situation of constant and unpredictable change. And understanding how these groups in Cardano can thrive in this environment is going to be key to the longer term success of them and the Cardano project. So we think we've got a partial solution to this problem. The first is business resilience. So our programs are designed to give these groups within Cardano the foundations and tools necessary to build business resilience into their operations. The second part to the solution is giving these groups a set of tools to provide clarity on their purpose and how their impact will be measured, so they can develop trust between themselves and those external to the Cardano project. So how do we achieve that? And this is where I hand over to Harry for his part of the presentation. So Harry, let me know when you want me to change the slide.
Yeah, can we do the next one? So yes, so we're not really here to talk about us too much today, but what we do, there's a group of companies and we work together on different projects. Our whole thing, and we've done it for many years now, I suppose, is we do impact-based coaching and consulting. So what does that mean? Impact-based then is short and long term, and covering off the usual 4 Ps, which we'll cover in a sec. Oh, where's he gone? Where are you off to? No, we're still on the same one, mate. That's the baby. So that the impact bit we'll come to in a sec. And then for us, the other bit that's important on what we do is we take this view of moving from competition, which is win-lose, through to collaboration, where a lot of people talk about now, which is perhaps win-win between partners, and then through to integration, which is then win-win and then win for our customers, and then through to win-win-win-win. So it's integration and then into generation or generative, which is it's a win for the partners, it's a win for the customers, and it's a win for society or the planet. So that's the basis of what we do. And we worked in this space, helping businesses and organizations grow for about 15, 20 years now, I suppose, altogether. I'm trying to make my screen a bit smaller. Okay, so this program for here then is, we have an incubator program, which is for businesses that are very small and perhaps pre-product. And then we have more of an accelerator program that we tend to run for them for organizations that are a little bit bigger. Maybe they have a product and maybe then they're taking it through to revenue or profit. And then we do scale up programs, and then we do evaluation. But these are these ones for today. So next slide, please, John. And, oh, you're having a problem with the slides, aren't you? I know what's happened. Sorry, it's got a build in there from Mark still. Okay, so impact and impact leadership. Very quickly, what is this about? As we said, when you're talking impact, our definition of it is around this business, that it's about purpose, it's about people, planet, profit, and performance. And the impact element then is also about, it's not just about the short term today, it's about the longer term. And that's one of the fundamental things that we run with the organizations that we work with. So next slide, please. And I knew it was going to do that. So the impact leadership focus bit, that's really, as John said, impact's nice, but what's different now is it's working with organizations from single people or little tiny groups through to big multinationals. And it's getting into this business about, okay, if you really focus on impact and then you target yourself at looking at complex challenges that are out there, wicked challenges, and you solve those challenges, then you'll find you'll get exponential value, exponential growth out of it. And that's how we've always and always do focus things. So next slide, please. This one really is a map of the last slide. This is the process slide for us. It's a lot of the stuff we do isn't rocket science, but we have a slightly different way of looking at things from other people. So in this space then, when we're working with organizations and we coach people like Imperial College and Cambridge Uni, and then some large and small firms in the UK and some abroad. What we do with them, where are they now? Current reality, where do you want to go? End result, and what's the bridge to get there? And again, that's design thinking or whatever else you want to call it. However, very few organizations tend to follow that. Next slide, please. The last bit of the slide there is it's a lot of it's focused on the leadership and the people and the teams. Now, where does that show up for us? It's a very bizarre fact, but according to accountants, when you sell a business, only 20% of the value of the sale shows up on the balance sheet. So what does that mean? That means that the commercial assets which accountants value, when you sell a business, typically, it only shows up 20% of the things that you have as assets are what people have bought. So where's the other 80%? Well, for us, this is our full value audit. 80% is the cultural or well-being parts of an organization. So 20% is the commercial stuff, the things you can kick, the land, the machinery. 80% though is the people and their performance. So when we audit, the audit that we use is a 360 audit. So we have a way of analyzing and building and understanding value in organizations that cover both the commercial and the cultural. And also the last bit we talked about impact. So those are those two columns there, the commercial, which is about wealth, and the cultural, which is about well-being, and the purpose bits in the middle, which is those two together are worth. And then the rows are really, the bottom row is today. It's transactional, things you do today that make you money today. So that's your normal operations and also your people today. For us though, to build real impact, you need to be focusing on the cultural and commercial, but also you need to be worried about that top row, which is all about building asset and protecting assets you already have. So that's the basis of how we tend to help organizations understand their full potential, find that 80% that's missing, and then grow using the slide we had before. So next slide, please. You're doing a fab job, John, far better than me. So in here, next bit then, when we take people on the journey, the idea there is there are two types of journeys, you guys probably know. A business itself or an organization has its own journey. You start off and you just worry, and this is what we listened to Patrick earlier. You start off and you're worried just about the revenue and building the product that you can sell. Then you build the capabilities and the team to deliver that. Then you move up into building asset, which is the systems you need to run an organization, the IT and all the other systems. And the next level then is building your performance side, your cultural assets. And that's really about leadership and talent management. And this is why it was interesting with the presentation before again, about leadership, talent management, succession planning, culture, all those things. So again, we understand that a business itself has to go through these cycles of growth. and reinvest when it's making really good profits. So the other bit that fits that though is the people, the leaders, the founders that are running these organizations, they go through their own changes as well. They start off as someone who's started a business, then they'll spin into understanding they're not the business, then they'll spin into understanding they have people to manage their business, and then they'll spin up into understanding they're investors, and they'll have a leadership team that will run their business. So that's our approach. So next slide, please, John. So, what does it look like? Back over to John.
Cool. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a really quick overview of the programs and kind of our bigger picture for what we're trying to do here. So to give you a brief overview, for our MVPs, we'll have approximately 10 individuals per cohort, and then for later iterations, we'll look to scale that up. The process is participants do an initial light audit and they get a report to get a picture of where they are at the moment. And then our incubator programs are 8 weeks and accelerator programs are 12 weeks. And it essentially works out to be 1 90-minute online workshop per week with take-home activities in between the sessions. And then there's approximately overall 2 to 3 hours of commitment per week. And then each participant also gets assigned a coach to support them through the program.
Guys, we are 10 minutes in, just to let you know.
Cool. Okay, I'll be super quick. So essentially our programs are to help individuals align their own personal purpose with that their business, and then leverage that to create value for themselves and for the Cardano community. And by helping them figure that out, we help them produce a top level plan that helps them achieve that vision. Our longer term vision for these projects. So we started off in F7 and we built some MVP projects for the accelerator and incubator. And that's what we're working on at the moment. The F8 projects are really about rolling out what we've kind of learned and perfected in the MVP program and developing that into a full product. And then future funds and the bid and fund date as well, which is trying to train the trainer program. So teaching other communities within Cardano to run their own accelerators and incubators based on our methodology, with the longer term goal of creating generational programs. So that's run by the community for the community, and requires no involvement from us, aside to support those going through. These are kind of overviews of where we are with the different strands at the moment. So I don't know if Harry, you want to briefly talk us through this?
Yeah, and we've gone through most of it. That the way we work with this, as John said, is there's a difference between consultancy and coaching. So we do consultancy, but we're coaches. And that means when we take someone through a program, we try and get them to the stage of, you know, they watch one, they do one, and they train one. Because we're trying to build the capability within Cardano and within the African nations and the other areas we're working in, that over time they can take these programs over themselves and run them themselves. They're using our IP, and that's okay, but they get to build them. And that's what we're trying to do. So our way of doing that with the SPO then, we're running an incubator funded program in F7, and that's an MVP. How do we translate our stuff into making SPOs much more business resilient and trusted? The phase 2, as John said, is then to make that into a full-size product that can run 30, 40 people through it at a time. And then the next bit will be to train people up to deliver that program. And then basically then the next generation trains the generation before, trains the next generation as well. And we kicked that off just in SPOs in the incubator bit. The trainer then we put in for F8 to start doing that with the partners that we work with who are WADA, to get it into community hubs, and that's where it crosses over. The next page then, please, John, last one. So that's the incubators. The accelerators then, same idea really. The accelerators and the first program was for devs, and we're starting to kick that one off now. But the next bit of that will be to frame that up as a rollout and then train the trainers and the incubator. We've already done an accelerator program we're running at the moment as a free one, as a pre-proof of concept really with WADA, because the community hubs one is, again, let's train up some of the communities to take them through an accelerator so they can be much better at what they do too. And again, we've got a partner one in there for Fund 8, and then that will follow through. And the last one then is a very specific train the trainer accelerator, where we're helping the community hubs in Africa with WADA to get them to, as soon as possible, to start building that capability within the community hubs. So I think that's it. And I think the last slide, then we've got the links. So any questions, please give us a call, and thank you very much.
Great, guys. We have room for one question. So if anyone has one, feel free to raise your hand. If not, I can ask one if you want. I sometimes want to focus on, or at least I try to focus on Catalyst in the more human part of it. And I really want to know what motivates you to be in this proposal, doing this proposal, and in Catalyst as well. On the why.
Yeah, I'll take that bit first, because we were introduced into Catalyst by Jonathan Adji, and basically we work in another organization with him. And basically the way we approach the world and the way we think about the world and the clients we work with and what we've tried to do, we found Cardano and Catalyst to be a brilliant place for us to, it's almost like being at home. It's a brilliant place for us to come where we can start to use our experience and expertise, but then boost it to that next level and get to the next level of being able to help things. My favorite one with this is when I understand how these things work, and we've had conversations with quite a few people now, and we're partnering with Secure and we're partnering with bridge builders to do the SBO program. It's this business that Cardano and Catalyst allows you to, in effect, to go to the future and bring back wealth that you can use now to build the products and services that will benefit everybody in the future. Now, I just find that mind-blowing and very powerful. And so that's why we're doing what we do, because we feel it's a fantastic opportunity. This will change the world, this area, as you guys know, over the next few years. It won't just build an industry, it will change the economic model that a lot of industries work with. And what a better place to be with some fab people. John, do you want to add a bit?
Yeah, I'll be really brief. So for me, it's the fact that I'm not very technically minded. I don't understand kind of all the technology back in the blockchain and everything. So really, for me, this is an opportunity to contribute to what I think is a really interesting project. It's an opportunity for me to learn and also to support some organizations who are doing some really important social impact work as well. And without Catalyst, I wouldn't have had an opportunity to do this. So yeah, for me, it's just a tremendous opportunity in that respect.
Yeah, can we be very rude? Al, have you got 2 secs?
Well, I'm here because I love technology and I love collaborating.
There you go. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, everyone.
It's been a real pleasure.
We can continue now. So we have Daniel from the Business Solution Challenge. So if you want to take the lead.
Yeah, hi. Perfect. So I can share my screen. All right. So we're local and we're building the real estate platform for cryptocurrency payments. So after working as a real estate agent in the industry for 3 years, I realized that landlords and agents have a plethora of problems on a different spectrum. Landlords have a 10 to 15% customer acquisition cost fee when it comes to actually getting the tenant every year when they want to use an agent. And when they do, they actually depend a lot on the agent's network, hoping that the agent's network is actually the right one to get you the highest possible price at any given time. Even when they get the tenant, there's no way of keeping them accountable. There's no track record. There's no tenant history. There's no system of saying, hey, this tenant has taken care of properties in the past and will continue to do so now and in the future. Tenants, on the other hand, don't have a transparent process to rent. The system right now works like a blind auction where I don't really know what the highest price is. I don't know how many bidders there are. I don't really know if what I'm being told is true. The landlord relationship isn't the best. And because of that, there's a lack of responsiveness to things that need to be done in a timely manner. So we looked at this and said, hey, smart contracts can actually come in and automate the rental process while giving trapped cryptocurrency liquidity a true real world use case. And we can take a process that looks like this with multiple tenants on top, with their own individual agent streaming online and saying, hey, make an offer here, talk to that agent, talk to the other person. Instead, cut the middleman out and have them come directly to us while the landlord just has to sit back, relax, and look at their phone, look at their computer, and receive the highest rental rate possible. And when you take into account that 72% of rental payments are made with checks, it's easy to see why 97% of landlords in the United States have 1 to 4 units. You're really trapped to a certain radius to really go pick up the checks in most cases. So we said, why even have a check? With local, collect rent anywhere in the world in the same currency at the same time. We do that through the future of renting. That works kind of like eBay for rental properties. On the left, you can see if the property is in high demand, how many bids, how many applicants. And on the right, you can see what the landlord listed for rent and their security deposit request. In the middle, you'll be prompted and you can see, hey, the highest offer is 2,050 currently. We recommend you do 2,075 so you can be the highest bidder for this rental contract. And there's going to be a timer telling you, hey, it ends in a day, it ends in a couple of hours, and as well as security deposit. So instead of actually having to pay more, just put down more and get that later, you could still win. Also, we have a rating system where the landlord can be rated and the tenant can be rated every single month when they pay for rent. We do that by using NFTs and actually creating NFTs of the rental contract. And every single month when they pay, they receive a digital NFT of their receipt and they're prompted to then rate. And the landlords know that they're renting to tenants that take care of the property, and tenants know they're renting to landlords that care about them. All while making it 4 times cheaper for people to use than using a real estate agent to get the bare minimum done of using a real estate agent. We looked at the traditional fee structure and said, hey, it's broken. It's a flat fee base, and unless the agent can outperform 10% growth every single time, you're actually losing money. So we created our own fee structure, performance-based, that at worst case scenario, you're actually 4 times cheaper. And the second you get a second bid, you'll actually be gaining and being positive. We do that through our fee structure that actually has a profit sharing, where anything above the listing is shared 50-50 between us. And we created a system, a flywheel, that currently works by creating value through decreasing their customer acquisition cost by 4 times. So if they can browse and see the value, they'd list or a tenant would rent, they would rate in our tokens. And as they build a profile on our platform, when the time comes to move and they're vacant, the tenant can just go back and re-rent and the landlord can go back and relist. And we said, look, if this works so well, let's automate the entire process. Let's streamline the entire rental process. And we can do that by doing fractionalized rentals in phase 2, doing co-living, doing flexible living. We can then acquire residential properties by lending against our actual ADA and getting fiat loans that are backed by our crypto, and then doing rent to own, paving an actual path to home ownership and giving rental payments a true value, and allowing these people as they rent to own to also get into some real estate purchases across the world, across the nation, and do fractionalized real estate investments. And we said, look, this solves a huge, huge problem in the customer journey in real estate. If I were to do rentals that are just straightforward rentals, I would have to go to local. But then if I want to do co-living, I would have to go to competitors like Bungalow. If I want to do rent to own, I would have to leave Bungalow and then go to Divvy. And the problem is these companies don't have a way to keep a long customer life cycle. There's a lot of turnover. They leave them the second that the value is no longer there. If we can start bottom up and work our way and integrate all these different systems, we'll be able to create a business that looks a lot like this, a flywheel that uses economies of scale to actually grow with game theory, where as the core team starts the protocol, the more functionality utility we inject into it, our user base grows because more people can actually use it for more functional things. The token utility, which includes a rating reward, the internal currency of the ecosystem, moving expenses, it creates more token value. And when you have growing revenues with a growing token value, we can grow our treasury. From that treasury, we can pull to actually have development projects for things that matter, like affordable housing, student housing, senior living, and have development companies come to us and do kind of what IdeaScale does and say, hey, we want to do this type of development. And then we can have people, our token holders, actually vote and say, hey, this is the best thing. We vote on this. And then also feed our roadmap to then grow our community and create a stronger protocol. And this is the team that's making it happen. Collectively, we've worked at JP Morgan, KPMG, Berkeley Research Group. We've studied in real estate. I studied at Harvard Business School myself online with economics, analytics, and financial accounting. Our CBO and our CTO both studied mathematics and computation. Hans, our CTO, has been working with Cardano and researching Cardano since 2017. And our COO is actually working consulting and getting an MBA itself. And these are our partners that are backing us. We've partnered with IMX to be able to do the KYC and onboarding process seamlessly. Cody to integrate stablecoins and AdaPay, Garo Wallet, MLabs, NFTmaker.io, Meld, ADA Handle, Genius Yield. We're actually a part of the Genius X Accelerator program, and they're helping us structure entire tokenomics and our ISBO process. More on just the entire business structure and kind of what we're doing as an impact locally here in Miami, where we're released. We partner with Florida Blockchain Business Association, the largest lobbyist group for blockchain in the state of Florida. They've already passed 2 state laws that have made blockchain more easy to be integrated into all businesses. And we're actually going to be speaking at a real estate blockchain event here on Tuesday. And we believe that with this team, with our partners and this vision, we can create the future of living. No matter where tenants go, they'll always be a local, because we're not in the business of renting. We're not in the business of real estate. We're in the business of social mobilization. We want to make the rental process as seamless as possible so that people can have a true path to moving as much as they want, to saying, hey, I want to have this type of lifestyle, and create opportunities for their lives. Because when these opportunities are created, there's no telling what that can do for society. Thank you.
Great presentation. Really, really like it. Really interesting. Does anyone have questions? Brian?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, Daniel. That was awesome. I'm interested to know how you're going to do the transfer out of crypto to fiat. Like, are you going to do this through the app itself? Do you have something planned for that?
Yes. So we actually have an MVP kind of landing page. And what we can do is, the reason we're partnering with Garo Wallet actually allows you to fund directly from your bank account. So when you fund from your bank account and JED's integrated, you'll be able to go direct from your bank account from fiat into stablecoin, and then the transaction happens. So if you want to pay in stablecoin, the landlord can receive ADA. So we're strictly working with ADA and JED right now, but of course we want to bridge into other currencies as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I really love the presentation, and I think the project has a lot of potential. I would really like to know, like, how do you plan to get your first customers, like to create your initial network?
Yep. So there's 3 different strategies, right? So the B2B, which is going to developers that do build to rent, and they build these big buildings or build townhouses and houses just to rent out. And it's a very easy value proposition. We say, look, we can do your payment processing faster, 4 times cheaper, and we can actually have you collect without having to have a property management company there. So that's the first value proposition. We've already have a development company here in Miami that we've partnered with, and they already said they're going to put some on there. The next one is just individual investors that happen to have more properties in general and are on that know about crypto. So we're going to the real estate blockchain event. Being in Miami, there's a lot of blockchain events going on this week and this month. So we've had people say, hey, I love this idea. I actually love ADA. I have like 20 rental properties. I would love to learn more. That's the second one. And the third one really is saying, look, if we can door knock and say, look, are you renting or are you renting out? And understand what their needs are. Just as a business in general, without having actually blockchain integration, like what we're offering is something that is very necessary. The fact that you can actually be bidding, and then that same second that you win your bid, your contract's created immediately, you can move in that same day. That's something that doesn't exist yet. So that value proposition is what we're doing to B2C. So anybody, a specific tenant or a specific landlord, that's the strategies that we're taking right now.
Yeah, I also think like having a platform that works with cryptocurrencies, like you could also get your initial customer base from there. And like as the ecosystem grows, you could also grow that way. But moving on to the normal everyday people, I thought that maybe giving some kind of incentive would be a great idea too. I don't know what you think about that.
Yes. So we actually are going to have our own token, and this token is going to have a lot of utilities. But what we realize is if the rating system itself is if you're a tenant and you're already paying rent, why not just rent with us? We'll onboard you onto our platform, the same property, and pay rent the same amount of rent, but instead actually be rated. And when you get rated, you can earn some token. So if you get a 5-star rating, you get more coefficient of the token than someone who gets a 3-star. And then that you can hold it. So you can hold it to then make a big rental payment and save money, have it as a rebate, or just hold it in general. So when we do our rent to own, you can just buy a house with the token. So that's the actual incentive we have. So even if you just rent anyways, now you can actually make some money from just simply renting. And that's the idea, creating value for rent.
Okay. Thanks a lot for answering my questions. I really love this project. Like, it's awesome.
Thank you.
Zoe?
Yeah, I was also thinking about the regular everyday people because it makes a lot of sense to me that this is nice for landlords, but I worry about the tenants that don't have so much money that they can always place the higher bid, and also there's this reward system that you answered the question before about the regular people before. But I actually also worry about regular people that smoke or have loud children and stuff, and then you get rated less good, and you already struggle with your lower income, and you also maybe you don't have the best mental health and have a conflict every now and then with your family. Yeah, what about those people? What about those that are not landlords, but regular people?
Yeah, of course. And so one of the cool things of actually being on blockchain, it allows us to create sort of a DAO structure where every time you're going to see a property, you can see the house rules. And if you smoke, for example, and the landlord says no smoking, then it probably wouldn't be in the best interest to look at properties in that category. But if you just so happen to be in that situation, I feel like as an idea, it definitely works. There are going to be times where people are going to be exploited sometimes, and that's something we're going to have to work on really hard. So I don't really know if I could answer that question. I can't answer for people's behaviors and our decisions, but I do think that with a system that keeps people accountable, we would be able to make it work better than it currently does.
Okay, thank you.
So to answer a little more of that question, I'm Hans, I'm part of Local as well. We're trying to make like the platform as fair as possible. So as much as the tenants would have to take care of the property and get rewarded for it, there is no negative to that. And yeah, we understand that some people might be in certain situations, but at the end of the day, good behavior is rewarded. So that's why we have that token incentive in there.
Great. We have time for one more question. You're muted.
Oh,
there we
go. So you talked a little bit about your token and how it will have utility. Have you got it figured out yet, like what you want to do with that token? Like, are you planning on using it as a way to raise funds for like further development of this platform later? Do you have a little more details on that?
Yeah. So we don't just want to have a token that holds monetary value and is kind of just used as a security, which is one of the big arguments when we first started out. We said we don't want a token, and then because we just don't want our platform to be treated as a stock market. But we realized that there's a lot of applications for things like that. So the reward system, just actually earning it is a good application for it. But what do you do when you can use for it? You could pay rent, right? We're going to be building an entire ecosystem where it would be essentially like a social network. Where you'll be able to have a sense of community everywhere you go. And the reason why people don't mobilize or move is if it's very daunting to move to a city without knowing anybody and just going by myself. But we're developing some sort of a network where you'll have a point of contact, kind of how Airbnb has a super host. We're going to have like a local leader or a community leader. And that community leader is very incentivized. They get the most tokens, but they're going to be the point of contact for people when they move in. And they're going to say, hey, these are all the properties that are renting a local. If you're interested in talking to people who are on the local platform. I've been here for 2 years myself. I've lived here. I know the best parks, the best restaurants. So that is going to be part of an incentive of actually holding it and wanting to acquire it. And another thing is, if you have local token, and you'll be able to actually say, hey, as a landlord, I'm going to use this as an advertising kind of budget and use my local token to actually advertise. If I have some level of scale or a hierarchy system, I might be able to show my properties on a more favorable part of the platform. If I'm a tenant and I hold my token, I'll be able to make bids on specific types of properties that are going to be just for local token holders. So there's level of that integration as well that we're building actively with Genius Yield to develop.
Very cool.
So
Thanks.
guys, we have to continue. It was a great presentation. Really love it. And now we have Andre from the open source development ecosystem. So if you want to carry on, it's our last speaker for today. Andre?
Miroslav is going to speak.
Yes, can I please share the screen? If
yeah, sure.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay. So I hope you guys see me and you can hear me. Yes? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So welcome to Treasury Guild presentation. And in the next few minutes, we will present you Treasury Guild team and our work. So before we present you our team, we would like to thank Felix Weber and our mentor and advisor who help us on our journey. Without him and his help, we wouldn't be here now today. I remember when CC admin team in one of the town hall announced that they are looking for treasurer. Among lots of people, only two guys applied for that, I will say, job. Some people say that it's not so sexy job, you know. So you can guess who are these people. It's Andre and Miroslav. And yes, we would also like to thank CC admin team. Without them, we will not be here today also. And so who are we? We are community advisors and we are Catalyst Circle treasurers. We joined CC admin team last year in November. And what are we doing and what our guild activities are? So accounting services, wallets and fund management, tailor-made tools, domain sensor. So this is some activities. Accounting services, we put all transaction in GitHub and Gitbook, recording all income and outgoing transactions in Gitbook and GitHub. The balance in the Gitbook must be the same like in blockchain. If it's not the same, it means that something is wrong. So if it's not in line, we collect recipes for any expenses. So if somebody needs something to pay or something like that, we are here, you know. Wallets and fund management, setting up wallets, making sure that transaction align with the budget items and proposal, adding metadata to transactions. Tailor-made tools, we create dashboards for projects, we build system that records document transactions, everything is open source. Domain sensor, we got to core meetings of all our projects in order to get familiar with their needs, making sure the transaction align with the budget items and proposals. So what have we done so far? You can see here on Gitbook and GitHub. And we are in collaboration with Catalyst Circle, Bridge Builders, Catalyst Swarm, Cardano for Climate, Community Governance. And yeah, we have two proposals, Treasury Guild proposal, you can find it here on the link. And we have also challenge proposals for financial and legal and financial legal and financial implementation. Yeah. So that's, I think it. Wait a second. Yes.
Okay, so you're done?
Okay. Yes, I'm done. It was quick because we are lack of time, so I hope you catch everything. So if you have some questions, we are here for you guys and girls.
Yeah, anyone has questions? Personally, I love the work that you're doing. As you said, probably it's not like a sexy thing, but it's really important. It's really important, the accountability side of it. So I really think it's important. Joey, have a question? You're muted.
You are muted.
Yes, you are muted.
All right. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say that these guys are great to work with. They're very responsive, and thank you for the work that you've done already.
Actually, also I would like connecting because as I said, I'm on the LATAM community, and we started recently, and probably it would be worth it if we can have a talk about it and how you handle the financial and accountability. So if possible, you could send me somewhere to contact you. I would love it.
Okay.
But yeah, if nobody has any extra questions, I think we can go to the main room and call it a day. Brian?
Brian?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, guys. It's really cool. Is this Treasury Guild only for certain projects that you're doing audits for, or are you looking to like expand to audit other projects?
If we get funded, right now we're doing about 5 or 6 projects, but the idea is to do any project in Catalyst. And we will also provide the service for free so that these projects don't have to pay for this service. They can get it for free from us. That's the idea.
Yeah, that's a really great service you're providing. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Harry?
Yeah, it was just a quick one again. From our experience, this function you're doing, guys, it may sound a bit boring, but it's absolutely essential if things are going to grow, and this should be an automatic funding, really. So thank you.
Yes, guys, but you know what? For some people, this is extremely boring, but for Andre and me, we're enjoying that. For real, this is job for us, the best job for us, I think. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, but as Harry said, I think it's a really fundamental part of all in our industry, you know, the accountability, and maybe in the past or other projects don't realize that, or maybe we don't even realize that, but it's very important, and it's important to give credit to that, you know. So yeah, if you want, we can continue and we can go to the main room. Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys, for coming, for presenting. It was great. I really like it. So yeah, we can go
Lucas,
back.
thank you. Thank you for facilitating. Thank you very much. Good job.
Yeah, it was fabulous, Lucas. Really well done. Thank you.
Yes, you're very subtle, Lucas. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. It was my first time as a host, so I really enjoyed it, and hopefully I'll do more.
Done, mate. Well done.
Okay, well, see you all.
Just so I'm gonna start now my 10-minute, right?
Perfect.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Daniel. I'm from Vietnam, and our team's having the project that's named Cardano Say No to Plastic Straws, C for always, which means like Cardano for ocean, and we are proposing Fund 8 Catalyst at miscellaneous challenge, and we request a fund for over $40,000. And throughout the presentation, we will go through the 3 main part that you can see. And the first one, I would like to share with you this video. Yeah, it's a very heartful video for us to watch. And that is a sea turtle who was found plastic straw stuck in his nose. And you can see that is blood and tears from the turtle, and but from the marine biologist who find and help him. And this is the only turtle was found and helped and filmed for us to see. And think about the other turtle who was not found, help. And there is more and more, not just turtle, but sea animals, species like this. And for a summary with a little bit of visualization, how plastic straw is destroying marine life, because it's take up to over 100 years to decompose, and it's increased the ocean toxicity, and moreover it's made of precious fossil fuel like gas and oil, and it will disrupt the ecosystem. And 500 million plastic straw thrown away each day in the US, and by the calculation, by 2050 there will be more plastic waste than fish in the ocean, and that's why we need to stop. Talking about our product, is like a grass straw. The straw is like from cỏ vàng. It's Lepironia acutilata. Oh, sorry. And it's 100% natural and environmentally friendly, and single use and quickly regenerate and decompose. No plant preservative. Its immune control is quite good. It can prevent itself from the parasite insect, and it can reduce the use of plastic usage and the CO2 throughout to the environment. And you can see this is our product, our packaging, and I'm having it on hand right now, and it's quite hard for you to see, right? This is a single straw making from the grass. You can see. Next one, to the business model for the production. Like it's gonna take like 7 to 8 months to grow from grass and turn it into this. We have to harvest it, cut it, sanitize, dry it, and packaging, and we will have a bag of 50 straw like this. And the label, of course, that we will use the local label for us who know about the place and know about the grass. For marketing, we are now having the website or Facebook, and the website is available in 3 languages like English, Japanese, and Vietnamese if you'd like to take a visit. And moreover, we will use the famous e-commerce channel like eBay, Amazon, and Alibaba to promote the product. And our targeting market is not only the domestic individual restaurant and beverage company, but we will export to the country that have already banned the use of plastic straw. Like in the future, in the near future, they will ban it, like US, Europe, Japanese, and Korea. And about the payment method, you can buy it online through our website. And at our website, we can use ADA to pay for the product. And that is the part of is how to expect the use of ADA. And in the future, when the recognition of ADA is highly well-known, then we will use only ADA at the payment method for this product. So throughout the project, the mission that we want to accomplish from this project is to drive the acceptance of using ADA in real life activity. We can buy things with it, and we can create more opportunities for the local labor workforce where their incomes is really, really low and they need more and more jobs. And of course, that we reduce the use of plastic straw and increasing tree planting and reduce CO2 and make more oxygen. Yeah, and for the product roadmap, the first initial build that we have to find the area to plant and grow the grass and set up the team, the process, the production, and how to make it become automation. We have to learn all about the product process and set up the channel and ready to export is to foreign country, and fully integrated ADA payment for the method. And in this 6 months, we are like gonna get to know the everything from the first step that we have to grow it, and it took 7 months to harvest the first grass, and then we will do the research for the production during that 6 months and be ready to the global campaign of phase 2 for the for the last quarter and the first of 2022 and the first quarter of 2023. And we try to export it to the countries that is completely banned the use of plastic straw, like and then we provide the communication and export some support, help to partner who want to cooperate, and then we have to run the global campaigns to raise the awareness of people why that we should use the grass straw instead of plastic straw. And the straw is just one part of like eliminate the use of plastic. There's plastic bag, plastic bottle, and so much more. But this is the alternative solution for the straw. So we can stop using plastic straw and start to use this. And that's all for my proposal. And thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much.
So Daniel, it has been 8 minutes. You still have 2 minutes left even. But if you want, we can go already in the Q&A because I see Len has his hand up.
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting, Daniel. Two questions. One is, how are you going to distribute it? Through what kind of a sales channel are you going to distribute? And secondly, in your roadmap, you talk about you're going to have to find places to grow it, et cetera, but you show a picture of a product that already exists. Is that your product that you're showing a picture of, or somebody else's product? And was there academic research to show that this product is, I mean, this grass straw is, I don't know, safe, durable, whatever. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you for your questions. Sorry, how to pronounce your name?
Len.
Okay, Len. Thank you for your lesson, Len. Firstly, about the sale channel, we are gonna have a direct sale channel at our website, and using the e-commerce to sell it, like ePay, Amazon, and Alibaba. But more important that at our website, our direct sales channel, we will use ADA to like as a payment method, and people can who is using ADA, like ADA user, will get an amount of discount comparing to other payment method. Yeah, that is the first questions. And the second questions about the roadmap. We are like having it. We are temporarily have to buy the grass from other farmer, and it's let me describe the grass. It's gonna be like 1 meter to 1 to 2 meters long, like this. And when you collect it, you have to cut it into a straw like this, only 18 or 20 centimeters straw. And then you cut it out and sanitize it and dry it and packaging. So it's grow naturally and no plastic or anything involved. You only have to grow it, and then 6 months later you collect it and put it into a straw, cut it part into the straw like this.
Yes, but the package you show, is that your product, or are there other people doing this business already?
Yeah, about this product is our packaging, and we are like hiring the factory to researching it, and this is our like prototype product. This is gonna be 50 straw in the back.
When you say sanitize, how do you sanitize? Do you do certain chemicals, and what kind?
No, we will like, firstly we will like we put it in under the sunlight, and we use the liquid for it to like when you wash the vegetable and all the tree that you collected, like tomatoes and anything else, and you have to clean it at the first place and using like salt water. Yeah, with salt.
And just moving ahead, Tim O'Brien has his hand up, and then Randall.
Yes.
You're muted, Tim.
Sorry. Yeah, great presentation. I'm sure you know that the farmers in the Delta area are under extreme pressure because of the salt water moving into their rice fields and because of drying up the dams on the Mekong. So I'm wondering, is this a product that could be used by these rice farmers, given that now they have some salt water and some of them have a few less water than they actually require for farming rice?
Yes, thank you for your questions. And actually, we have to share the resource that we have, and you can see that this is going to be the alternative solution that we need if we don't want to fill our ocean, our sea with plastic in the next 30 years. So we have to share a little bit of the I think that the area to plant rice and planting this, and we have to find a way to like
Daniel, we are coming to the end of the time.
Yes, and we have to find a way to plant it more carefully to maximize the product that we can, the volume of the product that we can produce.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Then, thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the questions. And moving next to the next presentation, Tom TCT. It's up to you, gentlemen.
That's me.
That's you.
So yeah, I'm Tom. I'm new to presenting, so bear with me.
Just
luckily,
give me a second. Do you want to share a screen or present a slide deck, or we keep it like this?
I will. I don't have slides, but I do have a screen to share. Because so
just tell me. So I will start the time now, let's say, and you have 10 minutes and 5 minutes Q&A. There we go.
Perfect. So yeah, I'm presenting the multi-sig wallet application. And luckily there's actually a couple collaborators here from that. So we realized a few months ago that there were no multi-sig wallet applications, right? So in order to create a multi-sig wallet, a native script on Cardano, you had to have substantial development experience, or at least some CLI knowledge. And that there was a lot of communities, groups, even individuals that were not able to access this important feature. So we coordinated a small development team within ADAO to create a multi-sig wallet application. You are able to load addresses and it'll generate what is a native script. And you're also able to set your parameters. And it is completely open source. At the moment, we're doing some refinements. We have been in contact with all the leading wallet teams to make sure that with their next updates, they will support not only signing, but sending to native scripts. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Because I'd like to try to give a little demo here. So as you can see, this is the main page at the moment. And we're working on refining and styling it. But for testing, this is beautiful. And up here, you can see that I actually have some treasuries already saved and created. But we'll go through and make a new one to just show how simple it is. So you can name your treasury. You can put a description, maybe the signers, what it's for, you know, whatever you'd like to, you know, differentiate it from your other wallets. And then you just add your signers. So for this, we're going to use 3 testnet addresses, and you'll load the address, click add address, load another one. And once you have at least 2 in there, it'll start generating a native script. And depending on the addresses you enter, how many, and the order, it'll continue to generate a new address for you. So we'll see a change when I add this next one. And then you're able to set your parameters. So all out of 3 needed, any out of 3, or at least 1 or 2 out of 3. And that will even change the parameters, because theoretically these all exist already, right? So if, you know, God forbid somebody like loses it or anything, as long as they remember the addresses and the order, they can always generate that same treasury. And then you'll be able to actually save the treasury, and it'll be located in my treasuries. So here we can see I already created one and funded it. So we didn't have to wait for a transaction. So we can actually go ahead and try sending from the multi-sig. And I'm going to try my best to open 2 browsers. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but we can try. So let me grab one of these addresses here as the receive address. We can see it has about 9 ADA in it. So we're going to send 3 of them. And I think I have, yeah, some test assets in here. So we'll add one of those too. And it also supports SIP20, so we can even write some messages in it. Obviously, we can send to multiple recipients. You can see it calculated the fee, and then we will go to review. This will tell you your inputs and outputs, the fee, and the signatures required. So here we see we need 2 signatures required. I'm going to see if I can open up another browser window so we can actually see the signatures popping up as if you were trying to coordinate with the other signers. So let's see if that'll work. Not sure how share screen will react. And one of the lead developers on this is actually here. His name's Siegfried. He's been a huge contributor within ADAO. And so if he has anything to add or any questions I can't answer, we can try to get him to speak. So let's see, let me open this up. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this one. Are you able to see both screens? Probably not, huh? Probably. Oh, you are. Both browsers here?
Yep, we see it, Tom.
Beautiful. Yeah. All right, so let's try to do it. I will review the transaction, I'm gonna try to sign with Nami Wallet. Should pop up. Give it a second. This is actually the address that I chose to send it to, so we can see it says +3. Usually it'll say 0, tell you the transaction fee, and allow you to sign. And you should see that pop up on both screens, right? So now the other signers know that we already got one signature there. Oh no, this is blocking my. I need to try.
Better difficulty there.
There we go. Here we go. I just needed to get to my extensions so I can swap my. I'm at a hotel, so my Wi-Fi is not great right now.
It's okay.
Oh, here we go. We're going to switch Namis. Pop that one up. I'm going to try to sign again. Sign with Nami. Yeah, usually it's pretty quick. Here we go. So that's normally what you'll see unless you're the receiver. You'll see the transaction, the fee, the details, the SIP20 message, and you can go ahead and sign. And we should see that both pop up, and then you'll be able to submit the transaction now that 2 signatures have been collected. You can see the transaction was submitted, and that's it. It's just a very simple application. It's designed so anybody can use it. We plan to, it's already released publicly, and if anybody wants, we can even share this link so people can test it out, right? Test it out on testnet, get used to it, give us feedback. And because that's what we're looking for. We're looking to make something user-friendly, easy, and something that I think is extremely needed. So I'd love if Siegfried has anything to add, or if anybody else has any questions.
Hey, this is Adam. I just wanted to add that, for ADAO, we really think this is an essential tool for DAOs to have, because people who are part of distributed organizations need to know that the assets aren't controlled by just one person. They need to be assured that there are, checks and balances, that a multi-signature is just one thing that can offer so that, the funds are safe, and they have to go through multiple levels of review. And so if your DAO funds like for instance, you decide you're going to do a bounty, the DAO can fund a multi-signature like this. And then once they can assign judges to be the multi-sig, so that once a bounty is fulfilled, the judges can then pay the person the assets that have been promised.
Yeah. And the only thing I would add is, even for individuals, right? It's just a higher level of security. As an individual, I would use a multi-sig just to know that, never going to have any issues with losing a key or something. So yeah.
Great, and thanks a lot for the presentation, Tom. And we have 2 questions, Tim and then Len.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Okay,
great. Yeah, great presentation. I've been looking for sort of a Cardano replacement of Gnosis Safe, and this looks like it would be it. So I have actually 4 questions that are really quick. I can try and run them off here. One is can a user remove his account? Second is, can a smart contract be one of the holders on the account? And third is, do you know a cryptography algorithm where it can be one plus other? In other words, something where I can say I can do it, otherwise it requires a vote of 3 out of 4 of the others. And finally, just when do you think it's going to be actually viable to deploy it in production?
Great question. And if Siegfried is still here, I would love, those are a little technical, some of those. Not sure if he is able to speak. If not, I'll try my best, but his answers will be a lot better, I'm sure.
Okay. I think just the first one is the most crucial. First and third, like, can a user remove themselves as one of the owners of the wallet?
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe so. I believe once this is made, the script is made, it's been generated with those four or 5, 6 addresses. So if you wanted to remove someone, you would have to basically make a new script without that person in it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And I can chain on to that, answer your third question, which is that you can, with native scripts, you can actually have a complicated structure that says this one address or 3 out of these 5 addresses, and actually complicated Boolean trees. This tool does not give you an interface to create such addresses, though. Not yet. And smart contracts are super interesting, and I don't know the answer to that. The real Gnosis safe version of this is going to be really exciting too, and we're looking forward to that coming soon.
Great. I would. It'd be great if the authors would think about allowing someone to remove themselves, because it's a super useful use case where you create a wallet, you fund it, and then you give it to somebody else, like removing yourself. And that way you've given somebody ADA without transferring, by transferring a wallet, not by transferring ADA. So just a thought.
Another question, Tom.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I guess my turn. Just to respond to Adam and Tom, great multi-sig feature. And one of the things that we're, our group is the create teaming agreements. And we don't have to think so far down the line as DAOs. Almost every proposal on Catalyst involves 2 or more people who don't know each other. And one of those people are going to get the money. I think there was early on some brouhaha about one of the proposals not paying the devs or whatever. This is, I think, is essential to just good treasury management for all proposals. And our Fund 8 proposal is to find a multi-sig solution. And I mean, a simple one. You can do command line interface with Daedalus, I think, but this is what we're looking for. So would you put a link in the chat, Tom, that I can contact you on Telegram?
I will, and I'm happy to drop the link for this app in the chat as well, so you can play around with it. It gets updated from time to time. Yeah, we're adding new features, but it should work for you.
Perfect.
And I'm gonna stop sharing.
Great, right on time. Thanks a lot, Tom. Great project, great presentation.
Thank you, guys.
And then we move to the next one. Next one is Tim. Do you share your screen, Tim?
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any slides or any images, so I'm going to just talk through it.
So I start your time now, Tim. And there you go.
Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a proposal that it's a little bit about NFTs and a little bit about metaverses. And I think we're in a world now where NFTs and metaverses are sort of becoming one world. And I think what we see here is, well, everything is going to become a metaverse world. So, but now let me go back to NFTs, and I'll talk to you a little bit about my experience. So I run a software dev company, and we work mainly on Cardano, but we also work on other blockchains, including Ethereum. And due to the hype of NFTs, we started getting a lot of requests to host NFT sales and to write the smart contracts for NFT sales. And we did actually some of the more famous, like Vogu Collective was one of the NFT cells that we ran into. But you know, nothing ever stays the same. And as the old saying says, when you build a product, don't kick the ball at the person, kick them in front of the person. So I'm still getting a lot of requests for smart contracts to do NFT sales, but they have become much, much more complex. And people are trying to break out of the sort of passive buy hold scenarios that's traditional NFT today. That's like, you know, like it was a while ago. You buy an NFT, it looks nice, you like the art, you hold it, you think the NFT collection is going to grow. But there's a new world where we're trying to meet the intersection with marketing and advertising companies. They're like retail companies want to be into NFT. Car manufacturers. If you Google NFT projects, you start to see a lot of really big companies trying to go into NFT, and they're not just interested in creating NFTs from their logos or their products. They want a message. So NFT is a message. So these companies are willing to collab with NFT collections. When you think of like Afrix that WADA has, or the CNFTs that the environmental grouping has. These are the kind of NFTs that if you're a shoe manufacturing company or a car brand, you can use these and if your support of these NFT collections to signal your support of the cause behind the NFT. So one way you can do this is simply the user logs into the company website, they see new discounts, they see vouchers, they see specialty products that nobody who doesn't own an NFT from that collection can. So that's a very, we call that NFT boosting. And there's other ways that we can do that. We can actually lock into a vault and then have the NFT earn extra money. So what is the effect of that? That is effect that now the NFT has the value, the original value, the value of the artwork, but it also has the value of, let's say, a coupon or a voucher. So now the NFT is more valuable because as it grows in fame, it also grows in desirability to be part of a marketing system. So you're going to see that the value of the NFT comes in two parts, the part that there is now, and then the future value, which is the add-on value that the holder of an NFT from that collection earns. So what that's going to be? That's going to mean more, that's going to be a higher price from the NFT. And then the seller of the NFTs, the collection holder, is selling a product that now has a higher value, and they're going to earn more money. So that's a way to do that maybe a lot of people can support themselves with, because now we have a more valuable NFT. Collections can earn more money. So that's the non-metaverse world. So if you look at the metaverse, we have a product called Metaverse Builder that allows you to build your own metaverse. And the proposal is essentially to add more complexity to this Metaverse Builder. And where that can come into is now you have journeying. So for instance, you're no longer selling one metaverse, one NFT from one collection. You're actually now being able to say, hey, if you have Africs, if you have an environment, if you have a gorilla, whatever, an ape, if you have these three collections, that will unlock you to the next level. So now we've gone from the simplicity of selling one FT from one collection to now being able to say, well, we need baskets, and baskets of NFTs have value that go beyond simply the sum of the members. So I think, I guess maybe I'll just close here, and it's like winner of the metaverse wars. That's the term that you see on the internet now. Winner of the metaverse wars is going to be the winner of the blockchain wars, because everything from DeFi to supply chain management to environment to pure NFTs is moving to the the metaverse. So nobody today has a metaverse builder, and by funding our project, Cardano will be the first metaverse, the first blockchain that actually has a metaverse builder, where brands and causes and anybody can build a metaverse. Thank you.
All right, 7.5 minutes, so still time left. Thanks for the presentation, Tim. Are there any questions so far? Len, you have your hands up.
Sorry, I just didn't take it down. My fault.
I'm going to step away a second. It just started raining and I'm near the window, so I'm not hearing a lot. So, yes, please.
Any questions so far?
Okay, I'm good. I'm ready. I'm good.
Tim,
which challenge category is this for?
This is for DApps and integration. It's called Metaverse Builder and NFT Booster. And there is a link to a working demo of the Metaverse Builder for those who want to play with it.
Then, other questions?
I'll ask a question. When you say metaverse, could you give like a brief description? What exactly is a metaverse?
I think I can give you, I can try, but I think the world is struggling to kind of come up with a metaverse now. I will take the sort of psychology perspective. People now, like for instance, movie actors today, they have an alternative persona, which quickly becomes their own persona. And what we see here is early on, Facebook made this observation that a good percentage of the accounts were actually fake accounts. But now I think we're realizing they're not fake accounts, that people have personas and they present them or meta personalities, and they put them in a world, a metaverse, where they can interact with other people visually and directly in chat. But they are themselves using their meta profiles. So that's my goal. That's my goal. There are many, many definitions. So.
Tom, did this answer your question? Seems like Tom is frozen.
Am I frozen? Who's frozen?
Not Tom is frozen.
No,
Oh.
It's me. Glad that didn't happen during my presentation.
Okay. Yes. As soon as I find a definition that's well accepted, I will publish it.
No, I appreciate that. And yeah, definition, really, I meant like, because you can go to this app and build a metaverse, you said. So what does that get you? Like, what does that entail actually?
Well, from a psychological perspective, it removes the user from the reality of the real world, the non-metaverse world, which is very much appealing to many people. And it also, there's something that's called a digital twin, which is which I'm very much interested in. So I'll just give you, we're building a supply chain management system for Africa. And it's very hard to build a system where farmers who often didn't have an opportunity to get an education can actually interact with these very complex systems called supply chain management. But by creating a metaverse where we can have a sort of a visualization of the entities on the steps, a highly iconicized view of what the supply chain is, then it becomes something that one can intuitively understand, and we're testing that out now. Something that intuitively everybody can understand without having to have language barriers or technology barriers. So metaverse could be the final frontier to break down the technical and democratize technology. Yet another definition.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah.
Then it seems that's it. And with this, we made the first 3 presentations, which means round 4, row 1 is done. So stop recording.
So my whole idea is just integrating assets and debt into the ADA blockchain, and do this through a DeFi mortgage lending platform. And just quickly, I want to say that I'm working in partnership with One Small Town, which the whole philosophy about it is Ubuntu, which I've got here. It's I am because we are, and the gist of it is like, if it's not good for all of us, it's not good enough. And I feel like the current mortgage system isn't, it's not great. We can do better. So I think we can like just change some things and make it better. So transitioning people from fiat currency to crypto by integrating assets and debt into the blockchain. This will benefit and empower property and landowners and token holders, as well as boost the value of ADA. So I've got this snapshot here of how much money is in the world and how it's broken up. And you can see at the bottom, like real estate and debt are by far the 2 biggest. Like, I think it's about $550 trillion. And like that just dwarfs everything else. So even getting like 0.5% of that market would just be crazy. The challenge I see with this is like, creating a new token system, which I do have one, but it's not developed yet. And creating a new mortgage system, like what rules should be in place. And then because this is dealing with real world assets, we would have to open DeFi institutions in each country, as every country has different rules and laws that must be followed. And we want to make sure this is done properly so people don't get ripped off and etc. So I'll get into the token and how it will kind of work. So initially with the ICO, that basically it's one token, but it can be held in 3 states, and that's token plus, an asset token, and a debt token. The token plus will be available through the ICO, and owning this token will eventually entitle you through monthly payments from people's mortgages. Like, so the whole idea of this is having the bank decentralized, so it's owned by the people, unlike banks today that are owned by, corporations and people at the top, like a pyramid scheme type thing. I wanted to just change that whole outlook. And because of that, I think they should get a say on how it runs. So voting power with how much, just like how Catalyst works. And initially there will be a hold period like on those tokens until we get it up and running with the DeFi mortgage platform. The asset token will represent the amount of the property that you own at the time of refinancing. Yeah, and like there'll be like a few rules around it, like you must always own at least 20% of the house's value in asset tokens. And before you can sell any, you must have had the home loan for at least 5 years. So yeah, and this will ensure we don't have massive dumps if the price skyrockets. And like also with this, we could reinvent it a bit. So there's two ways you could, I've thought of two ways or two mortgage types that you could use. You could use the traditional one, which is just like a low rate that does not generate any asset tokens, or you could pay a higher rate and slowly convert your debt tokens into asset tokens. And then I've got, yeah, mortgages must be able for 5 years and they must keep 20% of their asset. And then after 5 years, you know, there'll be a review of where your asset tokens are sitting in compared to the value of your house. So they could end up being worth more than the value of your house. And at that stage, we can say, you know, you can sell a whole bunch of them or even pay off your house completely. It's about getting people out of debt faster and about providing liquidity for people like in their homes so they can use it, and also enabling people to pay their mortgage off with ADA as well. So the debt token, this works different to the asset token because we don't want the debt scaling out of control. So the debt token will reflect the fiat currency version of their debt and not stay stable like the asset token will. Here's a quick example of what I mean by that. So at the start, you can see that the home value is $600,000, the ownership is $320, and the debt is $280. And after 5 years, the asset is now worth $2, say. The $320,000 stays the same, but the debt token has gone down a lot because it respects the fiat value, not the asset token. And so this person basically now could own their home outright if they wanted to. And then 10 years later again, you know, if you keep going, you can see that it just grows bigger and bigger as the token gains value. Where is this? Yeah. So I've got this here. This is basically how I see it working. The DeFi platform, there'll be a central one that will hold 10% of all tokens, that must hold 10% of all tokens. This will encourage them to buy them. And each bank and they'll give out loans to start a banking or DeFi entity in each currency so that they can verify the land and, you know, you are who you say you are and you do own the property. And each bank will operate according to its own country's laws. And I was also thinking about introducing things like after you own your first home, each extra house, you have to pay more interest for it because we don't want the rich to get richer. I want this to be about empowering people and getting people into their first homes and owning land. And also people who buy the token plus, which basically means they're a community manager to a certain, or a banking manager to a certain degree, they'll have voting powers within the systems to change their, so the Australian institution might operate differently to how the African one does. And then like we can look at that and say, oh, well, hey, they're doing this. We can try that here as well. So I want it to be flexible and like not rigid and just how the system is now, you know, so rigid and controlled. I want it to be flexible and be able to move about. So the local institutions will be given enough tokens to start a local bank that can take part in the legal sale of houses and land. And then the DeFi platform will deal with the token side of things. So the bank won't be dealing with that. They must keep 10% of the total number of tokens they are given as well. So this will encourage each individual bank to also be buying back tokens, which will, you know, further increase the demand for them as well. Profits are first used to pay off staff for all this, and then the rest will be distributed amongst the token holders, and that will be the people that have the token plus version of the token. They'll receive a small amount of income from this. And that's pretty much my idea. I'm just trying to think if I've left anything out. No, that's pretty much it. So the advantages of owning the token, it's backed by real world assets, backed by your local country's bank. The bank is owned by no one, and everyone who owns a token gets a percentage of the income the bank receives. Gives you a say on how the token will operate in your region. And then I've just got here on how the ICO will operate, because I want it to happen slowly over time at first to make people aware of what's happening and what's going on, so that there'll be full transparency. And yeah, the challenges I see is like creating the new token system first, one that works for everyone involved evenly, creating a new mortgage system that will enable ADA payments and what rules should be in place, and opening DeFi institutions in every country obviously is going to be very difficult as well. And yeah, I reckon that's me done. Did that make sense? Or was I all over the place?
Definitely. Great. Thanks a lot for the presentation, Patrick. And I see 2 hands raised up. Tim and Randall, please just ask one question at once. Don't create a list of questions, because mostly in 5 minutes, they will not have time to respond. But yeah, first Tim, Randall, and then Nicholas. Go for it. Tim, you're muted.
Yeah, you're all muted.
Sorry, is half the time already. It seemed to me a little bit like a derivative. So can you sort of just summarize a default use case, the scenario when a farmer or a debt owner, a dettee defaults?
It would happen how it normally happens with a bank. So that's what's important about this, is we have to actually set up proper institutions in each country that will deal with that kind of thing according to the country's laws. Like, it's different all over the world. So depending on where you live will depend on how we deal with it.
Interesting. So it sounds like and this is, I was going to ask like how you expect to manage the organization. Are you setting up a DAO for this where there can be shared decision making? It sounds like yes, and it's going to be one for each country. Did I get it right?
Yes and no. So I want to have the core principles of the DeFi mortgage lending platform, like that will be the overarching like government of it all, and they will kind of dictate the rules to everyone. But obviously, some rules might not work for some countries for whatever reason, and that's just how it is. But we want each country to kind of like, invent or come up with a system that works best for them with the stage they're at. Like, I don't like, it's the whole Ubuntu philosophy. If it's like not good for all of us, it's not good. And I think through doing this, we could see some very interesting innovations on the mortgage front, like, different ways of incentivizing people to join us through low rates, or, you pay a higher rate. And then, like I said, instead of converting your debt tokens just diminishing, you could actually be buying back some. So increasing the your asset tokens as you pay off your mortgage, stuff like that.
If it's not good for all of us, it's not good. I love that. Thanks.
Yeah.
And Nicholas.
Yeah, one small question is, why should users choose your platform or not any other lending platform? What makes it different?
So how it's different is that it's going to be run by the community. So it's basically a bank run by the community. And I know that sounds strange in the world that we live in, But we're heading to a new world now with cryptocurrency, and we need to just leave this old world behind. And they're not going to go down without a fight, but we just don't even have to fight them. You know, we just build something new and better, and the people will come. That's how I see it anyway.
Yeah, thanks.
Like I think the you know, with the current mortgage system, because I own my house and I pay a low rate, so it's no big deal, but there's no incentives for me to stay with them, or, you know, if I wanted to like redraw my home loan, there's a whole bunch of process I have to go through. But with this system, if I had asset tokens and I'm in the clear, I could just sell off a couple of them and go on holiday, you know, and that's why we'd have rules that like mortgage holders must always hold at least 20% of the house's value in tokens. So that way we don't get big dumps, and, you know, it reflects that you do own that property and that you are paying off your mortgage. So that's like just an incentive. You can see here that like after 5 years, which I considered having that as like just the minimum amount of having a mortgage, like 5 years to pay off a mortgage that should take 30 years is like, I reckon that's just a pretty good effort. Like you can see that the asset token, if it was $1 that it started at, and 5 years later the token's worth $2, and you have half your if you own 50% of your house, you could own your house outright after 5 years, because you could sell the asset tokens, or 50% of them, and just pay off your debt, and you'll still have 50% asset tokens. And at that point, because of that, you no longer are paying off your mortgage, so that those tokens will be converted to asset plus tokens. So now you're actually receiving payments monthly for being a part of the community, and you can have a say on, you know, yeah.
Yeah, out of time now. Right.
Okay, sweet. Thank you for listening to me, everyone.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. Definitely nice project. And I will just stop your screen share and hand over to the next presenter, Randall. Randall, tell me when you're ready, and I click the button and you go.
Is the share coming through?
Yes.
Excellent. Then I am ready.
Then there you go.
All right. Thanks everyone for joining the room today. Today I'm presenting for Cardano After Dark, and the proposal is to do some research and development around using REDIS for decentralized state channels. REDIS is a best-in-class in-memory database. It's off the shelf. It's a really incredibly fast in-memory database. It is what all of the big internet providers have used to optimize the performance of their services and make them enterprise grade and internet scale. The proposal is to research and prototype this state channel interface so that dApps can have this real-time communication path. And we want to create a decentralized utility infrastructure that makes it easy for application developers to deliver value in terms of performance and interactivity between multiple users. Now, when we think of state channels, pretty much everyone in the Cardano community thinks of Hydra. And Hydra is only one possible approach on state channels. It is a very, of course, well-integrated plan. But as IO has said multiple times, Hydra is not the only state channel solution. Spend a moment here talking about the Cardano After Dark project. On one level, it's about games, but card games, poker particularly, are they're an interesting theoretical application that can provide a really good basis for cryptography and just general research in general. And that's actually the main reason that Cardano After Dark got started, to practice techniques for gaming and non-gaming applications. when we develop in Cardano or use applications that are on the blockchain, we've seen some issues. Applications are slow. As builders, it's difficult to kind of know how to get off the ground. And there's some places in our architectural plans where, what's on chain is just not enough. And what I've observed over the last year is that there's really a lot of uncertainty as to how to build the parts of a DApp that are not just the on-chain parts. With the REDIS decentralized state channel proposal, we really want to address this issue of latency. And when we're talking about multiple users, especially, being able to be interactive with those multiple users is really important. When we look in the research, and like Google's done this research that showed that even small changes in latency made big differences in the bottom line. And this is only revealed because they have such scale to be able to see it. But I thought that was really interesting. And as an application developer, I recognize that, and we should all recognize that slow applications make it frustrating to use the app. And if the blockchain is evolved, people don't care. It's still frustrating. We need a fast data platform. We're going to exchange off-chain data and share consensus state using REDIS. And these are techniques that don't have to be complicated. They can be actually quite easy for developers to understand. And that's kind of one of the reasons that we wanted to start using REDIS, so that we could think like regular application developers and create really high performance interactive applications. As with other state channel solutions, we really wanted to address the problem of transaction costs and reduce the number of on-chain transactions that have to be out there. For Cardano After Dark, as well as other potential applications, we recognize that to decentralize with Redis, we actually need to experiment with data replication techniques, because Redis is simply a store. It doesn't inherently provide data replication, although there is a cluster solution for Redis that does have some data replication capabilities, but it's still a centralized cluster interface. So this is one of the problems we're going to be looking at. In one of our earlier presentations here in this room, we saw a multi-sig DApp, and that would be enhanced by using the Redis state channel. Of course, we can apply this solution to Cardano After Dark and increase the interactivity of poker apps and smooth the communication path between the different people that are at the table. And then I've noted a few really interesting potential applications that can connect to the rest of our decentralized world, like IPFS, maybe privacy and encryption. And I'm really excited about the possibility of streaming database state updates through a decentralized in-memory store. And this might act like what we think of as a mempool for our on-chain transactions, or transactions that are destined for on-chain. But this would be for things that aren't destined for on-chain. It's just things that are in progress during the development of whatever user interactive features are existent in an application. It's all about reducing the execution time and creating the best dApps that we can have to increase interactive performance and user engagement, and just be able to build better dApps. in the channel right now. I see we have Chakkan, and if you'd like to say any couple of words that I might have missed, be glad for that, or I'll open for any questions.
Thank you, Randall, for the presentation. I was just able to jump in at the end. I was at Patrick's presentation, but I've got nothing to add. Yeah, that was great.
What's up, Tim?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, good. Very happy to see this. Redis has been one of my favorite products, although it's been maybe 10 years since I used it. I remember that there were 3 ways to persist the disk. One was snapshots, which was the most common way. But my question is would this have use for long living data, or is this something that is only a fit for transient data that might that's been already been backed up on disk?
Yeah, that's a good question. I see some opportunity for connecting on-disk storage as an add-on or as a separate layer from this infrastructure. But I think the most simple, direct answer to your question is that we see this as being for ephemeral data, short-term, in the range of 5 minutes to 5 hours, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and
thanks.
That really depends on how much resources the people who are running nodes of the service would want to contribute, and they might choose their own data expiration policies.
Okay, thanks. Looks like a great project.
Any other questions?
I'm excited, Randall. Looks good.
Definitely second that. One question, because you mentioned already this that this is a proposal in relation to Cardano After Dark. When the proposal here, for example, did not get funded, has this a direct impact on the Cardano After Dark project itself, or it would be just an additional feature to already existing project?
Yeah, the funded proposal from Fund 7 is still going to happen. And if we can do this research with Redis, it'll definitely expand our ability to deliver effectively and beyond the essential research that's funded in Fund 7. So this will definitely be helpful to the project. Did I answer directly enough your question?
Maybe I could add to that as well.
Thank you.
So for Fund 7, what we got was delivering on a test level. What we have here would enable us to actually scale that out to millions of users, to have a poker protocol that is available to them at all times and at blazing be promised on Fund 7 even without this, because it won't need that scale and it won't need that speed.
Any other questions? I would still have a lot, so.
Session, I know you've got something.
Could you know, I do have a question, but it's related to your deck. Could we have access to reading the deck on our own time? And I would love to learn more about what you presented. I know the implications of it, but I still want to dig deeper myself.
Yeah, sure. I'll send you a link.
That's a good point. We should ask all the presenters to send us their slide decks if they want, and then when we upload it, we can directly add the slide decks.
What other curiosities did you have, Felix?
We still have 3 minutes left, because here I see really in a project, let's say, a little bit like an beautiful example for Catalyst, because all of the people on the proposal are all very committed, very engaged, very experienced community members. saw them coming together as Cardano After Dark, last funding round. And then we see this natural evolution. Oh, it becomes much faster, much more serious than initially thought. And in the follow-up proposals, I asked myself, is this a proposal which more aims to enable finance resources to sustain the core team in whatever might happen? Or is this really, yes, this is a project we really want and have to do and whatnot?
Yeah, that dual alignment is really interesting for me too. One of our goals here is to contribute something that's valuable, not just to the Cardano After Dark project, but to the community as a whole. It could be used for music streaming. It could be used for a session. It could be used for really any DApp, and the potential for that, like there's just so many things that I know that I can't think of that it'd be enabled by having this kind of infrastructure and DApp developers not needing to ask open-ended questions and not have an answer.
Quick question. Is there a Haskell API to REDIS?
REDIS is a super simple protocol. As far as hitting that from Haskell, it would be super easy. Of course, that wouldn't be available from Plutus smart contracts, but only from off-chain code that would run in Haskell.
Okay. Nicholas, have his hand up.
Yeah, hey Randall. One question: does this anything have to do with Hydra as well, or will it work together with Hydra?
It's not directly connected to Hydra. What we're thinking about for Cardano After Dark in terms of the using the sidechain in Redis is that we can use this to essentially capture ongoing snapshots of state that would be committed back to the main chain. So it's really an alternative scaling approach and not the same as Hydra at all.
Thanks, Randall. And right on time. Perfect. Thanks a lot, man. Beautiful presentation. And then we come to, I hope I pronounced it right, Shira.
Perfect. That's right.
Shira,
I know. I decided to actually show my face now. So thank you, everyone. I will get started.
Do you share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to share screen, I will stop the timer and you have 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes Q&A.
Okay, give me one moment.
No,
I'm like, I had it ready to go, and then I realized I had too many windows up. I couldn't see what I was doing.
Perfect.
So thank you for coming today. And I'm presenting on behalf of Fluid 7, and our idea for Fund 8 is ESG-compliant enterprise staking. So the Fund 8 challenge. We're part of the challenge for business solutions, business to business, and business to consumer. And when we were deciding on a solution, if you look at the challenge, key metric number 7 in the challenge was to look at an increase in growth in mainnet and testnet activity due to business solutions. So that's what we see our solution as being, and it's encouraging testnet activity. So the question that we ask is, can we encourage companies to stake on Cardano by building a product that solves real business needs? So what is that global business need that we decided to look at? And that is, right now, global finance and government regulators are imposing ESG mandates on businesses. And these ESG mandates will impact Cardano-based businesses. So our solution is to create a staking as a service consultancy and stake pool operator network to help Cardano-based businesses attain and maintain ESG compliance. So our ESG compliant staking as a service. We're going to get more into that. So what is ESG? Some people, I think we take it for granted that everybody knows what it is, but some people may not know. So let's talk about that. Well, ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. So when we talk about environmental, we're talking a lot about our carbon footprint and operations, a company's operations and supply chain, and what their impact on the environment looks like, and climate change. And for social criteria, we look at, how do they treat their labor force? Is their labor force diverse? Are they doing any sort of charitable giving? And governance has to deal with compliance and other things, but let's just say compliance. And so when you look at governance, it usually has to focuses on the environment and social. And so what this solution does is it focuses on how to help a company meet the social criteria within ESG, and by creating social impact through charitable giving. And specifically, when we talk about businesses, obviously we're talking about stake pools. And so what are factors that influence delegation? People want to know it's verifiable on chain, the pool maturity, the system uptime, the return on investment, the size of the pledge. And so a lot of these stake pools to bring in people are saying, to bring in delegation and saying, hey, we give to this wonderful charity, but how do we trust this? How do we trust their charitable promises, that the purposes are aligned with what we believe that we're giving to when we stake with them? So the goal of the solution is to verify the financial giving of the stake pool operator, create that trust that beneficiaries have been well vetted, and track and inform on the impacts made. So how do we create a verifiable charitable giving? Well, you choose a trusted third party that vets the charitable projects. This creates a human connection between on-chain staking activity and the real-world beneficiaries. And the community gains confidence in staking and donating, because you believe your money is going to go where they say it is. So who is this trusted third party we're going to be working with? Well, it's B1G1, Business for Good. And we're partnering with B1G1 donation platform to tie the promises to the charitable projects. And if you're not familiar with B1G1, they are well established in this space. They are a certified B Corp in the US, and they are also established in Singapore. They have over 2,600 existing donor businesses, a portfolio of over 450 existing projects. They impact metrics that they include in their data include, I believe it's 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the API access is available. So what this allows us to do, what this allows stake pool operators to do that are participating in this staking as a service, is that they have a way to verify and show that they can offer this charitable promise, such as each day you stake with our pool, we provide a day of access to ICT and internet for students in Ethiopia. So that's that's really compelling. People are going to want to know that their money is going to somewhere good. It's the giving model that we're used to know that companies are really creating social impact, and again meeting those ESG goals and compliance. And we can get in a little bit later on. A little bit more if people need to understand what ESG is. We can flesh that out later. So building the framework. The framework is based on B1G1 integration. And so that would provide stake pool operators with delegation related data, a Zapier integration, social media callouts for when they're giving, we're letting everybody know, and integrating B1G1 widgets so that it's front and center, what that charitable promise is and that they're meeting. Key metrics. So the Fund 8 request that Fluid 7 is making is based on a budget of $28,700 US dollars. That's a huge difference, I know, sorry. So one of the things to note is that Fluid Stake Pool joined B1G1 in July 2021. And that's important to know because we're not just pulling this out of thin air. We know what it means to work with B1G1 and what that offering can do for stake pool operators. So it's a tested model. And for Fund 8, what we're hoping to fund is, bringing that test, widening that test out to 5 mission-driven SPOs joining the trial, 3 recipient developing countries chosen, 500 giving impacts, and 10 sustainable development goals represented in recipient charitable projects. So about our team, we get stuff done. The company is Fluid 7. If you're not aware of Fluid 7's been around for at least a decade, helping companies meet their tech needs. So now Fluid 7 has joined the future of decentralized finance. And it's our mission to provide infrastructure to the Cardano blockchain to help bank the unbanked and create a level playing field. So we're building on a solid foundation. There's a list of the clients there. And that's the team. Hi, I'm Shira. You've met me. John heads up our team. And we have Anthony, part of business development. And you see our wonderful team of developers, Jane, Aman, Maxim, and Somerville. Finally, how to find us. You can grab your phone, put it up to that QR code, or you can see all these wonderful links and click on them. And thank you for joining us. I'm ready for some Q&A.
Wow, perfect. Even some seconds left. So
I know. I was like, gotta get that 10 minutes. I'm ready.
Great style, by the way.
I'm going to leave it up a little bit longer so people can get down this information in case they're writing it down or putting up their phone to that QR code.
Perfect. And Tim, you have your hand up.
Yeah, 2 real quick questions. And one, I know that when companies make a donation, they want to have a really big social impact. So how do companies actually translate having invested in a stake pool into, hey, we're green friendly, or we're investing in Africa? How do they actually translate that in their PR departments to have higher cred with their customers? And a quick follow-on is, of course, companies want to vet where they put their money, but also I think we want to vet the companies. If you ask people who was the #1 company for the environment, they would say Exxon, because Exxon put millions of dollars into running TV ads. So how is the reverse vetting accomplished? Thanks.
Okay. So I think I understand what you're asking. And the way I'm going to answer that is that, again, looking at our trusted third-party provider, B1G1, B1G1, if you look more into them, they work with so many companies because they've proven that they have a system of vetting. And I think that when you're dealing with big companies, most people, like you said, you want to vet, but you want somebody to have vetted and hand you that information and maybe give you some choices, and then you can vet from that. You don't want to have to go through 450 projects trying to figure out who is legitimately backing up the promises that they make. So that is why it's so important to work with somebody who's so established already in terms of this field of working with charities, of having that system to make sure that they are doing what they say that they're doing. And then if I'm giving to them and I know that my money's going to them, it's going to where they say they're going. So B1G1 has already established that trust. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, and that's why we're working with them.
Okay, good answer, thanks.
And Nicholas.
Yeah, just one quick question. I think it's a very, very good idea that you have. I'm just a bit concerned about the, centralized entity that you take the ESG information from, and I just want to know how can you mitigate those risks, or how can we trust this entity? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a concern whenever you're working with like any entity, but I would say the fact that they, we're not just taking them on their word, they're providing data. So they provide every stake pool operator with, metrics in terms of like what the company's doing, how many, what the giving is like it's very detailed data that the delegators are getting in terms of, what's their stake pool is looking for. But again, that way they can go back to the people delegating on their stake pool and say, hey, these are the like specific metrics that are being met in terms of charitable giving. And I think that if you weren't actually tracking that, you couldn't have that data. And that's why B1G1, that's why so many people go to B1G1, because they're giving you like detailed data that if they weren't in fact, tracking this. I mean, I guess you could make up data, but then our whole, not to be flippant, but like our whole world would fall apart because we're always trusting the data that we get from other people. Not to be flippant. And I hope that answers your questions, but in reality, I think, if there is a better way, we will look into it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I know y'all have more questions.
I'll jump in with one more question.
Don't be shy.
Okay, trying to see one step ahead here. All these companies have ADA in stake pools, and then they will start voting in Catalyst. So I'm wondering if any kind of like study, or you have a feel or gut feel or something, like, are these companies going to vote according to their alignment with your organization, or are they going to maybe vote in ways we might not like?
Can you be a little bit specific? I think I understand what you're asking, but just a little bit more specificity might.
Yeah, sure. I should have put more details. So once a prerequisite to voting in Catalyst is that you put your money in stake pools. So let's say that you have a company that has a very good cause, and they have all this money in stake pools. Are they going to go off and maybe vote for a project that's anti-environment, or are they going to distort I'll wrap up here. Are they going to distort the board?
Right. I think I see what you're saying, but I'm going to go back to like our initial problem that the challenge is trying to meet. And that is that companies are going to need to show that they are, let's say, meeting ESG criteria. So, I hear that you're saying that they're trying to be anti-environmental. Let's say, for instance, I think you mentioned Chevron earlier, right? So maybe you're saying like, well, is Chevron really environmental? And yet they're staking because they want to give to Chevron or something like that. But maybe I think in a sense, the way that it works, you'd have to be, and I'm speaking because I know from the SEC,
Sharon,
which is
Sharon, we are on the top of the presentation already. Can you make it really short to close?
Yeah, I was just going to close and say that, like, This criteria is real. It's being required of all the big asset managers. The US SEC, which is the Securities Exchange Commission, is moving towards requiring investors to all disclose to this, public companies to disclose all of this information. So this is real information that people want, and people are going to start getting, down the chain, people are going to need to account for this. And also what's going to happen is consumers are going to start demanding it because they know that that information is out there. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, yeah. And thanks a lot everybody else for presenting as well. That's it.